Section 1 of the Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2 by Samuel Adams. Article signed, Vindex. Boston Gazette, January 8, 1770. And the governor, for the time being, shall have full power and authority from time to time, as he shall judge necessary, to adjourn, prorogue, and dissolve all great and general courts or assemblies, met and convened as aforesaid. The power, delegated by this clause to the governor, was undoubtedly intended in favor of the people. The necessity and importance of legislative in being, and of its having the opportunity of exerting itself upon all proper occasions, must be obvious to a man of common discernment. Its great object is the redress of grievances, and for this purpose it is adjudged that parliaments ought to be held frequently. The people may be aggrieved for the want of having a good law made, as well as repealing a bad one, so they may be, by the malconduct of the executive in its manner of administrating justice wrongfully under color of law. In all these cases and many others, the necessity of the frequent interposition of the legislative evidently appears, and if either of them, much more if all of them, should at any time be justly complained of by the people, the adjourning, proroguing, or dissolving the legislative at such a juncture must be the greatest of all grievances. There may be other reasons for the sitting of an American assembly besides the correcting of any disorders arising from among the people within its own jurisdiction. Some of the acts of the British Parliament are generally thought to be grievous in their operation, and dangerous in their consequences to the liberties of the American subjects. An American legislative, therefore, in which the whole body of the people is represented, ought certainly to have the opportunity of explaining and remonstrating their grievances to the British Parliament, and the full exercise of that invaluable and uncontrollable right of the subject to petition the king as often as they judge necessary till they are removed. To postpone a meeting of this universal body of the people till it is too late to make such application must be a frustration of one grand design of its existence, and it naturally tends to other arbitrary exertions. I have often thought that in former administrations such delays to call the General Assembly were intended for the purpose above mentioned, and if others should have the same apprehension at present, I cannot help it, nor am I answerable for it. I may not be amiss, however, for every man to make it a subject of his contemplation. We all remember that no longer ago than the last year, the extraordinary dissolution by Governor Bernard, in which he declared he was merely ministerial, produced another assembly, which, though legal in all its proceedings, awaked inattention in the very soul of the British Empire. It is not to be expected that in ordinary times, much less at such an important period as this is, any man, though endowed with the wisdom of Solomon, at the distance of 3,000 miles, can be an adequate judge of the expediency of proroguing, and in effect even putting an end to an American legislative assembly, and more especially at a time when the evil spirit of misrepresentation is become so atrocious that even MY itself is liable to be wrongly informed. It is for this reason that the delegation of this power to the governor for the time being appears to be intended in favor of the people, that there might be always at the head of the province, and resident therein, as the charter provides, a person of untainted integrity, candor, impartiality, and wisdom to judge of and determine so essential a point in which I should think no person who justly deserves this character can be passive or merely ministerial, against his own judgment and conscience. Whenever, therefore, a governor for the time being adjourns, prorogues, or dissolves the General Assembly, having the full power and authority delegated to him of judging from time to time of the necessity of it, we ought to presume that he exercises that power with freedom, that he determines according to the light of his own understanding and not others, that he clearly sees that it will answer those purposes which he himself judges to be best, having, as a man of fidelity in his station ought, thoroughly revolved the matter in his own mind, and that however flattering the concurrent sentiments of any other man may be, he would have been impelled to do it, from the dictates of his own judgment resulting from his own contemplation of the matter, if he had not received the express command of his superior. Such a man will bravely act his mind and venture death. Signed, Vindex. End of section 1. Section 2 of the Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2 by Samuel Adams. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Article signed, Determinatus. Boston Gazette, January 8, 1770. To the Printers. The agreement of the merchants of this distressed and insulted continent to withhold importations from Great Britain, it seems to be allowed on all sides, has the strongest tendency towards the repeal of the Acts of Parliament for raising a revenue in America without our consent. It is no wonder then that it was opposed with so much vehemence, at first by the cabal, who knew full well that their places and their pensions, and all the delectable profits which they expected to reap, are now actually reaping, at the expense of the people in town and country, would entirely cease if these acts, by the means of which their places, pensions, and profits arise, should be repealed, when they could no longer with any face call it the last efforts of a dying faction, for the measure was so rational and pacific that it soon spread far and wide and was cheerfully adopted by all disinterested friends of the country throughout the continent. They put on the appearance of the Sons of Liberty, and now their cry is, where is that liberty so much boasted of and contended for? We hear them very gravely ask, have we not a right to carry our own trade and sell our own goods if we please? Who shall hinder us? This is now the language of those who had before seen the acts laid at the very root of all our rights with apparent complacency. And pray, gentlemen, have you not a right, if you please, to set fire to your own houses, because they are your own, though in all probability it will destroy a whole neighborhood, perhaps a whole city? Where did you learn that in a state or society you had a right to do as you please, and that it was an infringement of that right to restrain you? This is a refinement which I dare say the true Sons of Liberty despise. Be pleased to be informed that you are bound to conduct yourselves as the society with which you are joined are pleased to have you conduct, or if you please, you may leave it. It is true the will and the pleasure of the society is generally declared in its laws, but there may be exceptions, and the present case is, without doubt, one. Suppose there was no law of society to restrain you from murdering your own father. What think you? If either of you should please to take it into your head to perpetrate such a villainous act, so abhorrent to the will of the society, would you not be restrained? And is the liberty of your country of less importance than the life of your father? What is most astonishing is, that some 2 or 3 persons of very little consequence in themselves have dared openly to give out that they will vend the goods that they have imported, though they have solemnly pledged their faith to the body of merchants, that they should remain in store till a general importation should take place. Where then is the honor? Where is the shame of these persons, who can look into the faces of those very men with whom they have contracted, and tell them without blushing that they are resolved to violate the contract? Is it avarice? Is it obstinacy, perverseness, pride, or from what root of bitterness does such an unaccountable defection from the laws of honor, honesty, and even humanity spring? Is it the authority of an unnatural parent, the advice of some false friend, or their own want of common understanding and the first principles of virtue, by which these unhappy young persons have been induced, or left to resolve upon perpetrating that, at the very thought of which they should have shuddered, by this resolution they have already disgraced themselves. If they have the hardiness to put the resolution into practice, who will ever hereafter confide in them? Can they promise themselves the regards of the respectable body of merchants whom they have affronted? Or can they even wish for the esteem of their country, which they have baselessly deserted, or worse, which they have attempted to wound in the very heart? If they imagine they can still weary the patience of an injured country with impunity, if, I will not utter it, would not the grateful remembrance of an unmerited kindness and generosity, if there was the least spark of ingenuity left, have influenced to a far different resolution? If this agreement of the merchants is of that consequence to all America, which our brethren in all the other governments and in Great Britain itself think it to be, if the fate of unborn millions is suspended upon it, verily it behooves not the merchants only, but every individual of every class in city and country to aid and support them, and peremptorily to insist upon its being strictly adhered to. Signed, Determinatus. End of Section 2. Section 3 of the Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2 by Samuel Adams. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Town of Boston to the Lieutenant-Governor of Massachusetts. To his honor the Lieutenant-Governor in Council. The memorial of the Town of Boston legally assembled in Faneuil Hall, Monday, March 19, 1770. Humbly shews, that with deep concern they are made to understand that through the providence of God divers of his Majesty's justice of the Superior Court are rendered unable to attend the duties of their important trust by bodily indisposition, that there are a great number of prisoners now in his Majesty's jail in the county of Suffolk, of whom 15 are confined for trial for capital offences, that the sheriff of said county has been under apprehension of the escape of said prisoners, as appears by his letter to the town hereto annexed to be laid before your honor, that there are a great number of witnesses in the cases of the late tragic murder in Boston, many of whom are seamen and detained to their very great disadvantage, and possibly some of them may be under temptation to absent themselves from the trial. All which the town beg leave humbly to represent to your honor as cogent reasons for the trial of the said prisoners as early as possible in the present term. Wherefore your memorialists humbly pray your honor to appoint special justices in the room of those taken off as aforesaid, in order for the trial of the said prisoners, or otherwise that your honor would take such steps to prevent the delay of justice at this important crisis as in your wisdom shall seem meet, and as in duty bound your memorialists shall ever pray. Signed in behalf of the town at the meeting aforesaid. End of Section 3. Section 4 of the Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2 by Samuel Adams. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. To John Hancock. Boston, May 11th, 1770. Dear Sir, your resolution yesterday to resign your seat gave me very great uneasiness. I could not think you had sufficient ground to deprive the town of one whom I have a right to say is a most valuable member, since you had within 3 of the unanimous suffrages of your fellow citizens, and one of the negative votes was your own. You say you have been spoken ill of. What then? Can you think that while you are a good man, that all will speak well of you? If you knew the person who has defamed you, nothing is more likely than that you would justly value yourself upon that man's censure as being the highest applause. Those who were fond of continuing Mr. Otis on the seat were, I dare say, to a man among your warmest friends. Will you then add to their disappointment by a resignation, merely because one contemptible person, who perhaps was hired for the purpose, has blessed you with his reviling? Need I add more than to entreat it as a favor that you would alter your design? I am with strict truth, your affectionate friend and brother. End of section 4. Section 5 of the Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2, by Samuel Adams. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Committee of the Town of Boston to Benjamin Franklin. Boston, July 13, 1770. Sir, it affords very great satisfaction to the town of Boston to find that the narrative of the horrid massacre perpetrated here on the 5th of March last, which was transmitted to London, has the desired effect, by establishing truth in the minds of honest men, and in some measure preventing the odium being cast on the inhabitants, as the aggressors in it. We were very apprehensive that all attempts would be made to gain this advantage against us, and as there is no occasion to think that the malice of our enemies is in the least degree abated, it has been thought necessary that our friends on your side the water should have a true state of the circumstances of the town and of everything which has materially occurred since the removal of the troops to the castle. For this purpose we are appointed a committee, but the time will not admit of our writing so fully by this conveyance, as we intend by the next. In the meantime, we entreat your further friendship to the town, in your endeavors to get the judgment of the public suspended upon any representation that may have been made by the commissioners of the customs and others, until the town can have the opportunity of knowing what is alleged against it, and of answering for itself. We must confess that we are astonished to hear that the Parliament had come to a determination to admit garbled extracts from such letters as may be received from America by administration, and to conceal the names of the persons who may be the writers of them. This will certainly give great encouragement to persons of wicked intentions to abuse the nations and inquire the colonies in the grossest manner with impunity, or even without detection. For a confirmation hereof, we need to recur no further back than a few months, when undoubtedly the accounts and letters carried by Mr. Robinson would have been attended with very unhappy if not fatal effects, had not this town been so attentive as to have contradicted those false accounts by the depositions of many credible witnesses under oath. But it cannot be supposed that a community will be so attentive but upon the most alarming events. In general, individuals are following their private concerns, while it is to be feared the restless adversaries are forming the most dangerous plans for the ruin of the reputation of the people, in order to build their own greatness on the destruction of their liberties. This game they have long been playing, and though in some few instances they have had a losing hand, yet they have commonly managed with such art that they have so far succeeded in their malicious designs as to involve the nation and the colonies in confusion and distress. This it is presumed they never could have accomplished had not these very letters been kept from the view of the public, with the design perhaps to conceal the falsehood of them, the discovery of which would have prevented their having any mischievous effects. This is the game we have reason to believe they are now playing, with so much secrecy as may render it impossible for us to fully detect them on this side of the water. How deplorable then must be our condition, if ample credit is to be given to their testimonies against us, by the government at home, and if the names of our ancestors are to be kept a profound secret, and the world is to see only such parts or parcels of the representations as persons, who perhaps may be interested in their favor, shall think proper to hold up such a conduct, if allowed, seems to put into the power of a combination of a few designing men to deceive a nation to its ruin. The measures which have been taken in consequence of intelligence managed with such secrecy have already to a very great degree lessened that mutual confidence which ever had subsisted between the mother country and the colonies, and must in the natural course of things totally alienate their affections towards each other, and consequently weaken and in the end destroy the power of the empire. It is in this extended view of things that our minds are affected. It is from these apprehensions that we earnestly wish that all communication between the two countries of a public nature may be unveiled before the public, with the names of the persons who are concerned therein. Then and not till then will American affairs be under the direction of honest men, who are never afraid or ashamed of the light. And as we have abundant reason to be jealous that the most mischievous and virulent accounts have been very lately sent to administration from Castle William, where the commissioners have again retreated for no reason that we can conceive, but after their former manner to misrepresent and injure this town and province, we earnestly entreat that you would use your utmost influence to have an order passed that the town of the packets sent by the commissioners of the customs and others under the care of one Mr. Bacon, latent officer of the customs in Virginia, who took his passage the last week, in the brigantine Lydia Joseph Wood, commander, may be laid before his Majesty in council. If the writers of those letters shall appear to be innocent, no harm can possibly arise from such a measure. If otherwise, it may be the means of exploring the true cause of the national and colonial malady, and of affording an easy remedy, and therefore the measure must be justified and applauded by all the world. We have observed in the English papers the most notorious falsehoods published with an apparent design to give the world a prejudice against this town, as the aggressors in the unhappy transaction of the 5th of March, but no account has been more repugnant to the truth than a paper printed in the Public Advertiser of the 28th of April, which is called The Case of Captain Preston. As a committee of this town, we thought ourselves bound in faithfulness to wait on Captain Preston to inquire of him whether he was the author. He frankly told us that he had drawn a state of his case, but that it had been passed through different hands and was altered at different times. And finally, the publication in the Advertiser was varied from that which he sent home as his own. We then desired him to let us know whether several parts, which we might point to him, and to which we took exception, were his own. But he declined satisfying us herein, saying that the alterations were made by persons who he supposed might aim at serving him, though he feared they might have a contrary effect, and that his discriminating to us the parts of it, which were his own from those which had been altered by others, might displease his friends at a time when he might stand in need of their essential service. This was the substance of the conversation between us, whereupon we retired and wrote to Captain Preston a letter the copy of which is now enclosed. The next day, not receiving an answer from Captain Preston at the time we proposed, we sent him a message desiring to be informed whether we might expect his answer, to which he replied by a verbal message, as ours was that he had nothing further to add to what he had said to us the day before, as you will please to observe by the enclosed certificate. As therefore Captain Preston has utterly declined to make good the charges against the town in the paper that called his case, or to let us know to whom we may apply as the author or authors of those parts which he might have disclaimed, and especially as the whole of his case, thus stated directly, militates not only with his own letter published under his hand in the Boston Gazette, but with the depositions of others annexed to our narrative, which were taken not behind the curtain, as some may have been, but openly and fairly, after notifying the parties interested, and before magistrates to whose credit the governor of the province has given his full attestation under the province seal. We cannot think that the paper called The Case of Captain Preston, or any other paper of that like import, can be deemed in the opinion of the sensible and impartial part of mankind as sufficient, in the least degree, to prejudice the character of the town. It is therefore altogether needless for us to point out the many falsehoods contained in this paper, nor indeed would there be time for it at the present for the reason above mentioned. We cannot, however, omit taking notice of the artifice made use of by those who drew up the statement, in insinuating that it was the design of the people to plunder the king's chest, and for the more easily effecting that to murder the sentinel posted at the custom-house where the money was lodged. This intelligence is said to have been brought to Captain Preston by townsmen, who assured him that he had heard the mob declare they would murder the sentinel. The townsman probably was one Greenwood, a servant to the commissioners, whose deposition, number 96.5, is inserted among others in the narrative of the town, and of whom it is observed in a marginal note that, through the whole of his examination, he was so inconsistent, and so frequently contradicted himself, that all present were convinced that no credit ought to be given to his deposition, for which reason it would not have been inserted had it not been known that a deposition was taken relating to this affair. From this, Greenwood by Justice Murray, and carried home by Mr. Robinson. And further, this deponent is the only person out of a great number of witnesses examined who heard anything mentioned of the custom house. Whether this part of the case of Captain Preston was inserted by himself or some other person, we are not told. It is very much to be questioned whether the information was given by another person or of Greenwood himself, and the sort of character which he bears is so well known to the commissioners and their connections, some of whom probably assisted Captain Preston in stating his case, as to have made them ashamed if they regarded the truth to have given the least credit to what he said. Whoever may have helped them to this intelligence, we will venture to say that it never has been and never can be supported by the testimony of any man of a tolerable reputation. We shall only observe upon this occasion how inveterate our enemies here are, who, rather than omit what they might think a lucky opportunity of slandering the town, have wrought up a narrative not only unsupported by, but contrary to the clearest evidence of facts, and have even prevailed upon an unhappy man, under pretence of friendship to him, to adopt it as his own, though they must have known with a common share of understanding that its being published to the world as his own must have injured him, under his present circumstances, in the most tender point, and so shocked was Captain Preston himself at its appearing in the light on this side the water, that he was immediately apprehensive so glaring a falsehood would raise the indignation of a people to such a pitch as to prompt them to some attempts that would be dangerous to him, and he accordingly applied to Mr. Sheriff Greenleaf for special protection on that account. But the sheriff assuring him that there was no such disposition appearing among the people, which is an undoubted truth, Captain Preston's fears at length subsided, and he still remains in safe custody, to be tried by the Superior Court of Judicature at the next term in August, unless the judges shall think proper further to postpone the trial, as they have done for one whole term, since he was indicted by the grand jury. Before we conclude, it may not be improper to observe that the removal of troops was in the slowest order, insomuch that 11 days were spent in carrying the 2 regiments to Castle Island, which had before landed in the town in less than 48 hours. Yet in all this time, while the number of troops was daily lessening, not the least disorder was made by the inhabitants, though filled with a just indignation and horror at the blood of their fellow citizens, so inhumanely split. And since their removal, the common soldiers have frequently and even daily come up to the town for necessary provisions, and some of the officers, as well as several families of the soldiers, have resided in the town, and done business therein without the least molestation. Yet so hardy have our enemies been as to report in London that the enraged populace had hanged up Captain Preston. The strange and irreconcilable conduct of the commissioners of the customs since the 5th of March, their applying for leave to retire to the castle as early as the 10th, and spending their time in making excursions into the country till the 20th of June following, together with other material circumstances, are the subject of our present inquiry, the result of which you will be made acquainted with by the next conveyance. In the meantime, we remain with strict truth, Sir, your much obliged and most obedient servants, Thomas Cushing, W. M. Phillips, R. I. Dana, W. M. Molyneux, Samuel Adams, Ebenezer Storer, John Hancock, W. M. Greenleaf. End of Section 5.
Section 6 of the Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2, This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2, by Samuel Adams. The House of Representatives of Massachusetts to the Lieutenant-Governor. In the House of Representatives, August the 3rd, 1770. Ordered that Mr. Hancock, Captain Thayer, Mr. Pickering, Captain Fuller, and Captain Sumner carry up to the Honorable Board the following answer of this House to his Honor's speech to both Houses at the opening of this session. Thomas Cushing, Speaker. May it please your Honor, the House of Representatives, having duly attended to your speech to both Houses at the opening of this session, and maturely considered the several parts of it, have unanimously, in a full House, determined to adhere to their former resolution, that it is by no means expedient to proceed to business while the General Assembly is thus constrained to hold the session out of the town of Boston. Upon a recollection of the reasons we have before given for this measure, we conceive it will appear to all the world that neither the good people of this province nor the House of Representatives can be justly charged with any ill consequences that may follow it. After the most repeated and attentive examination of your speech, we find nothing to induce us to alter our opinion, and very little that is new and material in the controversy. But as we perceive it is published, it may possibly be read by some who have never seen the reasons of the House, and as there are specious things contained in it, which may have a tendency to make an unhappy impression on some minds, we have thought proper to make a few observations upon it. You are pleased to say, you meet us at Cambridge because you have no reason to think there has been any alteration in His Majesty's pleasure, which you doubt not was determined by wise motives and with a gracious purpose to promote the good of the province. We presume not to call in question the wisdom of our sovereign or the rectitude of his intentions, but there have been times when a corrupt and profligate administration have ventured upon such measures as have had a direct tendency to ruin the interest of the people as well as that of their royal master. This House have great reason to doubt whether it is or ever was His Majesty's pleasure that your Honor should meet the Assembly at Cambridge, or that he has ever taken the matter under his royal consideration, because the common and the best evidence in such cases is not communicated to us. It is needless for us to add anything to what has been heretofore said upon the illegality of holding the court anywhere except in the town of Boston. For admitting the power to be in the governor to hold the court in any other place when the public good requires it, yet it by no means follows that he has a right to call it at any other place when it is to the manifest injury and detriment of the public. The opinion of the Attorney and Solicitor General has very little weight with this House in any case, any farther than the reasons which they expressly give are convincing. This province has suffered so much by unjust, groundless, and illegal opinions of those officers of the Crown, that our veneration or reverence for their opinions is much abated. We utterly deny that the Attorney and Solicitor General have any authority or jurisdiction over us, any right to decide questions in controversy between the several branches of the legislature here. Nor do we concede that even His Majesty in Council has any constitutional authority to decide such questions, or any other controversy whatever that arises in this province, excepting only such matters as are reserved in the Charter. It seems a great absurdity that when a dispute arises between the governor and the House, the governor should appeal to His Majesty in Council to decide it. Would it not be as reasonable for the House to appeal to the body of their constituents to decide it? Whenever a dispute has arisen within the realm, between the Crown and the two Houses of Parliament, or either of them, was it ever imagined that the King in his Privy Council had authority to decide it? However, there is a test, a standard common to all. We mean the public good. But your Honor must be very sensible that the illegality of holding the court in any other place besides the town of Boston is far from being the only dispute between your Honor and this House. We contend that the people and their representatives have a right to withstand the abusive exercise of a legal and constitutional prerogative of the Crown. We beg leave to recite to your honor what the great Mr. Locke has advanced in his Treatise of Civil Government upon the like prerogative of the Crown. The old question, says he, will be asked in this manner of prerogative: who shall be judge when this power is made a right use of? And he answers, between an executive power in being with such a prerogative, and a legislature that depends upon his will for their convening, there can be no judge on earth, as there can be none between the legislative and the people, should either the executive or legislative, when they have got the power in their hands, design or go about to enslave or destroy them. The people have no other remedy in this, as in all other cases where they have no judge on earth, but to appeal to heaven. For the rulers in such attempts, exercising a power the people never put into their hands, who can never be supposed to consent that anybody should rule over them for their harm, do that which they have not a right to do. And when the body of a people, or any single man, is deprived of their right, or under the exercise of a power without right, and have no appeal on earth, then they have a liberty to appeal to heaven whenever they judge the cause of sufficient moment. And therefore, though the people cannot be judged so as to have by the constitution of that society any superior power to determine and give effective sentence in the case, yet they have by a law antecedent and paramount to all positive laws of men, reserved that ultimate determination to themselves which belongs to all mankind, where there lies no appeal on earth, namely, to judge whether they have just cause to make their appeal to heaven. We would, however, by no means be understood to suggest that this people have occasion at present to proceed to such extremity. Your honor is pleased to say that the House of Representatives in the year 1728 did not think the form of the writ sufficient to justify them in refusing to do business at Salem. It is true, they did not by any vote or resolve determine not to do business. Yet the House, as we read in your honor's history, met and adjourned from day to day without doing business. And we find by the records that from the 31st of October, 1728, to the 14th of December following, the House did meet and adjourn without doing business. And then they voted to proceed to the public and necessary affairs of the province, provided no advantage be had or made for and by reason of the aforesaid removal, meaning the removal to Salem, or pleaded as a precedent for the future. Yet your honor has been pleased to quote the conduct of that very House as a precedent for our imitation. We apprehend their proceeding to business and the consequences of it, namely the encouragement it gave to Governor Burnet to go on with his design of harassing them into unconstitutional compliances, and the use your honor now makes of it as an authority and a precedent, ought to be a warning to this House to make a determined and effectual stand. Their example, though respectable, is not obligatory upon this House. They lived in times when the encroachments of despotism were in their infancy. They were carried to Salem by the mere caprice of Governor Burnet, who never pleaded an instruction for doing this, an instruction from a ministry who had before treated them with unexampled indignity, an instruction which they were not permitted to see. They had no reason to apprehend a fixed design to alter the seat of government, to their great inconvenience and the manifest injury of the province. We are not disposed to dispute the understanding, integrity, families, and estates of the council in 1728. We believe them to have been such that if they were now upon the stage, they would see so many additional and more weighty reasons against proceeding to business out of Boston, that they would fully approve of the resolution of this House, as well as of what has been lately advanced by their successors, who are also gentlemen of understanding, integrity, fortune, and family, in the following words: Governor Burnet's conduct in convening the General Court out of Boston cannot be deemed an acknowledged or constitutional precedent, because It was not founded on the only reason on which the prerogative of the crown can be justly founded, the good of the community. We shall only add that the rights of the province, having been of late years most severely attacked, has induced gentlemen to examine the Constitution more thoroughly and has increased their zeal in its defense. You are pleased to adduce an instance in 1754, in addition to that in 1747, which you say makes it probable that the House of Representatives rather chose that the court should sit elsewhere, when a committee was chosen to consider of and report a proper place for a courthouse at a distance from Boston. We beg leave here to observe that both these are instances of the House's interesting themselves in this affair, which your honor now claims as a prerogative. If the House were in no case to have a voice, or to be regarded, in choosing a place to hold the court, how could they think of building a house in a place to which they never had been and probably never would be called? While the House have been from time to time holding up to view the great inconveniencies and manifest injuries resulting from the sitting of the Assembly at Cambridge, and praying a removal to Boston, it is with pain that they have heard your honor, instead of pointing out any one good purpose which can be answered by it, replying that your instructions will not permit you to remove the court to Boston. By a royal grant in the charter, in favor of the commons of this province, the governor has the sole power of adjourning, proroguing, and dissolving the general court. And the wisdom of that grant appears in this, that a person residing in the province must be a more competent judge of the fitness of the time, and we may add, the place of holding the court, than any person residing in Great Britain. We do not deny that there may be instances where the commander-in-chief ought to obey the royal instructions, and should we also admit that in ordinary cases he ought to obey them respecting the convening, holding, proroguing, adjourning, and dissolving the general court, notwithstanding that grant. Yet, we clearly hold that whenever instructions cannot be complied with, without injuring the people, they cease to be binding. Any other supposition would involve this absurdity in it, that a substitute by means of instruction from his principal may have a greater power than the principal himself, or in other words, that a representative of a king who can do no wrong, by means of instructions may obtain a right to do wrong, for that the prerogative extends not to do any injury, never has and never can be denied. Therefore, this House are clearly of opinion that your honor is under no obligation to hold the general court at Cambridge. Let your instructions be conceived in terms ever so peremptory, inasmuch as it is inconvenient and injurious to the province. As to your commission, it is certain that no clause contained in that inconsistent with the charter can be binding. To suppose that when a grant is made by charter in favor of the people, instructions shall supersede that grant and oblige the governor to act repugnant to it, vacating the charter at once by the breath of a minister of state. Your honor thinks you may safely say, there is not one of us who, if he was in your station, would venture to depart from the instructions. As you had not the least shadow of evidence to warrant this, we are sure you could not say it with safety, and we leave it with your honor to determine how far it is reconcilable with delicacy to suggest it. In what particulars the holding the general court at Cambridge is injurious to us and the province has already been declared by the House, and must be too obvious to escape your honor's observation. Yet you are pleased to tell us that the inconveniences can be easily removed, or are so inconsiderable that a very small public benefit will outweigh them. That they are not inconsiderable, every day's experience convinces us, nor are our constituents insensible of them. But how they can be easily removed, we cannot conceive unless by removing the court to Boston. Can the public offices and records, to which we are under the necessity of recurring almost every hour, with any safety or convenience to the public, be removed to Cambridge? Will our constituents consent to be at the expense of erecting a proper house at Cambridge for accommodating the general court, especially when they have no assurance that the next freak of a capricious minister will not remove the court to some other place? Is it possible to have that communication with our constituents, or to be benefited by the reasonings of the people without doors here, as at Boston? We cannot but flatter ourselves that every judicious and impartial person will allow that the holding the general court at Cambridge is inconvenient and hurtful to the province. Nor has your honor ever yet attempted to show a single instance in which the province can be benefited by it. No good purpose which can be answered by it has ever yet been suggested by anyone to this house. And we have the utmost confidence that our gracious sovereign has no desire to hold the general court at any place inconvenient to its members, or injurious to the province, but rather that he will frown upon those who have procured its removal to such a place or persist in holding it there. We are not indeed sure that the ministry caused the assembly to be removed to Cambridge in order to worry them into a compliance with any arbitrary mandate to the ruin of our own or our constituents' liberties. But we know that the General Assembly has in times past been treated with such indignity and abuse by the servants of the Crown, and a wicked ministry may attempt it again. Your honor observes that the same exception may be made to the use of every other part of the prerogative, for every part is capable of abuse. We shall never accept to the proper use of the prerogative. We hold it sacred as the liberty of the subject. But every abuse of it will always be accepted to, so long as the love of liberty or any public virtue remains. And whenever any other part of the prerogative shall be abused, the House will not fail to judge for themselves of the grievance, nor to exert every power with which the Constitution hath entrusted them to check the abuse and redress the grievance. The House had expressed to your honor their apprehension of a fixed design, either to change the seat of government or to harass us in order to bring us into compliance with some arbitrary mandate. Your honor says, you know of no fixed design to harass us, etc., upon which we cannot but observe that if you did not know of a fixed design to change the seat of government, you would not have omitted so fair an opportunity to satisfy the minds of the House in a matter of such importance to the province. As to your very condescending and liberal professions of exercising patience or using dispatch as would be most agreeable to us, we shall be very much obliged to your honor for the exercising of those virtues whenever you shall see cause to remove us to our ancient and established seat. But these professions can be no temptations to us to give up our privileges. Your honor is pleased to say that we consider the charter as a compact between the Crown and the people of this province, and to ask a question, shall one party to the compact be held and not the other? It is true we consider the charter as such a compact, and agree that both parties are held. The Crown covenants that a great and general court shall be held every last Wednesday in May forever. The Crown, therefore, doubtless is bound by this covenant. But we utterly deny that the people have covenanted to grant money or to do business, at least any other business than choosing officers and councilors to complete the general court on the last Wednesday of May, or in any other day or year whatever. Therefore this House, by refusing to do business, do not deprive the Crown of the exercise of the prerogative, nor fail of performing their part of the compact. Your honor would doubtless have been culpable had you refused to call a general court on the last Wednesday in May, and the House might have been equally culpable if they had refused to choose a speaker and clerk, or to elect councilors whereby to complete the general court. For in case of omission in either part, a question might arise whether the people would have a legislature. When the General Assembly is thus formed, they are empowered by the Charter to make, ordain, and establish all manner of wholesome and reasonable orders, laws, statutes, and ordinances, directions and instructions, either with penalties or without. But the Charter nowhere obliges the General Court to make any orders, laws, statutes, or ordinances, unless they at that time judge it conducive to the public good to make them. Much less does it oblige them to make any laws, etc., in any particular session, year or number of years, whenever they themselves shall judge them not to be for the public good. Such an obligation would leave them the least color of freedom, but reduce them to a mere machine. To the state the Parliament would have been in, if the opinion of the 2 Chief Justices and the 3 puisne judges had prevailed in the reign of Richard II, that the King hath the governance of Parliament, and may appoint what shall be first handled, and so gradually what next, in all manners to be treated of in Parliament, even to the end of the Parliament, and if any person shall act contrary to the King's pleasure made known therein, they are to be punished as traitors. For which opinion those 5 judges had judgment as in case of high treason. Your honor will allow us to ask whether the doctrine contained in your question, namely, if you should refuse to do business now you are met, would you not deprive the crown of the exercise of the prerogative and fail of performing your part of the compact, which implies a strong affirmation, is not in a degree the very doctrine of Chief Justice Tressilian and the 4 other judges just now mentioned? By convening in obedience to his Majesty's writ, tested by your honor, and again, at the time to which we are prorogued, we have submitted to the prerogative and performed our part of the compact. This House has the same inherent rights in this province as the House of Commons has in Great Britain. It is our duty to procure a redress of grievances, and we may constitutionally refuse to grant our constituents money to the Crown, or to do any other act of government at any time that is not affixed by charter to a certain day until the grievances of the people are redressed. We do not pretend that our opinion is to prevail against His Majesty's opinion. We never shall attempt to adjourn or prorogue or dissolve the General Court. But we do hope that our opinion shall prevail against any opinion whatever of the proper time to make laws and to do business. And by exerting this power which the Constitution has given us, we hope to convince your honor and the ministry of the necessity of removing the court to Boston. All judicious men will allow that the proper time for the House to do their part of the business of the province is for the House to judge of and determine. The House think it is not, in the present circumstances of the province, a proper time to do this business, while the court is constrained to hold their session out of Boston. Your honor is of a different opinion. We have conformed to this opinion as far as the Constitution requires us, and now our right of judging commences. If your honors, or even His Majesty's opinion concerning this point, is to prevail against the opinion of the House, why may not the Crown, according to the Tressilian doctrine, as well prescribe what business we shall do, and in what order? The House is still ready to answer for all the ill consequences which can justly be attributed to them, nor are they sensible of any danger from exerting the power which the Charter has given them of doing their part of the business in their own time. That the province has enemies who are continually defaming it and their Charter is certain. That there are persons who are endeavoring to intimidate the province from asserting and vindicating their just rights and liberties by insinuations of danger to the Constitution is also indisputable. But no instance happened, even in the execrable reign of the worst of the Stuart race, of a forfeiture of a charter because any one branch of a legislature, or even because the whole government under the charter refused to do business at a particular time, under grievous circumstances of ignominy, disgrace, and insult, and when their charter had explicitly given to that government the sole power of judging of the proper season and occasion of doing business. We are obliged at this time to struggle, with all the powers with which the Constitution hath furnished us, in defense of our rights, to prevent the most valuable of our liberties from being wrested from us, by the subtle machinations and daring encroachments of wicked ministers. We have seen of late innumerable encroachments on our charter, courts of admiralty extended from the high seas, whereby the compact in the charter they are confined to numberless important causes upon land, multitudes of civil officers, the appointment of all which is confined by charter to the governor and council, sent here from abroad by the ministry, a revenue not granted by us but torn from us, armies stationed here without our consent, and the streets of our metropolis crimsoned with the blood of our fellow subjects. These and other grievances and cruelties, too many to be here enumerated, and too melancholy to be much longer borne by this injured people, we have seen brought upon us by the devices of ministers of state. We have seen and had of late instructions to governors which threaten to destroy all the remaining privileges of our charter. In June 1768, the House, by an instruction, were ordered to rescind an excellent resolution of a former House on pain of dissolution. They refused to comply with so impudent a mandate and were dissolved. And the governor, though repeatedly requested, and though the exigencies of the province demanded a general assembly, refused to call a new one till the following May. In the last year, the general court was forced to give way to regular troops, illegally quartered in the town of Boston, in consequence of instructions to crown officers, and whose main guard was most daringly and insultingly placed at the door of the State House, and afterwards they were constrained to hold their session at Cambridge. The present year the assembly is summoned to meet, and is still continued there in a kind of duress, without any reason that can be given, any motive whatever that is not as great an insult to them and breach of their privilege as any of the foregoing. Are these things consistent with the freedom of the House? Or could the general courts tamely submitting to such usage be thought to promote His Majesty's service? Should these struggles of the House prove unfortunate and ineffectual, this province will submit with pious resignation to the will of Providence. But it would be a kind of suicide of which we have the utmost horror, thus to be made the instruments of our servitude. We beg leave before we conclude to make one remark on what you say, that our compliance can be of no benefit to our sovereign, any farther than as he interests himself in the happiness of his subjects. We are apprehensive that the world may take this for an insinuation, very much to our dishonor, as if the benefit of our sovereign were a motive in our minds against a compliance. But as this imputation would be extremely unjust, so we hope it was not intended by your honor. We are, however, obliged in justice to ourselves and our constituents to declare that if we had reason to believe that a compliance would be the least benefit to our sovereign, it would be a very powerful argument with us. But we are, on the contrary, fully persuaded that a compliance at present would be very injurious and detrimental to His Majesty's service. End of section 6. Recording by Dory Smith.
Section 7 of the Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2 by Samuel Adams. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Article signed, A Chatterer. Boston Gazette, August 13th, 1770. Messieurs Eds and Gill, what availed the good qualities of Galba? He should have not employed bad men, or at least should have restrained or punished them, and cured the same censure as if he himself had done it. It is the common craft of corrupt ministers to represent their cause as the cause of their prince. His Honor the Lieutenant-Governor, in his late reply to the House of Representatives, tells them that a Secretary of State has by virtue of his office free access to the King and receives the signification of His Majesty's pleasure, from whence he concludes that he will give no directions but what he knows to be agreeable thereto, and therefore every order coming from a minister of state must be supposed to come immediately from the crown. This is reasoning plausible enough, but before I give my full assent to the conclusion, I must have good grounds to believe this same secretary to be a man of wisdom and integrity, a character which, however requisite, does not always belong to a minister of state. If he is deficient in both or either of these, we can have no assurance that every order coming from him is declaratory of the pleasure of the sovereign. His want of wisdom may render him altogether incapable of understanding the mind of his royal master, or, failing in point of integrity, he may maliciously and traitorously pervert his benevolent intentions for the good of his subjects. Whenever orders are given by a Secretary of State that are evidently calculated to injure the public, we are by no means to suppose them to come immediately from the Crown, for the King can do no wrong. Will his Honor have us believe that the King can do a weak and foolish, or a malevolent and wicked act? If not, such instructions are to be looked upon as the acts of the minister and not of the King. Ministers of state were formerly shields to the persons of kings from such kind of imputations. But it is much to be feared, if care is not taken to prevent it, the idle whimsies of ministers, their weakness and folly, or their daring and impudent attempts to destroy the liberties of the people, will be attributed to a cause which no one, to be sure at present, will choose to mention. I hope his Honor's reasoning and his correspondent conduct does not lead to this. The House of Representatives seem to be aware of the danger of such doctrine, when they expressly say, they presume not to call in question the wisdom of their sovereign or the rectitude of his intentions, at the same time that they speak with manly freedom of certain instructions that have come from ministers of state, and even treat them with indignity and contempt. His Honor presumes they would not have done this if they had known it to be an order from His Majesty. I believe they would not. They saw reason to think that the mandate to rescind in June 1768 was the mere act of a weak minister, and as his Honor does not give the least intimation that he either knows or believes to the contrary, I must beg leave to say that in my poor opinion the epithet given to it by the House is neither coarse nor indecent. We seem, messieurs printers, to be drawing very near the time when some people will be hardy enough to dispute whether we are to be governed according to the rule of the Constitution, the building of which has been the work of ages, or to use the words of the House by the breath of a minister of state. Instructions formed by a set of ministers calculated for certain purposes and sent over to a governor, who to avoid their high displeasure and the terrible effects of it must implicitly believe or say he believes in them, to come immediately from the King, and the House of Representatives must by no means controvert them, lest, as Bernard once impudently told them, they should be chargeable with impugnation against the King's authority. There is a sort of impropriety, as I take it, in saying that every order from a minister of state comes immediately from the Crown. However, little inaccuracies in diction are not to be regarded in a performance fraught with reason and sound judgment. It is rather to be wondered at that we meet with so few imperfections, since we are assured by his Honor that he had taken one day only for his reply, to an answer which he estimates cost a committee of the House full 8 days' hard labor. Some men are said to have intuitive knowledge, and such have nothing to do but write pages down, of unanswerable reasons as fast as the ink can flow. It was doubtless from this opinion that every order from a Secretary of State comes immediately from the King, or as his Honor elsewhere more properly expresses it, is a signification of His Majesty's pleasure, that he concludes it to be His Majesty's pleasure that he should not communicate them, for such a prohibitory order is said to come from the Secretary. But the House seemed to think it impossible that our gracious King should hold his subjects to a blind obedience to orders which they were not permitted to see, and therefore concluded, and as I humbly conceive very justly, that this order in a particular manner was to be supposed to be an act of the minister and not of the King. His Honor indeed speaks of it with great veneration, and tells them that the restraint he is under appears to him to be founded upon wise reasons. But from this alone he could not with certainty conclude that the order came directly from the King, for it is undoubtedly his Honor's opinion that the present set of ministers are very wise men, though not so wise as His Majesty, and therefore he might take it for granted the order was founded on wise reasons if it had come from them only. But as in these times of light and liberty, every man chooses to see and judge for himself, especially in all matters which are prescribed to him as rules of faith and practice, It is pity his honor did not condescend to communicate those wise reasons, that the house and the people without doors here and there, a transient person who may have a common share of understanding, might judge whether they appeared to them to be reasons becoming the wisdom of a king, or only, as the house somewhere expresses it, the freaks of a capricious minister of state. If I have leisure, I shall write you again. In the meantime, I am yours, a chatterer. End of section 7. Section 8 of the Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2 by Samuel Adams. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Article signed, A Chatterer. Boston Gazette, August 20th, 1770. One of the greatest indications of wisdom that a prince can show is to converse with and have about him virtuous and wise men. But princes are liable to be deceived. Frondum sed alla was the saying of a philosopher who understood courts well. A good prince may suffer by employing bad ministers and servants. Messieurs Printers, we are told in a late reply that the offices of attorneys and solicitors general have been for more than 50 years past filled up by persons of the highest reputation for learning and integrity. I am apt to think, if we look back, we shall find that some of those officers of the crown have been deficient in learning or integrity, or both. As we know, some ministers of state have been. The House of Representatives say, the province has suffered much by their unjust, groundless, and illegal opinions. Among other instances of weakness or wickedness in some persons who have filled these offices, I shall only mention one which now occurs to my mind. There is an Act of Parliament which exempts seamen from an impress in America. This act was upon several occasions urged by the Americans, and it has been the opinion of attorneys and solicitors general at different times that the act was limited to a time of war, when in truth there was no part or clause whatever in it to justify such opinion. Well, then may it be called a groundless opinion. And if groundless, will any one insist that there was no defect in these instances in point of integrity, if not of learning? Perhaps these opinions may appear to his honor to be founded upon wise reasons, but others who cannot see the force of these reasons have a right to think differently, and such a freedom is not likely to bring dishonor upon them. It is enough for those who are dependent upon the great for commissions, pensions, and the like, to preach up implicit faith in the great. Others, whose minds are unfettered with think for themselves, they will not blindly adopt the opinions even of persons who are advanced to the first stations in the courts of law and equity, any further than the reasons which they expressly give are convincing. They will judge freely of every point of state doctrine, and reject with disdain a blind submission to the authority of mere names, as being equally ridiculous, as well as dangerous in government and religion. It may have been, Messieurs Printers, too much the practice of late for some plantation governors, like theirs, either ancient or modern, to oppress and plague the people they were bound to protect, and, perhaps in obedience to orders that have come from secretaries of state, these orders truly were to be treated with as profound veneration, without the least inquiry into their nature and tendency, as ever a poor deluded Catholic referenced the degree of the Holy Father at Rome. While such a disposition prevailed, oh, how orderly were the people, how submissive to government! But when once a statute or the Constitution was pleaded, which it was as dangerous for the people to look into as it would be for an Italian, after the example of the noble Barians, to search the Scriptures, the Secretary of State was to be informed that the people were becoming rebellious. As they said of St. Paul for preaching doctrines opposite to the humor of the Jewish masters, that he turned the world upside down, the whole ministerial cabal was summoned. Opinions were called for and taken, and however ludicrous, to say the best of them, those opinions were, if the people did not swallow them down as law and reason, they were told that the freedom they used with the characters of great men, forsooth, would bring dishonor upon them, and standing armies were sent to convince them of the reasonableness of these opinions. I confess that too great a respect cannot be paid to the honorable part of the profession of the law. But when state lawyers, attorneys, and solicitors general, and persons advanced to the highest stations in the courts of law, prostitute the honor of the profession, become tools of ministers, and employ their talents for explaining away, if possible, the rights of a kingdom, they are then the proper objects of the odium and indignation of the public. A very judicious author has observed that our maladies and dangers have originated chiefly in the errors and misconduct of ministers, who from defect or ability or fidelity, or both, were unequal to the wants of a kingdom. A great genius, infinite knowledge, and infinite care, says he, are requisite to form a prime minister. But youth and dissipation, with the trainings of the turf and the gaming table, will now suffice to make a man master of the most difficult trade in the world without learning it. Such were the men under whose influence attorneys and solicitors general, within these 50 years past, have held their places, and have been advanced to the highest stations in the courts of law, without any other recommendation than a servile disposition to prostitute the law and the Constitution, whenever their masters should require it of them. Such have been the men from whom orders have come to generals and commanders in chief, civil and military, in America. And shall we easily be persuaded to take it for granted that such men are incapable of abusing the high trust reposed in them, and that orders coming from them are always to be considered as significations of the pleasure of the sovereign. Yours, a Chatterer. End of Section 8. Section 9 of the Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2, by Samuel Adams. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Article signed, A Chatterer. Boston Gazette, August 27th, 1770. Messieurs Printers, I find in the last Monday's Evening Post a piece signed Probus, the intention of which seems to be, at least in part, to show that I must be effectually disappointed in my attempt to convince the world that I am a greater scholar than the Lieutenant-Governor of this province. Now, upon the word of a great chatterer, I declare to all my kind readers, as well as hearers, that I never did make the least pretension to scholarship, and besides, the world must long have been fully convinced of the profound erudition of the Lieutenant-Governor of this province, that it would be in the highest degree of vanity in any man to think of rivaling him as a scholar. It was obvious to common readers that what comes from the king through his minister does not come immediately from the king, and yet every paper of the 6th of August led us to think that an expression in itself repugnant and absurd had, perhaps through inadvertency, dropped even from a learned pen. So far was I from bravely attacking the word immediately, or entering into a formal criticism, or any criticism at all, that I but barely mentioned it as a little inaccuracy, at the same time making the best apology I could for it, by saying that as his honor had assured us, he had taken 1 day only for his reply. It was rather to be wondered at, that we met with so few imperfections of that kind. But Probus has rectified the mistake, and Probus has vindicated the Lieutenant-Governor of this province as a scholar. We chatterers, Messieurs Printers, have as much pretension to the character of the gentleman as any such formal and grave kind of folks as Probus. But I did not think myself under any obligation, as a gentleman or an honest man, to hunt after the original, and therefore I have no acknowledgment to make to any for a faulty neglect in not seeing it before my publication. I supposed, as any one might, that the printed copies were agreeable to the original, and that our enemies may not avail themselves of the common artifice, in representing the advocates of the people as endeavoring to deceive the public, as I do again declare, that in my conscience I thought the printed copy to be genuine, and I hereby bear my testimony as far as that will go, against any abuse being offered to Probus, which, poor man, he either is or affects to be under apprehensions of, for rectifying this mistake. But as few persons behind his honour the Pope lay claim to infallibility, upon due consideration it seemeth not, that I am guilty of such high crime and misdemeanour, as by any rule in law to be subjected to indictment or ex officioso information. However, I think it incumbent on you to suffer your readers to be advertised that instead of immediately in his honour's reply to the House of Representatives, as published in your paper of the 6th of August, they ought to read immediately, which may prevent some other chatterer from rudely attempting to convince the world that he is a greater scholar than the Lieutenant-Governor of this province. Such an attempt perhaps may otherwise be made at a distance where Probus may not have it in his power to set right this notable mistake. The word being thus restored, the passage will remain just as liable to the chatterer's exception, notwithstanding all that Probus has said, as if it stood as it did, for the whole that was intended was to show that we ought to take the characters of ministers of state into consideration, before we conclude, as his honour would have us, that every order from them comes immediately from the crown, or is a signification of his Majesty's pleasure. There is in the same Evening Post, as well as the Boston Postboy and Advertiser, and also in the Gazette of Thursday last, an advertisement wherein the same notice is taken of this assault and battery of mine upon the scholarship of the Lieutenant-Governor of this province. I am sorry that my poor publication, which seems after all to be no more significancy in their opinion than a man of straw, has given so great uneasiness to some of his honour's friends. This advertiser indirectly chargeth me with indecency in undertaking to answer a governor's message. Now I did not undertake to answer a governor's message, and to speak plain, I did not think it worth while to undertake it. I believe I am not alone in the opinion that some messages might easily be answered, and possibly each in one day only. But if I had undertaken it, where in the name of common sense would have been the indecency of it? I know very well that it has been handed as a political creed of late that the reasoning of the people without doors is not to be regarded. But every transient person has a right publicly to animadvert upon whatever is publicly advanced by any man, and I am resolved to exercise that right, when I please without asking any man's leave. And moreover, I am free to say that if ever a governor's message should happen to below the attention of a scholar, no person can more aptly take notice of it than I know of, than a chatterer. End of section 9.
Section 10 of the Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mark DeSanzo. The Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2, by Samuel Adams. Section 10. The House of Representatives of Massachusetts to Benjamin Franklin. Province of Massachusetts Bay, November 6, 1770. Sir, the House of Representatives of this His Majesty's province, having made choice of you to appear for them at the Court of Great Britain, as there may be occasion, it is necessary that you be well informed of the state and circumstances of the province, and the grievances we labor under, the redress of which will require your utmost attention and application. You are sensible that the British Parliament have of late years thought proper to raise a revenue in America without our consent, by divers acts made expressly for that purpose. The reasons and grounds of our complaints against those acts are so well known and understood by you, that it is needless for us to mention them at this time. The measures that have been taken by the American assemblies to obtain the repeal of these acts though altogether consistent with the Constitution and clearly within the bounds of the subject's rights, have been nevertheless disgustful to administration, to whom we have been constantly represented by the servants of the Crown and others on this side of the water in the most disagreeable and odious light. Whether this province has been considered as having a lead among the other colonies, which they have never affected, or whether it is because Governor Bernard, the commissioners of the customs and others, who have discovered themselves peculiarly inimical to the colonies, have had their residences here, certain it is that the resentment of government at home has been particularly pointed against this province, for it is notorious that we have been charged with taking inflammatory measures, tending to create unwarrantable combinations, to excite an unjustifiable opposition to Parliament, and revive unhappy divisions among the colonies. And we have frequently been censured as disobedient to government for parts of conduct which have been in no wise dissimilar to those which have been taken by other colonies without the least censure or observation. While administration appeared to have conceived undue prejudices against us, our enemies have not failed to take every measure to increase those prejudices, and particularly by representing to the king's ministers that a spirit of faction had so greatly and universally prevailed among us as that government could not be supported, and it was unsafe for the officers of the crown to live in the province and execute their trusts without the protection of a military force. Such a force they at length obtained, the consequence of which was a scene of confusion and distress for the space of 17 months, which ended in the blood and slaughter of His Majesty's good subjects. It was particularly mortifying to us to see the whole system of civil authority in the province yielding to this most dangerous power, and at the very time when the interposition of the civil magistrate was of the most pressing necessity to check the wanton and bloody career of the military. The lieutenant-governor himself declared, as Governor Bernard had before, that, quote, he had no authority over the king's troops in the province, end quote, and His Majesty's representative in council became an humble supplicant for their removal out of the town of Boston. What would be the feelings of our fellow subjects in Britain if, contrary to their Bill of Rights, and indeed to every principle of civil government, soldiers were posted even in their capital without the consent of their Parliament? And yet the subjects of the same prince in America, who are entitled to the same freedom, are compelled to submit to as great a military power as administration shall please to order, to be posted among them in a time of profound peace without the consent of their assemblies. And this military power is allowed to trample upon the laws of the land, the common security, without restraint. Such an instance of absolute uncontrolled military tyranny must needs be alarming to those who have before in some measure enjoyed, and are still entitled to, the blessings of a free government, having never forfeited the character of loyal subjects. After the fatal tragedy of the 5th of March, the regiments under the command of Lieutenant Colonel Dalrymple were removed from the town of Boston to the barracks on Castle Island, in consequence of a petition from the town to the lieutenant-governor and his prayer to the colonel. Since which, in pursuance of instruction to the lieutenant-governor, the garrison there in the pay of the province is withdrawn, and a garrison of His Majesty's regular troops placed in their stead. And although this exchange is made ostensibly by the immediate order of the lieutenant-governor, yet it appears by the enclosed depositions that Colonel Dalrymple in reality took the custody and government of the fortress by order of General Gage, and therefore the lieutenant-governor has no longer that command which he is vested with by the royal charter. We cannot help observing upon this occasion that the instructions which have of late been given to the governor, some of them at least, directly militate, as in the present instance, with the charter of the province, and these instructions are not always adapted to promote His Majesty's service or the good of the people within this province, but often appear to be solely calculated to further and execute the measures and enforce the laws of a different state, by which means His Majesty's colonies may be entirely subjected to the absolute will of his other subjects in Great Britain, for which there can be no pretense of right but what is founded in mere force. By virtue of their positive instructions, the General Assembly of the province has been removed from its ancient established and only convenient seat in Boston, and is still obliged to hold its session at Harvard College in Cambridge, to the great inconvenience of the members and injury of the people, as well as detriment of that seminary of learning, without any reason that can be assigned but will and pleasure. And thus the prerogative of the king, which is a trust reposed in him to be improved only for the welfare of his subjects, is perverted to their manifest injury. And what is still more grievous is, that the governor of the province is absolutely inhibited, as we are told, from laying before the assembly any instruction which he receives, even such as carry in them the evident marks of his Majesty's displeasure, by which means the House of Representatives cannot have it in their power to obtain here that precise knowledge of the grounds of our sovereign's displeasure, which we are in reason and justice entitled to, nor can the ministry be made responsible for any measures they may advise to in order to introduce and establish an illegal and arbitrary government over his Majesty's subjects and the colonies. We have an instance of this kind now before us. The Lieutenant-Governor of the province having, in his speech at the opening of this session, given a dark intimation of something intended against the province, and when the House of Representatives earnestly desired him to explain it, that they might have a clear understanding of what was intended therein, he declared, as he had before done in other like cases, that he was not at liberty to make public or to communicate by speech or message an order from his Majesty in council which he had received, although in consequence thereof the state of the province was to be laid before Parliament. By such conduct in the ministry, it appears that we may be again accused and censured by Parliament as we have heretofore been, and perhaps suffer the greatest injury without knowing our accusers or the matters that may be alleged against us. At the same time, by an order of Parliament, that the names of persons giving intelligence to the ministry which may at any time be laid before the Parliament shall be made secret even to the members themselves, the greatest encouragement is given to persons inimical to the province to send home false relations of speeches and proceedings in public assemblies and elsewhere, containing injurious charges upon individuals as well as public bodies, some of which have been transmitted home under the seal of the province, without the least notice given to those individuals, or any but the few in the secret, to attend and cross-examine such witnesses. Thus even Parliament itself may be misled into measures highly injurious and destructive to the province, by the calumny and detraction of those who are not and cannot be known, and whose falsehoods cannot therefore be detected. So wretched is the state of this province, not only to be subjected to the absolute instructions given to the governor to be the rule of his administration, whereby some of the most essential clauses of our charter, vesting in him powers to be exercised for the good of the people, are totally rescinded, which in reality is a state of despotism, but also to a standing army, which, being uncontrolled by any authority within the province, must soon tear up the very foundations of civil government. Moreover, we have the highest reason to complain that, since the late parliamentary regulations of the colonies, the jurisdiction of the Court of Admiralty has been extended to so enormous a length as itself to threaten the very being of the Constitution. By the statute 4th George III, Chapter 15, quote, all forfeitures and penalties inflicted by this or any other act of Parliament relating to the trade and plantations in America, which shall be incurred there, may be prosecuted, sued for, and recovered in any court of admiralty in the said colonies. End quote. Thus a single judge, independent of the people and in a civil law court, is to try these extraordinary forfeitures and penalties without a jury, whereas the same statute provides that all penalties and forfeitures which shall be incurred in Great Britain shall be prosecuted, sued for, and recovered in any of His Majesty's Courts of Record, in Westminster or in the Court of Exchequer in Scotland, respectively. Here is the most unreasonable and unjust distinction made between the subjects in Britain and America, as though it were designed to exclude us from the least share in that clause of Magna Carta, which has for many centuries been the noblest bulwark of the English liberties, and which cannot be too often repeated. Quote, no freeman shall be taken or imprisoned or diseased of his freehold, or liberties, or free customs, or be outlawed, or exiled, or any otherwise destroyed, nor will we pass upon him, nor condemn him, but by the judgment of his peers or the law of the land. End quote. These are some of the insupportable grievances which this province has long been laboring under, and which still remain altogether unredressed. For although they have been set forth in the clearest manner by humble petitions to the throne, yet such an ascendancy over us have the officers of the crown here in the minds of administration, that our complaints are scarcely heard. Our very petitions are deemed factious, and instead of obtaining any relief, our oppressions have been more aggravated, and we have reason to apprehend will be still increased. For by the best intelligence from England, we are under strong apprehensions that by virtue of an Act of Parliament of the 7 George III, which empowers His Majesty to appropriate a part of the revenue raised in America for the support of civil government and the administration of justice in such colonies where he shall judge it necessary, administration is determined to bestow large salaries upon the Attorney General, judges, and governor of this province, whereby they will be made not only altogether independent of the people, but wholly dependent upon the ministry for their support. These appointments will be justly obnoxious to the other colonies, and tend to beget and keep up a perpetual discontent among them, for they will deem it unjust as well as unnecessary to be obliged to bear a part of the support of government in this province, and even in the courts of law, especially if designs are also meditating to make other important alterations in our charter by appointing the council from home, etc., whereby the executive will be rendered absolute, and the legislative totally ineffectual to any valuable purpose. The Assembly is in all reason sufficiently dependent already upon the Crown, the one branch annually for its being, as it is subject to the negative of the governor, and both the branches for every grant and appropriation of their money, and also for their whole defense and security, as he is Captain General, and has by charter the sole military command within the province. All civil officers are either nominated and appointed by him with the advice and consent of His Majesty's Council, or if elected, they are subject to his negative. And our laws, after being consented to by His Majesty's Governor, are by the first opportunity from the making thereof to be transmitted to His Majesty for his approbation or disallowance. 3 years they are subject to the revision of the Crown lawyers in Britain, who may always be strangers to our internal polity, and sometimes disaffected to us, and at any time within the 3 years, His Majesty in his Privy Council may, if he thinks proper, reject them, and then they become utterly void. Surely the Parliament of Great Britain cannot wish for greater checks, both upon the legislative and executive of a colony, unless we are to be considered as bastards and not sons. A step further will reduce us to absolute subjection. If administration is resolved to continue such measure of severity, the colonies will in time consider the mother state as utterly regardless of their welfare. Repeated acts of unkindness on one side may by degrees abate the warmth of affection on the other, and a total alienation may succeed to that happy union, harmony, and confidence which has subsisted, and we sincerely wish may always subsist. If Great Britain, instead of treating us as their fellow subjects, shall aim at making us their vassals and slaves, the consequence will be that although our merchants have receded from their non-importation agreement, yet the body of the people will vigorously endeavor to become independent of the mother country for supplies, and sooner than she may be aware of it, will manufacture for themselves. The colonists, like healthy young sons, have been cheerfully building up the parent state, and how far Great Britain will be affected if they should be rendered even barely useless to her, is an object which we conceive is at this very juncture worth the attention of a British Parliament. Your own acquaintance with this province, and your well-known attachment to it, will lead you to exert all your powers in its defense, and as the Council have made choice of William Bollen, Esquire, for their agent, you will no doubt confer with him, and concert such measures as will promote our common interest. Your abilities we greatly confide in, but if you shall think it for the advantage of the province to consult with and employ counsel learned in the law, the importance of your agency will be a motive sufficient for us to acquiesce in such expense on that account, as your own judgment shall dictate to you to be necessary. Included are the proceedings of His Majesty's Council of this province, upon an affidavit of Mr. Secretary Oliver, which this House apprehend has a tendency to make a very undue impression on the minds of His Majesty's ministers and others, respecting the temper and disposition of the people, previous to the tragical transaction of the 5th of March last. You are therefore desired to make such use of them as shall prevent such unhappy consequences from taking effect. End of section 10. Section 11 of the Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mark DeSanzo. The Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2, by Samuel Adams. Section 11, to Stephen Sayre. Boston, November 16, 1770. Sir, I should before now have acknowledged your favor of the 5th June, but my being obliged to attend the session of the General Court for 7 weeks and other necessary avocations prevented it. I return the letters, signed Unius Americanus, delivered to me by Mr. Carey by your direction, to be a valuable present. The author has served the American cause in a manner in which I have long wished some able pen would have undertaken to do it by appealing to the good sense of the body of the nation. I believe the general inclination there is to wish that we may preserve our liberties, and perhaps even the ministry could for some reasons find it in their hearts to be willing that we should be restored to the state we were in before the passing of the Stamp Act, were it not that a set of detestable men were continually writing from hence that we should carry our claims still higher, and there would be no bounds to our demands. I can venture to assure you that there is no foundation for such assertions, nor do I think they are really believed by any. The people here are indeed greatly tenacious of their just rights, and I hope in God they will ever firmly maintain them. Every attempt to enforce the plan of despotism will certainly irritate them. While they have a sense of freedom, they will oppose the efforts of tyranny. And although the mother country may at present boast of her superiority over them, she may perhaps find the want of that superiority, when, by repeated provocations, she shall have totally lost their affections. All good men surely wish for a cordial harmony between the two countries. Great Britain can lose nothing which she ought to retain by restoring the Americans to their former state, and they, I am satisfied, will no further contend. While the struggle continues, manufactures will still increase in America, in spite of all efforts to prevent it, and how far Britain will be injured by it ought certainly to be well considered on your side of the Atlantic. Our merchants have receded from their non-importation agreement. They held it much longer than I ever thought they would or could. It was a grand trial which pressed hard upon their private interest. But the landholders find it for their interest to manufacture, and it is their happy consideration that while they are most effectually serving their country, they are adding to their private fortunes. The representatives of the people have this day agreed to promote manufactures in their respective towns, and the House have appointed a special committee to form a plan for the effectual encouragement of arts, agriculture, manufactures, and commerce in this province, and even the administration of a Bernard could not tend more to sharpen the edge of resentment which will perpetually keep alive the spirit of manufactures than that which we are now blessed with. Lieutenant-Governor Hutchinson, more plausible indeed than Bernard, seems resolved to push the same plan, and the people plainly see that a change of men is not likely to produce a change of measures. So soon are the words of the one verified when he said of the other that he could rely upon him as he could on himself. Our House of Representatives have been induced to do business this session against their former remonstrances, principally from a necessity which they apprehended they were under of attending to what might be doing on your side the water. They accordingly chose an agent. I gave my suffrage with about a third of the House, for Dr. Lee, but Dr. Franklin being personally known to many of the members had the preference. Both the gentlemen were highly spoken of in the House, and afterwards Dr. Lee was appointed to the trust, by a very full vote in case of the death or absence of Dr. Franklin. Our state trials, as we may call them, have at length come on. Preston is acquitted by a jury. It is to be remarked that the baker of the regiment, who indeed would have had himself excused, and 3 others were put on as talesman Preston, having challenged 18. One of the 3 was a known intimate of Preston's, and another had declared before that if he was to be of the jury, he would sit till doomsday before he would consent to a verdict against him. Evidence to prove that the soldiers were the aggressors, of which there was plenty, was not admitted. The main question was whether he ordered the men to fire. Divers persons swore positively that he did, but they differing about the circumstance of his dress, and others swearing, one that he was very near him and did not hear him give the orders, and others that some other person unknown gave them, operated in his favor. but no weight that I can learn was given to full proof that he led the soldiers armed with loaded muskets and bayonets. This he had a right, nay, it was his duty to do, because the sentinel was in danger, and we must presume the people were the aggressors. This principle, I suppose, will clear the soldiers whose trials begin on Tuesday next. Richardson, who was convicted of the murder of young Snyder so long ago as March, remains unhanged, the court not having yet determined upon his motion for another trial. You may easily observe that we have catched the impartial spirit of the king's friends, a synonymous term for friends of government here, from the mother country. I had not the opportunity of attending Preston's trial, but am in hopes of having a minute account of it from a sensible gentleman who was present. If I can obtain it, I will write you more precisely upon the subject. Before I conclude, I must mention to you that the minister has taken a method which, in my opinion, has a direct tendency to set up a despotism here, or rather is the thing itself, and that is by sending instructions to the governor to be the rule of his administration, and forbidding him, as the governor declares, to make them known to us, the design of which may be to prevent his ever being made responsible for any measures he may advise in order to introduce and establish arbitrary power over the colonies. Mr. Hutchinson has pushed this point with all the vigor of Bernard, which has occasioned warm messages between him and the Assembly, as you may observe in the Boston Gazette for several weeks past. But of this I shall be more particular in my next. I shall be proud of an epistolary correspondence with you, and with Dr. Lee, to whom, though personally unknown to him, I beg you would make my compliments. I am with strict truth. End of section 11.
Section 12 of the Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Esmond, Castleton-on-Hudson, New York. The Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2, by Samuel Adams. Section 12. The House of Representatives to the Lieutenant-Governor of Massachusetts. The House of Representatives to the Lieutenant-Governor of Massachusetts. May it please your honor, the House of Representatives have heretofore viewed with concern the deplorable state of the militia of this province, but have heretofore refrained from any public mention of it, at least some misconstruction should be put upon it. But, by the last advices from Great Britain, the nations of Europe appear to be upon the eve of a general war, and perhaps America may be the object in the eye of some of those nations. And, when some of the regiments within this province are destitute of field officers, and many companies without captains or subalterns, the arms of the militia we fear are deficient, and military discipline too much neglected. Duty to His Majesty, and a regard to our safety constrain us to address your honor, praying that you would be pleased, as soon as may be, to fill up the vacancies in the several regiments, wherever such vacancies are, with such persons as to your honor shall seem meet, and that your honor would be pleased to use your endeavors that the several officers carefully discharge the trust reposed in them, and should any amendments in or addition to the laws for regulating the militia of this province be thought needful, at the next session of the General Court of the House of Representatives will cheerfully do all in their power towards putting the militia on a respectable footing. On November 19, 1770, Samuel Adams was appointed a member of a committee to draft a message to the Lieutenant-Governor with reference to the vacancies in the militia. On the following day, Adams reported to the House a draft, which was accepted. End of Section 12. The House of Representatives to the Lieutenant-Governor of Massachusetts. Recording by Paul Esmond, Castleton-on-Hudson, New York.
Section 13 of The Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2, by Samuel Adams. Article signed a Tory, Boston Gazette, November 26, 1770. I've thought of several things that have taken place since the present administration began, which must needs have given sensible pleasure to every friend of this province, and possibly were alluded to in a late proclamation. In the first place, the friends of government have so far prevailed against the faction as to get the non-importation plan broke through, which had for so long time embarrassed the ministry in their laudable efforts to establish a revenue in the colonies. The consequence of this, it is hoped, will be that the worthy commissioners of the customs will be continued, and the troops which have so eminently protected the lives and reformed the morals of the people will be reinstated, so that the well-affected may enjoy their places and pensions without molestation from the vulgar. In the next place, our castle, William, is taken out of the hands of the rude natives and put under the government of regular forces. This was an admirable maneuver, which has occasioned the highest joy in the friends of government. Thanked his unnamed station for it, and in proportion damped the spirits of the faction. And then such a grand appearance of tall ships of war in our capital harbor, which were certainly designed to show us the marks of the greatest respect. For what other end could the wise ministry have had in view, and may serve to make up for the loss of troops, if we should unfortunately not be favored with more? There is also the advantage which his honor, the Lieutenant-Governor, must reap from some late instructions which, no doubt, are founded in wise reasons, whereby the great defects in our charter, which the friends of government have been long complaining of, may be supplied. I may mention also a late remarkable deliverance from death and danger, blessed a marksman, for it would have been a great discouragement to the efforts of government. But no more. These may be thought to be matters of great thankfulness, and may suitably employ our minds at the approaching solemnity. Yours, a Tory, Cambridge, November 20, 1770. End of section 13.
Section 14 of the Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Esmond, Castleton-on-Hudson, New York. The Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2, Section 14. To Peter Timothy. To Peter Timothy. Boston, November 21st, 1770. Sir, ever since I received your favor of September 22nd, I have been incessantly employed in the General Assembly, which met, agreeable to instructions at Harvard College in Cambridge. This, I hope, will be some apology for my not acknowledging it before. I had received a letter from Mr. John Neville, chairman of the Committee of Merchants in Charlestown, enclosing letters for the Sons of Liberty in Boston, Connecticut, and New Hampshire, the last of which I forwarded as soon as possible to the gentlemen in the respective places I judged worthy so excellent a character. That which was directed for Boston I unsealed, professing myself a son of liberty, but found it was designed for the trade, with whom I was not connected, but as an auxiliary in their non-importation agreement. I therefore delivered it to the chairman of the committee here, and it was read with very great approbation in a large meeting of the body of the people. I desire you would make my compliments and apology to Mr. Neville. I verily believed that the Committee of Merchants had duly honored his letter by returning an answer to it, as they had ordered it to be published in our papers, and I candidly suppose they had the same expectation from me, which may be the occasion that the letter remained unanswered. The non-importation agreement since the defection of New York is entirely at an end. From the beginning I have been apprehensive it would fall short of our wishes. It was continued much beyond my expectation. There are, here, and I suppose everywhere, men interested enough to render such a plan abortive. Through the influence of the committee and Tories here, Boston had been made to appear in an odious light, but I would not have you believe it to be the true light. The merchants in general have punctually abode by their agreement, to their very great private loss. Some few have found means to play a dishonorable game without detection, though the utmost pains have been taken. The body of the people remained firm till the merchants receded. I am very sorry that the agreement was ever entered into, as it has turned out ineffectual. Let us then ever forget that there has been such a futile combination, and awaken our attention to our grand object. Let the colonies still convince their implacable enemies that they are united in constitutional principles, and are resolved they will not be slaves, that their dependence is not upon merchants or any particular class of men, nor is their dernier resort a resolution barely to withhold commerce with a nation that would subject them to despotic power. Our House of Representatives have appointed a committee to correspond with our friends in the other colonies, and American manufactures should be the constant theme. Our young men seem of late very ambitious of making themselves masters of the art military. End of section 14. Recording by Paul Esmond, Castleton-on-Hudson, New York.
Section 15 of the Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2, by Samuel Adams. Section 15. To Stephen Sayre, Manuscript Samuel Adams Papers, Lenox Library, Boston, 23 November 1770. Sir, Captain Scott being detained by a contrary wind, and the General Assembly being now prorogued, I have an opportunity of writing an addition to my letter of the 16th instant, and by the same conveyance. As soon as I heard of the death of our worthy friend Mr. de Bert, I was determined, if the House should come to the choice of an agent, to give my vote for yourself, and I was confirmed in my resolution when I found by your letter of the 5th June that such an appointment would be agreeable to you, but being afterwards told by a friend of yours that you were desirous yourself that Dr. Lee might be chosen, which by no means lessened my opinion of your merit, and having also a great opinion of Dr. Lee, I thought myself happy in a conclusion that your inclination perfectly coincided with my own judgment. At the same time, such was my opinion of your honest zeal for the rights of America and of your ability to defend them, that I could with equal satisfaction have voted for Mr. Sayre. I am perfectly of your opinion that no man should be the object of our choice who holds any place at the will of the present administration. How far the House have been influenced by this principle, you are able to judge. You will observe by the enclosed papers to how great a degree ministerial instructions are enforced here. They not only prescribe to the Assembly, which ought to be free from the forms of legislation in the most essential parts, but even annihilate the powers of the governor vested in him by charter. Could it possibly be imagined that a man who is bone of our bone and flesh of our flesh, who boasts that his ancestors were of the first rank and figure in the country, who has had all the honors lavishly heaped upon him which his fellow citizens had it in their power to bestow, who with all the arts of personal address professes the strongest attachment to his native country and the most tender feeling for its rights, could it be imagined that such a man should be so lost to all sense of gratitude and public love as to aid the designs of despotic power for the sake of rising a single step higher? Who would not weep if such a man there be? Who would not weep if heaven were he? Aut Caesar, aut nullus, is inscribed on the hearts of some men who have neither Caesar's learning nor courage. Caesar 3 times refused the crown. His heart and his tongue evidently gave each other the lie. Our modern great man would fain have it thought that he has refused a government which his soul is every day panting after, and without the possession of which his ambition and lust of power will perpetually torment him. The intelligence in your letter of the 18th September, which I have just now with pleasure received, does not at all surprise me. His former letters, wrote before Bernard embarked for England, have been equally oppugnant to the form of your government, and yet this very man gives out that in 6 months the province will be convinced that his letters are written in defense of our charter. So I remember Bernard himself, not long before his own letters returned, declared to both houses of assembly that if he was at liberty to make public the letters he had written to the several boards in favor of the province, his enemies would blush. Why does not this man make his letters public? Would not a Roman senator have seized the opportunity of appeasing the jealousies of the angry citizens? But the body of the people are contemptible. This people who know not the law are cursed, said a haughty Jewish priest. It has been his principle from a boy that mankind are to be governed by the discerning few, and it has ever since been his ambition to be the hero of the few. I have long since been of your opinion that few great men in Britain are entitled to an American confidence. They will all, in their turns, clamor for us, while it is their interest so to do. It is the business of America to take care of herself. Her salvation, as you justly observe, depends upon her own virtue. Arts and manufactures, aided by commerce, have raised Great Britain to its present pitch of grandeur. America will avail herself by imitating her. We have already seen her troops, and as we have a prospect of a war, I hope I may safely tell you that our young men begin to be ambitious of making themselves perfect masters of the art military. Amidst the innumerable evils which we complain of from the bad policy of your ministry, this is the happy effect of Britain's transplanting her arms in America. End of section 15.
Section 16 of the Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2, by Samuel Adams. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. To Josiah Williams, Boston, November 23, 1770. My dear Sir, when you embarked for London, I promised you I would write by the next ship. I did not write, but it was owing to incessant avocations at Cambridge, and not to an unmindfulness of my promise or a want of inclination to fulfill it. I hope ere now you are safe arrived. You are then a sojourner in one of the most opulent and most luxurious cities in the world. Music is your dear delight. There your taste will be improved, but I fear that discord will too often discompose you, and the rude clamours against your country will vex you. I rely upon it that your own good sense will dictate to you that which will sufficiently vindicate your country against foul aspersion whenever you may meet with it. And I cannot entertain the least doubt but you are possessed with all that patriarch zeal which will forever warm the breast of an ingenious young gentleman. Such a zeal, tempered with a manly prudence, will render you respectable in political circles of men of sense. I am sure you will never condescend to be a companion of fools. After telling you what I know will be agreeable to you, that your friends are well, you must allow me to plead haste and conclude at present with my best wishes for your prosperity. End of section 16.
Section 17 of the Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by William Bruce McFadden, McKinney, Texas. The Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2 by Samuel Adams, Section 17. Article signed, A Chatterer. Boston Gazette, December 3, 1770. We should all remember that British America was well affected to the nation till ministerial innovations occasioned these difficulties. Anonymous. Instead of submitting to ministerial guidance, they seem so far led away by common sense and their regard for the common welfare that they have no reverence for the instructions and refinements of our ministers. Ibid. Monsieur Printers, some time ago I took the liberty of making a few remarks in my poor manner upon a speech delivered at the close of a session of the General Assembly. I then thought, and still think, that I had good right and lawful authority so to do, notwithstanding the rebuke which the venerable Mr. Probus then thought fit to give me. In imitation of some of my brethren, I solemnly warned my readers, by way of applications, of the danger of certain instructions, or, as they were termed, ministerial mandates, we had about that time been told of, which appeared to me to be equal to that of revenue acts, or standing armies to enforce them. I little thought that these instructions, or mandates, call them what you will, would in their effects have made so rapid a progress in so short a time, as I find they have since the present administration began. For I perceive that our House of Representatives have plainly told the Lieutenant-Governor that merely in obedience to instructions he has made an absolute surrender of Castle William to His Majesty's forces, with a most express resignation of his power of garrisoning the same to Lieutenant-Colonel Dalrymple. And to prove it, they recite his Honor's orders under his own hand to Captain Phillips to deliver that fort into the hands of the commanding officer of His Majesty's regular forces, then upon the island, to be garrisoned by such detachment as he should order. To this, indeed, his Honor says, "There is nothing in the orders which I gave to Captain Phillips which does not perfectly consist with my retaining the command of the castle, and my right to exchange the present garrison for the former or any other as I shall think proper. But I must confess, it is mysterious to me how his Honor can retain the right to dismiss Colonel Dalrymple and his attachment when he pleases, or exchange the present garrison for any other as he shall think proper, after having delivered the fort without any reservation into the hands of Colonel Dalrymple in consequence of express orders from another to be garrisoned by such detachment as he shall order. I am not so certain that his Honor, who pays a sacred regard to instructions, will easily be persuaded to exchange the present garrison for the former, or any other, however necessary such exchange may be, without first having leave from the Right Honorable the Earl of Hillsborough, as full and express as the orders he received from his lordship to place the present garrison there. Others may reconcile an absolute delegation of power without any reserve by the express orders of a superior, with a right retained in the person who is thus ordered to delegate, to exercise the same power when he pleases. I have not that intuitive knowledge which some men are said to be blessed with, and therefore it will not be thought strange if I do not see clearly through this mystery in politics. The House further observe that, as his Honor has heretofore repeatedly declared that he has no authority over the King's troops in the province, it was absurd to suppose he could have the command of a fort thus unreservedly surrendered to, and in full possession of such troops. Which appears to be a just conclusion. For can anyone believe that Colonel Dalrymple will hold himself obliged to march the King's troops under his command out of that fort in obedience to the orders of one who has no authority over them? Think not, Mr. Printers, that I am now finding fault. For if his Honor has, in this instance, divested himself of a power of governing which is vested in him by the charter for the safety of the province, as wiser heads than mine have determined, who will dare to find fault? It was done by virtue of instructions, and we are told that instructions from a minister of state come immediately from the K. And his honor knows that instructions, whatever coarse epithet may have been bestowed upon them, are founded in very wise reasons, and ought not to be treated with contempt. Holt, Somers, and others, who nearly 80 years ago laid their heads together to form our charter, were certainly wise and great men, and King William, who gave it, was as certainly a wise and good king. But does not the wisdom of my Lord of H far exceed theirs? Pray, does not every measure which he has advised fully evince this to the conviction of all but a few factious fellows here and there? The friends of government are willing to submit what judgment they have to such profound wisdom. And what if our old-fashioned charter should be pared down by instructions, and a power or two of the G, vested in him for the safety of the people, should even be annihilated by them? We are only to believe there are very wise reasons for it, and we shall find that all is for the best. But it is said that Mr. Hall, the late chaplain, whose deposition was also taken, has not only given the House the form of words in which his honor committed the custody of the castle, according to the charter, to Colonel Dalrymple, but has substituted words which carry a very different meaning. It is strange that Mr. Hall, whom his honor directed to attend him, I suppose as a witness, should so grossly mistake the meaning of the words. But whatever he may lack in comprehension, memory, or veracity, he shall, if he likes it, be touched up with the reputation of a very modest kind of gentleman. He has with great modesty declared that he could not recollect the words. Mr. Hall's expression is, perhaps I may not recollect the words exactly, and could only recollect the impression they made upon his mind. Here again we find Mr. Hall's expression to be, this, as far as I can recollect, is the impression they made upon my mind. He spoke upon memory, and if he delivered the substance of what he heard, his not being certain that he recollected the words exactly is not material. What then is the substance as delivered by Mr. Hall under oath, who has the character both of an honest and a sensible man, although it is said that he substituted words which convey a very different meaning? It is this: by virtue of authority derived from his Majesty to govern this province, and in consequence of express orders from the Right Honorable the Earl of Hillsborough, to deliver this fort into the hands of the commanding officer of the King's troops now upon the island, to be garrisoned by such detachment or detachments as he shall think proper, I deliver these keys to you as commanding officer. If his honor has a copy of the exact form of words, and will favor the public with it, we shall be able to judge where the difference is, and whether, in our opinion, it is material. Perhaps the words, according to the charter, which I observe are commanded in his honor's reply as emphatical, are omitted by Mr. Hall. But if they are a part of the form of words, the House seem to have fully taken them up by affirming that his honor has no authority, either by the charter or his commission, to delegate the power of garrisoning the castle to any other person, and that the shoe of the authority of the governor thus held up served only to make the surrender the more solemn and formal. If then he had no such authority to do it either by charter or commission, how could he do it by virtue of the authority derived from his Majesty to govern the province? Unless that authority is derived to him to govern solely by the express orders from the Right Honorable the Earl of Hillsborough. If so, where indeed is the freedom of the governor of this province? I desire to know how his honor, in delivering the keys of the castle and the power of garrisoning it to Colonel Dalrymple, can be supposed to have exercised his own judgment and election, when he declares he did it in consequence of express orders from another, and that other does not appear to be his Majesty, but the Right Honorable the Earl of Hillsborough. The whole matter that could exercise his judgment, as it appears to me, must have been whether he should deliver the fort to Colonel Dalrymple to be garrisoned by such detachment of the regular forces as he should think proper, in obedience to the express orders of Lord Hillsborough, or retain the right of committing the custody and government thereof to such person or persons as to him should seem meet. by virtue of the authority derived from His Majesty to govern the province according to the express terms of the Charter. I may venture to say there has not been an instance of this kind since the date of our Charter, and in the opinion of judicious and unprejudiced persons it is a matter of very great moment. Our enemies may now have the pleasure of seeing the principal fort and key of the province in the hands of persons who have not the least dependence upon it, the capital environed with ships of war, the General Assembly removed from its ancient seat into the country, and the college, which has been liberally supported by the people for the education of our youth, has been made a seat of government under a pretense, as it is said, of a prerogative in the crown to take up any public buildings, all by virtue of instructions which we are implicitly to believe are founded in wise reasons, while the people throughout the province, whether they are sensible of it or not, are every day contributing to a revenue raised by the act of a legislature in which they are not and cannot be represented, and against their most earnest petitions and warmest remonstrances. Surely these are not the blessings of admin, for which we are this week to return to Almighty God our unfeigned thanks. When the public observed that the House had ordered Mr. Hall's deposition to be published at large, and that His Honor was duly notified to be present at the caption, perhaps it may be thought that the mention that is made of the care industriously taken by the House to omit the reserve Mr. Hall had made because it did not suit their purpose might have been spared. Its not suiting their purpose might be a sufficient reason for their omitting it, but possibly His Honor's manner of introducing it may be taken by some to convey a very different meaning. As to the formality of delivering the keys of the fort, I suppose it to have been in much the same form of words as is used when a governor who is recalled delivers them to another who is to succeed him in the government of the province by His Majesty's appointment. Colonel Dalrymple accepted them in consequence of orders from General Gage, without recognizing any subordination to His Honor. Whether he will ever deliver them to any person but such as may claim more authority over the King's troops in the province than the Lieutenant-Governor has, I very much doubt. You shall hear from me again, and in the meanwhile I am yours, a chatterer. End of section 17. Recording by William Bruce McFadden.
Section 18 of the Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2 by Samuel Adams. Article signed Vindex, December 10, 1770. Boston Gazette, to the printers. The trial of Captain Preston and the soldiers who were indicted for the murder of Messrs. Gray, Maverick, Caldwell, Carr, and Attucks on the fatal 5th of March last occasions much speculation in this town, and whatever may be the sentiments of men of the coolest minds abroad concerning the issue of this trial, we are not to doubt, but the court, the jury, the witnesses, and the counsel on both sides have conscientiously acquitted themselves. To be sure, no one in his senses will venture to affirm the contrary. I'm free to declare my opinion that a cause of so great importance, not only to this town, but to all His Majesty's subjects, especially to the inhabitants of cities and seaport towns, who are exposed to have troops posted among them whenever the present administration shall take it into their heads in His Majesty's name to send them. Such a cause, I say, ought to be fairly stated to the public, that we may from thence learn how far we are bound to submit to every band of soldiers we may meet in the streets, and in what instances we may venture to interpose and prevent their murdering those whom we may think to be innocent persons, without being liable to be censured for acting unlawfully, if we escape with our own heads, if we should fall victims to their rage and cruelty. It was a question put by the chief magistrate of this province to the officer who commanded on that bloody evening, did you not know that you should not have fired without the order of a civil magistrate? And it was sworn in court in the case of Captain Preston that he answered, I did it to save my sentry. But whatever his answer was, or however unsatisfactory to his honor, the question plainly implies that it was the judgment of his honor that the soldiers could not justify themselves in firing upon the people without the order of the civil magistrate. Yet they did fire without such orders, and killed 5 of his Majesty's good subjects, most, if not all of whom, were at that time for aught that has yet appeared in the peace of God and the King. They not only fired without the orders of the civil magistrate, but they never called for one, which they might easily have done. They went down of their own accord, armed with muskets and bayonets fixed, presuming that they were clothed with as much authority by the law of the land as the posse comitatus of the country, with the high sheriff at their head. How little regard is due to the word of a M.R., who would fain have flattered us into a belief that the troops were sent here to aid the civil magistrate, and were never to act without one. And let me observe how fatal are the effects, the danger of which I long ago mentioned, of posting a standing army among a free people. If his honor was not mistaken in his judgment, and I presume he was not, viz., that it was unlawful for them to fire without the order of the civil magistrate, they were certainly from the beginning at least very imprudent and foolhardy in going down, armed as they were, with weapons of death, without the direction of the civil magistrate, especially if they intended to fire, as I think it is manifest they did. When Captain Preston was asked whether the soldiers intended to fire, he answered they could not fire without his orders. No one will pretend that they had not strength or skill to pull their triggers, but by the rules of the army, their own rules, they were restrained from firing till he first gave them orders. Yet contrary to those very rules, they all did fire, all but one, and he did all he could to fire, for his gun flushed in the pan. It is said that when it was urged by the counsel for the crown that by the rules of law they ought to have retreated if they were in danger of their lives, it was answered that by the rules of the army they were chained as it were to their post, that they dared not to retreat without the orders of their captain, that in so doing they would have exposed themselves to a sentence of death in a court-martial. Yet we have it from great authority that they would have been distracted if they had not fired, upon a supposition that they were in danger, although by the same rules of war they could not have fired any more than they could have retreated till the captain ordered them, and they exposed themselves to be shot by the sentence of a court-martial if they did fire, as much as they would have done if they had retreated without his order. Certainly it will not be said it was more becoming the bravery of a British soldier to stand his ground against the subjects of his own king, and kill them upon the spot, than to have retreated and deserted the glorious cause, and thus have saved the lives of his Majesty's subjects. The behavior of the party as they went from the main guard, discovered an haughty air, they pushed their bayonets and damned the people as they went along, and when they arrived at their post, one witness, who is a young gentleman of a liberal education and an unspotted character, declared that when they came down there were about 10 persons round the sentry, that one of the prisoners, whom he particularly named, loaded his gun, pushed him with his bayonet, and damned him; that about 50 or 60 persons came down with the party, and that he did not observe the people press on. Another declared that when the soldiers were loading, about a dozen surrounded them, and that several of them struck their guns, that he saw ice or snowballs thrown, but did not apprehend himself or the soldiers in danger by anything he saw. This witness was very near the soldiers, and will any one wonder that when the soldiers were to all appearance meditating the death of people by loading their guns, while there was no apparent danger to them, some of the people should strike their guns to prevent the mischief which they seemed to be resolved upon. Another declared that one of the prisoners, whom he also named, struck him upon the arm with his bayonet as the party came down before they formed, and that he had then told Captain Preston that everybody was about dispersing. The characters of these witnesses will not be contested. Such a conduct surely did not discover the most peaceable disposition in this lawful assembly of soldiers. One would think that they intended to assassinate those who they had no reason to think had the least inclination to injure them. If these are not instances of assault, I know not what an assault is, and if they were not an unlawful assembly before, it may well be supposed they were at this time doing an unlawful act, an act that, to be sure, very ill became gentlemen soldiers sent here to curb a rebellious spirit and keep the peace. But there is a coloring at hand, and because this party did not knock a witness down or run him through who had the audacity to refuse at their sovereign order to move out of the way for them as they passed the street from the main guard to the custom house, though he had then been pushed with a bayonet by one of them, it is sufficient to convince all the world of their lamb-like meekness and immaculate innocence. I have in a former paper considered soldiers, when quartered in free cities in the light of other inhabitants, under the same direction of the civil magistrate, and the same control of the law of the land, and that by this law, like all other men, they are to be protected, governed, restrained, rewarded, or punished. If then a soldier has the right, in common with other men, to arm himself for his defense when he thinks there is a necessity for it, he has certainly no more right than they to use his weapons of death at random, or at all under a pretense of suppressing riots, or any other pretense without the presence of the civil magistrate, unless his own life is in danger and he cannot retreat. Such a liberty would tend to increase the disorder rather than suppress it, and would endanger life rather than save it. In the instance, as I mentioned, the lives of the soldiers were not in danger from the men whom they assaulted. This was early in the tragical scene, and it was an assault personally upon those who had not attempted to do them the least injury. How far their lives were in danger afterwards, and who were in fault, shall be the subject of free inquiry in a future paper. Vindex. End of section 18.
Section 19 of the Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2, by Samuel Adams. Article signed Vindex. To the printers. That the trial of the soldiers concerned in the carnage on the memorable 5th of March was the most solemn trial that ever was had in this country, was pronounced from the bench. To see 8 prisoners brought to the bar together, charged with the murder of 5 persons at one time, was certainly, as was then observed, affecting. But whoever recollects the tragedy of that fatal evening will, I believe, readily own that the scene then was much more affecting. There is something pleasing and solemn when one enters into a court of law. Pleasing, as there we expect to see the scale held with an equal hand, to find matters deliberately and calmly weighed and decided, and justice administered without any respect to persons or parties, and from no other motive but a sacred regard to truth. And it is solemn as it brings to our minds the tribunal of God Himself, before whose judgment seat the Scriptures assure us all must appear. And I have often thought that no one will receive a greater share of rewards at that decisive day than he who has proved himself a faithful, upright judge. Witnesses who are brought into a court of justice, while their veracity is not impeached, stand equal in the eye of the judge, unless he happens to be acquainted with their different characters, which is not presumed. The jury, who are taken from the vicinity, are supposed to know the credibility of the witnesses. In the late trials, the witnesses were most, if not all of them, either inhabitants of this town or transient persons residing in it, and the jurors were all from the country. Therefore, it is not likely that they were acquainted with the characters of all the witnesses, and it is more than probable that in so great a number of witnesses there were different characters, that is, that some of them were more, others less credible. If then the judge, whose province it is to attend to the law, and who, not knowing the characters of the witnesses, presumed that they are all good, and gives an equal credit to them, it is the duty of the jurors, who are sovereign in regard to facts, to determine in their own minds the credibility of those who are sworn to relate the facts. And this, in a trial for murder, requires great care and attention. I would just observe here that in the last trial there were not less than 82 witnesses for the jury to examine and compare, which was an arduous task indeed. And I will venture further to observe that some of these witnesses who swore very positively were not so credible as others, and the testimony of one of them in particular, which was very precisely related, and very peremptory, might have been invalidated in every part of it. I shall not at present suggest what I take to be the reason why it was not done. These matters will no doubt have their place in the history of the present times in some future day, when the faithful recorder it is to be hoped will, to use the language of our courts of justice, relate the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. It is enough for the jury to receive the law from the bench. They may indeed determine this for themselves, but of facts they are ever the uncontrollable judges. They ought therefore to receive the facts from the mouths of the witnesses themselves, and implicitly from no other. Unless the jury particularly attend to this, they may be in danger of being misled by persons who would be far from doing it with design. For instance, if one should swear that A, being forewarned against it, leveled his gun and killed B, and afterwards it should be forgot that the witness also swore that A immediately advanced and pushed his bayonet at C, which passed between his waistcoat and his skin. If this, I say, should be forgot, and should be overlooked by the jury when they are together, perhaps instead of bringing it in murder according to the rules of the law laid down by the bench, they would bring it in manslaughter. I do not here affirm that this has ever been a fact. I mentioned it as what may hereafter be a fact, and to show the necessity of a jury's relying upon facts as they receive them from the witnesses themselves, and from them alone. The furor brevis which we have heard much of, the fury of the blood which the benignity of the law allows for upon sudden provocation, is supposed to be of short duration. The shooting a man dead upon the spot must have stopped the current in the breast of him who shot him, if he had not been bent upon killing. An attempt to stab a second person immediately after infers a total want of remorse at the shedding of human blood, and such a temper of mind afterwards discovers the rancorous malice before, especially if it be proved that the same man had declared that he would never miss an opportunity so to do. If this does not imply malice at first, I do not see but he might have gone on stabbing people in his furor brevis till he had killed 100, and after all, it might have been adjudged in indulgence to the human passions, excusable homicide. The law, in its benignity, makes allowance for human passions, but the law is just, and makes this allowance upon the principles of justice. It gives no indulgence to malice and rancor against any individual, much less against a community or the human species. He who threatens or thirsts for the blood of the community is an enemy to the public, and hostis humani generis, the enemy of mankind, consummates the villain. I will not take upon myself to say that either of these characters belong to any of the late prisoners. There are 2 remaining yet in jail, convicted of manslaughter and waiting judgment of the court. With regard to one of these, namely Kilroy, it was sworn that about a week or a fortnight before, the 5th of March, which must be before the affray at the rope walks that happened on the 2nd, he said he would never miss an opportunity of firing upon the inhabitants, and that he had wanted such. It is said that these might be words spoken in jest, or without any intention, when they were spoken, of acting according to their true import and meaning. But the witness said he repeated the words several times, and that after he had told him he was a very great fool for saying so, he again declared he would never miss an opportunity. It appears that the witness himself, as anyone might, thought him to be in earnest, and rebuked him for saying so. And in truth, none but a madman, or one whose heart was desperately wicked, would repeatedly, especially after such wholesome reproof, have persisted in such a threat. It discovered, to borrow the expression of a very polite and humane gentleman, upon another late occasion, a malignity beyond what might have been expected from a barbarian. It was also sworn that this same Kilroy was with a party of soldiers in the affray at the rope walks a few evenings before the 5th of March, and that they had clubs and cutlasses. That Kilroy was one of the party of soldiers that fired in King Street. That as the party came round before they formed, Kilroy struck a witness upon his arm, and after the firing began, Kilroy struck at the same witness, though he had heard nothing said, nor seen anything done to provoke the soldiers. Another witness declared that he saw Kilroy there, that he knew him well before, and was positive it was he, that he heard the word fire twice, upon which he said to his soldiers, "Damn you, don't fire," and Kilroy fired at once, and killed Gray, who had no weapon, and his arms were folded in his bosom. Gray fell at the feet of this witness, and immediately Kilroy pushed his bayonet at the witness, which passed through all his clothes, and came out at his surtout behind, and he was obliged to turn round to quit himself of the weapon. The witness supposed he designed to kill them both. How long is this furor brevis, this short hurricane of passion to last in the breast of a soldier? When called, not by the civil magistrate, but by his military officer, under a pretense of protecting a sentinel and suppressing a riot, who have taken with him weapons, not properly of defense, but of death, and was calm enough in this impetuosity of anger to load his gun, and perhaps with design to level it, for it killed one of the very men with whom he had had a quarrel but a few evenings before. He had now a fair opportunity, which he had wished for, and resolved never to miss, of firing upon the inhabitants. It was said upon the words he uttered, that if all the unjustifiable words that had been spoken by the inhabitants of this town were to be brought in judgment against them, they would have much to answer for. Those who believe the letters of Governor Bernard, the commissioners of the custom, and some others whom I could name, and will name in proper time, may think so. I dare say, if Bernard could have proved one overt act of rebellion or treason, after the many things he pretended had been said, and he or his tools could have had any influence, the words, if proved, would have been adjudged to have been said in sober earnest, and would have been considered as material to have shown the malignancy of the heart. This Kilroy's bayonet was proved to be the next morning bloody 5 inches from the point. It was said to be possible that this might be occasioned by the bayonets falling into the human blood, which ran plentifully in the street, for one of their bayonets was seen to fall. It is possible, I own, but much more likely that this very bayonet was stabbed into the head of poor Gray after he was shot, and that this may account for its being bloody 5 inches from the point. Such an instance of savage barbarity there undoubtedly was. It was sworn before the magistrate who first examined into this cruel tragedy, though the witness who then swore it, being out of this province, could not be produced in court upon the trial. It is not to be wondered at that any material witness was out of the way, when it is considered that the trial did not come on till the 2nd term, and 9 months after the facts were committed. I shall continue the subject at my leisure. Vindex, December 11th. End of Section 19.
Section 20 of the Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2, by Samuel Adams, Section 20. Boston Gazette, December 24, 1770. To the printers. In the late trials of Preston and the soldiers, it was observed that the court constantly, from day to day, adjourned at noon and at sunset. Our enemies, who are fruitful in their inventions, may possibly from hence take occasion to represent that it was dangerous for the court to sit in the tumultuous town of Boston after dark. At the first view it may perhaps bear this complication in the eye of a prejudiced stranger, for such adjournments in capital causes, it may be, were never before known here. but the representation would be without the least foundation in truth. It is possible that among other reasons this might be one, that the judges are, all of them, to use the words of a good old patriarch, well stricken in years, and one of them labors under infirmities of body. I have another observation to make on this occasion, but I will reserve it for a future opportunity. I have already said that the soldiers in coming down from the main guard to the custom house behaved in a haughty air, that they abused the people as they passed along, pushing them with their bayonets and damning them, and when they had got to their post, they in like manner abused and struck innocent persons there who offered them no injury. And all this was even before they formed, in doing which it does not appear to be danger to them or anyone else. These facts, I think, were proved, if we may believe persons of good credit, who declared them upon their oaths in court, and that they came down under a pretense of suppressing a riot without a civil magistrate or peace officer, which ought always to be remembered, no one will dispute. There was indeed a sort of evidence brought into court which, if it is at all to be relied upon, may serve to invalidate in some measure what has been said, namely the declaration of one of the deceased persons, as it was related by a gentleman who dressed his wounds, and to whom he is said to have declared it. This man, as the doctor testified, told him, among many other things, that he saw some soldiers passing from the main guard to the custom house, and the people pelted them as they went along. But whether these soldiers were Preston and his party, or other soldiers who are mentioned by another witness as going from the main guards toward the sentry, having short coats and armed with bayonets, swords, or sticks, and one of them with a pair of kitchen tongs chasing the people as they went, must remain an uncertainty. If he meant the former, it is somewhat strange that among all the witnesses on both sides no one saw the people pelting them as they went along but he. This man confessed to the doctor that he was a fool to be there, was surprised at the forbearance of the soldiers, believed that they fired in their own defense, and freely forgave the man that shot him. But it is to be observed he did not declare this under oath, nor before a magistrate. It was, however, the dying speech, very affecting and all, true no doubt, although no one knew the character of this believing penitent, either in point of veracity or judgment. By the testimony of his landlady in court, one would not form the best opinion of him, but de mortuis nil nisi bonum. There were others ready to be sworn, if the counsel for the crown had thought it worth while to have brought them forward, that they also could relate what this man had told them, viz. That his doctors had encouraged him that he would soon recover of his wounds, and he hoped to live to be a swift witness against the soldiers. Great stress was laid by some upon the simple declaration of this man, who in all probability died in the faith of a Roman Catholic. This, however, I am apt to think, will not disparage his declaration in the opinion of some great men at home, even though he did not make his confession to a ghostly physician. Before I proceed to inquire into the danger the soldiers were in, if they were in any at all, and who were in fault, I will take the liberty to lead the reader back to a consideration of the temper the soldiers in general discovered in their correspondent conduct for some considerable time before the fatal tragedy was acted. It is well known indeed that from their first landing their behavior was to a great degree insolent, and such as looked as if they had entered deeply into the spirit of those who procured them, and really believed that we were a country of rebels and they were sent here to subdue us. But for some time before the 5th of March, they more frequently insulted the inhabitants who were quietly passing the streets, and gave out many threats that on that very night the blood would run down the streets of Boston, and many who would dine on Monday would not breakfast on Tuesday. And to show that they were in earnest, they forewarned their particular acquaintance to take care of themselves. These things were attested before the magistrates by credible persons under oath. Accordingly, when the Monday evening came on, they were early in every part of the town armed with bludgeons, bayonets, and cutlasses, beating those whom they could, and assaulting and threatening others. By the way, I will just observe for the information of a certain honorable gentleman that the name of bludgeons was unheard of in this town till the soldiers arrived. This behavior put the inhabitants of mind of their threatenings, and was the reason that those of them who had occasion to walk the streets came out armed with canes or clubs. Between 8 and 9 o'clock, the soldier in Murray's barracks in the center of town rushed out with their naked cutlasses, insulting, beating, and wounding the inhabitants who were passing along. This, in so frequented a street, naturally collected numbers of people who resented the injury done, and an affray ensued. About the same time, a difference arose in King Street between a sentry there and a barber's boy, who said to his fellow apprentice in the hearing of the sentry, "There goes Captain, who has not paid my master for dressing his hair." The sentry foolishly resented it, and word took place, and the boy answering him with pertness and calling him a name, the sentry struck him. Here was the first assault in King Street. But for what reason the evidence of this matter was not brought into court at the last trial, as it had been at the trial of Preston, the reader, if he pleases, may conjecture. At the same time, a gentleman not living far from the custom house, and hearing as he thought a distant cry of murder, came into the street, which he had just before left perfectly still, and, to use his words, never clearer. He there saw a party of soldiers issue from the main guard, and heard them say, "Damn them where they are, by Jesus let them come," and presently after another party rushed through Quaker Lane into the street, using much such expressions. Their arms glittered in the moonlight. These cried fire and ran up the street and into Cornhill, which leads to Murray's barracks. In their way they knocked down a boy of 12 years old, a son of Mr. Appleton, abused and insulted several gentlemen at their doors and others in the street. Their cry was, "Damn them! Where are they? Knock them down!" And it is supposed they joined in the affray there, which still continued. They also then cried fire, which one of the witnesses took to be their watchword. By this time the barber's boy had returned to the sentry with a number of other boys to resent the blow he had received. The sentry loaded his gun and threatened to fire upon them, and they threatened to knock him down. The bells were ringing as for fire, occasioned either by the soldiers crying fire, as is before mentioned, for it is usual in this town when fire is cried for anyone who is near a church to set the bells a-ringing, or it might be to alarm the town from an apprehension of some of the inhabitants that the soldiers were putting their former threats into execution, and that there would be a general massacre. It is not to be wondered at that some persons were under such apprehensions, when even an officer at Murray's barracks appeared to encourage the soldiers and headed them, as it was sworn before the magistrate. This officer was indicted by the grand jury, but he could not be found afterwards. Some other officers, and particularly Lieutenants Minchin and Dixon, discovered a very different temper. The ringing of the bells alarmed the town, it being supposed by the people in general there was fire, and occasioned a concourse in King Street, which is a populous part of it. As the people came into the street, the barber's boy told them that the sentry had knocked him down, and a person who had come into the street through Royal Exchange Lane, which leads from Murray's barracks, and possibly had observed the behavior of the soldiers there, and seeing the sentry, cried, "Here's a soldier." Various were the dispositions and inclinations of the people according to their various feelings, no doubt. For mankind, it is said, act from their feelings more than their reason. The cooler sort advised to go home. The curious were willing to stay and see the event, and those whose feelings were warmer perhaps partook of the boy's resentment. So it had been before at Murray's barracks, and so it always will be among a multitude. At the barracks some, to use the expression of one of the witnesses, called out "Home, home," while some in their heat cried "Huzzah!" for the main guard. There is the nest. This was said by a person of distinction in court to savor of treason, though it was allowed on both sides that the main guard was not molested through the whole evening. I would here beg the reader's further patience while I am a little more particular in relation to the affray at Murray's barracks, for it may be of importance to inquire how it began there. Mr. Jeremiah Belknap, an householder of known good reputation, had been sworn before the magistrate, and why he was not brought in as a witness at the trial is not my business to say, and I shall not at present even conjecture. Mr. Belknap, who lived in Cornhill near Murray's barracks, testified that on the first appearance of the affray there, hearing a noise, he ran to his door and heard one say he had been struck by a soldier. He presently saw 8 or 9 soldiers armed with clubs and cutlasses come out of Boylston's Alley, which is a very short passage leading from Murray's barracks into the street. He desired them to retire to the barracks, one of them with a club in one hand and a cutlass in the other, with the latter made a stroke at him. Finding no prospect of stopping them, he ran to the main guard and called for the officers of the guard. He was informed there was no officer there. He told the soldiers with drawn cutlasses, who he supposed were of the party from Murray's barracks. Another gentleman, one of the prisoner's witnesses, swore in court that a little after 8 o'clock he saw at his own door, which is very near the barracks, several soldiers passing and repassing, some with clubs, others with bayonets. And then he related the noise and confusion he afterwards heard, and the squabble he saw, but no blows, that he saw 2 soldiers, each at a different time, present his gun at the people, threatening to make a lane through them, but the officers drove them in. The tragedy was completed very soon in King Street. The firing was reserved for another party of soldiers, not much if at all to their discredit in the judgment of some, and under the command of an officer who did not restrain them. The witness heard the report of the first gun soon after the people cried, "Home! Home!" and declared that he thought they had fired upon the main guard, for he heard the drum at the main guard beat to arms. Another, who was sworn in court, a witness for the Crown, declared that about 9 o'clock, passing near Draper's, or Boylston's, alley, which leads into Murray's barracks, and through which he intended to go, he heard some boys huzzahing. He judged there were not more than 6 or 7, and they were small. They ran through Dock Square towards the market. Presently, after he saw 2 or 3 persons in the alley with weapons, a number of soldiers soon sallied out, armed with large naked cutlasses, assaulting everybody coming in their way, that he himself narrowly escaped a cut from the foremost of them who pursued him, and that he saw a man there who said he was wounded by them, and he felt the wound. The wounded man stopped, and this occasioned the people who were passing to gather round him. Thinking it dangerous for him to proceed, the witness returned home. A captain of the 14th, one of the prisoner's witnesses, was also sworn in court. He testified that in Cornhill he saw a mob collected at the pass, Boylston's alley, leading to Murray's barracks. The people were pelting the soldiers he thought had a fire shovel. As soon as they knew him, he prevailed on them to go to the bottom of the pass, and with some difficulty he got down. This witness, it seems, must have been later than the others, and Mr. Belknap perhaps gives as early an account of it as any can, but the soldiers themselves. I would only ask how it came to pass that the soldiers on that particular evening should be seen abroad in every part of the town, contrary to the rules of the army, after 8 o'clock. If the officers who should have restrained them were careless of their duty, whence was so general a carelessness among the officers at that juncture? It was said there was no officer at the main guard, which may in part account for it. Or if the soldiers were all at once ungovernable by their officers, and could not be restrained by them, a child may judge from the appearance they made that there had been a general combination, agreeable to their former threats, on that evening to put in execution some wicked and desperate design. Vindex, December 18th. End of section 20.
Section 21 of the Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2, by Samuel Adams. Article signed Vindex, Boston Gazette, December 24, 1770. To the printers. Somebody in Mr. Draper's paper on Thursday last charges me with partiality in my 2 first performances on the subject of the late trial. I deny the charge and desire he would explain himself. He also says I freely charge partiality on others. I utterly deny that also, and call upon him to point out one instance. He declares the public would not be influenced by any remarks made by me on the late trials. With regard to that, the public will do as they please. He insinuates that I have cast most injurious reflections upon judges, jury, and witnesses. Again, I deny it. It remains, then, that he either retract his charges or proves them. Otherwise, the public will judge him to be guilty of something worse than the fault of partiality. He threatens to bring out some facts which were not allowed to be given in evidence. This is what I earnestly desire, for the reasons I have already mentioned. And among other facts he intends to ascertain the person in a red cloak mentioned on the trial, if Vindex and his adherents desire it. Vindex has no adherents but in the cause of truth, and Vindex, for the sake of truth, requests it as a favor that the person in a red cloak may be ascertained. He says that this person was declared by some of the witnesses to have been very busy at the beginning of the tragedy. I affirm that neither of the witnesses declared that he was very busy at the beginning or any part of the tragedy. There were two only that made mention of him, namely, Mr. William Hunter and Mr. James Selkrig. The one declared that in Dock Square there was a tall gentleman in a red cloak, that he stood in the midst of them, the people, that they were whist for some time, and presently huzzaed for the main guard. The other said there was a gentleman with a red cloak and a large white wig, that he made a speech to them, the people, 4 or 5 minutes. This witness mentioned nothing of their huzzaing for the main guard, which one would have thought must have been observable by all, but only adds, they went and knocked with their sticks, and said they would do for the soldiers. What the tall gentleman said, neither of them could tell. I cannot help observing here that some of the late letter writers from hence to London have marked the red cloak and white wig as the garb of a Boston hypocrite. But I have never yet heard it hinted that such a dress was the peculiarity of an actor in tragedies. Great pain have been taken to make the world believe that men of estates of figure and religion had formed a plan, before the 5th of March, to drive off the soldiers, witness a deposition lately published, and perhaps it may be the low cunning of this writer to insinuate that there was a mob at the time, and for that purpose, on Dock Square, and that their leader must be a man of figure in the town because he wore a red cloak. As it is not yet known what the tall gentleman with a red cloak said to the people, whether he gave them good or ill advice, or any advice at all, we may possibly form some conjecture concerning it. When his person is ascertained, the sooner it is done the better. Vindex, December 22nd. End of Section 21. Section 22 of the Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2, by Samuel Adams. To John Wilkes. Manuscript. British Museum. A draft is in the Samuel Adams Papers. Lenox Library. A text is in W. V. Wells' Life of Samuel Adams, Volume 1, page 377, 378. Boston, December 28, 1770. Sir, having been repeatedly solicited by my friend, Mr. William Palfrey, I embrace this opportunity of making my particular compliments to you in a letter which he will deliver. My own inclination had coincided with his request, for I should pride myself much in a correspondence with a gentleman, of whom I have long entertained so great an opinion. No character appears with a stronger lustre in my mind than that of a man who nobly perseveres in the cause of public liberty and virtue, through the rage of persecution. Of this you have had a large portion, but I dare say you are made the better by it. At least I will venture to say that the sharpest persecution for the sake of one's country can never prove a real injury to an honest man. In this little part of the world, a land till of late happy in its obscurity, the asylum to which patriots were formerly wont to make their peaceful retreat. Even here the stern tyrant has lifted up his iron rod, and makes his incessant claim as lord of the soil. But I have a firm persuasion in my mind that in every struggle this country will approve herself as glorious in defending and maintaining her freedom as she has heretofore been happy in enjoying it. Were I a native and an inhabitant of Britain, and capable of affording the least advice, it should constantly be to confirm the colonies in the fullest exercise of their rights, and even to explore for them every possible avenue of trade which should not interfere with her own manufactures. From the colonies, when she is worn with age, she is to expect renewed strength. But the field I am entering is too large for the present. May Heaven forbid that it should yet be truly said of Great Britain, Quam Deus vult perde. I am with strict truth, sir, your most humble servant. End of section 22.
Section 23 of the Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2, by Samuel Adams. Article signed Vindex. Manuscript Samuel Adams Papers, Lenox Library, to the printer. In my last, I considered the temper which the soldiers in general had discovered and the threats they had uttered previous to the 5th of March, together with their correspondent behavior on that alarming evening. I was the more brief because there had been a narrative of the horrid massacre printed by the order of this town, which was drawn up by a committee appointed for that purpose, and reported by their chairman, James Bodewin, Esquire. The affidavits which are annexed to the narrative were each of them taken before 2 justices of the peace, quorum unis, to perpetuate the remembrance of the thing. Colonel William Dalrymple, chief commander of the soldiers, was duly notified by the justices to attend the captions, and His Honor the Lieutenant-Governor certified under his hand, with the province seal annexed, that full faith and credit was and ought to be given to the several acts and attestations of the justices both in court and without. The candor of the town indeed was such that at their meeting in March, by a vote, they restrained their committee from publishing the narrative, lest it might unduly prejudice those whose lot it should be to be jurors to try these causes. This restraint they continued by a vote at their meeting in May, and until the trial should be overplawed, as it discovered a sense of justice as well as the greatest humanity towards those men who had wantonly lit the heart's blood of citizens like water upon ground. A temper far from vindictive, calm and moderate at a time when, if ever, they might have expected to be off their guard, and yet so barbarous and cruel, so infamously mean and base were the enemies of this town, who are the common enemies of all America and of the truth itself, that they falsely inserted in the public newspapers in London the inhabitants had seized upon Captain Preston, hung him like Porteous upon a signpost. I shall now, in a few, endeavor to show the temper which some of the soldiers, by whom I do not now particularly mean the late prisoners, discovered at and after the fatal catastrophes. Readers may have observed that I am careful to distinguish between the evidence given in court from that which was given out of court. Witnesses to this point, it ought not to be supposed, were admissible at the trial, unless perhaps the one immediately following. That a credible person, who is mistress of a reputable family in the town, she testified before the magistrates, and was ready to swear it in court if she had been called, that on the evening of the 5th of March a number of soldiers were assembled from Green's barracks, and opposite to a gate which is near those barracks, that they stood very still until the guns were fired in King Street. Then they clapped their hands and gave a cheer, saying, "This is all we want." They then ran to their barrack and came out again in a few minutes, all with their arms, and ran towards King Street. These barracks were about a quarter of a mile from King Street. Their standing very still until they heard the firing, compared with their subsequent conduct, looks as if they expected it. It seems as though they knew what the signal should be, and the part they were to act in consequence of it. This perhaps may be thought by some to be too straining. I will not urge it, but leave it to any one to judge how far, if at all, it affords grounds of suspicion that there was an understanding between the soldiers in King Street at the time of the firing and these, especially if it be true, as has been said, that they fired without the command of their officers. There was another witness similar to this, an householder of good reputation, who testified that the soldiers from Green's barracks rushed by him with their arms towards King Street, saying, "This is our time or chance," that he never saw dogs so greedy for their prey as they seemed to be, and the sergeants could hardly keep them in their ranks. Another swore that after the firing he saw the soldiers drawn up in the street, and heard officers, as they walked backwards and forwards, say, "Damn it, what a fine fire that was, how bravely it dispersed the mob." A person belonging to Halifax in Nova Scotia testified that when the body of troops was drawn up before the guard-house, which was presently after the massacre, he heard an officer say to another that this was fine work, just what he wanted. I shall add but one more to this list, and that is the testimony of a witness, well known for an honest man in this town, who declared that at about 1 o'clock the next morning, as he was going alone from his own house to the town-house, he met a sergeant of the 29th, with 8 or 9 soldiers, all with very large clubs and cutlasses, when one of them, speaking of the slaughter, swore by God it was a fine thing, and said, "You shall see more of it." These testimonies, it is confessed, would not be pertinent to the issue of the late trial, but I think it necessary to adduce them here to convince the world of the wretched condition this town was in, the reasons they had to apprehend, and the necessity they were under constantly to be upon their guard while such were quartered among them. Much was brought into court to show that the town was in a state of disorder on the evening of the 5th of March, previous to the affray at Murray's barracks. Witnesses were admitted to testify that they were met by one and another, armed with clubs, but nothing appeared there to show the cause and even the necessity of it. To these I cannot help subjoining the testimony of Mr. John Cox, a very reputable inhabitant of this town, who swore in court at one of the late trials that after the firing he went to take up the dead, that he told the soldiers it was a cowardly trick in them to kill men within reach of their bayonets, with nothing in their hands, and that the officers said, "Damn them, fire again, and let them take the consequence." To which he replied, "You have killed, already to hang you all," but he was mistaken. It is a mistake to say the soldiers were in danger from the inhabitants. The reverse is true. The inhabitants were in danger from the soldiers. With all the indulgence which was and perhaps ought to be shown to prisoners upon trial for life, not a single instance of any injury offered to soldiers was proved, except at Murray's barracks, and not even there, but in return for intolerable insults. Many witnesses were ready, if called for, to testify to the insults and abuse offered by the soldiers to the inhabitants in various parts of the town. Thus one of the prisoner's witnesses testified in court that at 7 o'clock, going to the south end, he met 40 or 50 in small parties, 4 or 5 in a party. It has been testified by a credible witness that before the 5th of March, the soldiers were not only seen making their clubs, but from what the witness could collect from their conversation, they were resolved to be revenged on Monday, and divers others swore to the same purpose. They did not indeed say whether they knew them to be soldiers or inhabitants. It is as probable that they were soldiers as inhabitants, for it was sworn before the magistrates by a person of credit that on the Saturday before he saw the soldiers making clubs. Another was ready to testify in court that 30 of these clubs or bludgeons were made by the soldiers in his own shop. And in the part of the town where the witness was going, a gentleman was attacked by 2 soldiers, one of them armed with a club and the other with a broadsword. The latter struck him and threatened that he should soon hear more of it. It was notorious that the soldiers were seen frequently on that evening armed with clubs, but in the judgment of some men, every party that was seen with clubs, or in the modern term bludgeons, to be sure must have been inhabitants. If the soldiers were in such danger, why were they not kept in their barracks after 8 o'clock, agreeable to their own orders? Instead of this, we find the testimony of a person who was not an inhabitant of the town, that being at the south end on that evening, exactly at 8 o'clock, he saw there 11 soldiers. An officer met them, ordered them to appear at their respective places at the town, and if they should see any of the inhabitants of the town, or any other people not belonging to them, with arms, clubs, or any other warlike weapon more than two being assembled together, to order them to stop, and if they refused to stop them with their firelocks, and all that should take their part, the officer went northward and the soldiers southward. These were orders discreetly given indeed, and well becoming a gentleman in any command over troops sent here, or as the minister pretended to aid the civil magistrate in keeping the peace, and with directions never to act without. Will any one think the town could be safe even from this band of soldiers only, especially while under such direction and influence? This is a single instance. No wonder that when the bells soon after rang, asked for fire, and the people in that same part of the town came into the streets with buckets, they should be told by some, as a gentleman who was a witness in court, for the prisoners swore they were, that they had better bring clubs than buckets. Such appearances were enough to put the town in motion. It is a mistake to say the soldiers were in danger from the inhabitants. The reverse is true. The inhabitants were in danger from the soldiers, with all the indulgence which was shown, and perhaps ought to be shown to prisoners at the bar. Upon trial for life, not a single instance was proved of any abuse offered to any soldier that evening, previous to the insolent behavior of those of them who rushed out of Murray's barracks and fell upon all whom they met. On the contrary, there had been many instances of their insulting and assaulting the inhabitants indiscriminately in every part of the town. As it was said in court that the unhappy persons who fell a sacrifice to the cruel revenge of the soldiers had brought their death upon their own heads, I shall finish this paper in saying what ought to be said in behalf of those who cannot now speak for themselves. Mr. Maverick, a young gentleman of a good family and a blameless life, was at supper in the house of one of his friends, and went out when the bells rang as for fire. Mr. Caldwell, young seaman and of a good character, had been at school to perfect himself in the art of navigation, and had just returned to the house of a reputable person in this town, to whose daughter he made his visits with the honorable intention of marriage. He also went out when the bells rang. W. Gray was of a good family. He was at his own house the whole of the evening, saving his going into a neighbor's house to borrow the newspaper of the day and returning. He went out on the ringing of the bells, and although a child swore in court that he saw him with a stick after the bells rang, yet another witness saw him before he got into King Street without a stick. Others saw him in King Street and testified that he had no stick, and when he was shot, the witness then testified, as is mentioned in a former paper, that he had no stick, and his arms were folded in his bosom, so that it is probable the young witness mistook the person. Mr. Attucks, it is said, was at his lodging and at supper when the bells rang. Witnesses indeed swore that they afterwards saw him with a club, and great pains were taken to make it appear that he attacked the soldiers, but the proof failed. Even Andrew, a negro witness, whom I shall hereafter mention, testifies that he thought Attucks was the man who struck one of the soldiers, but could not account how he could get at such a distance as he was when he fell, the soldier firing so soon. Others swear that he was leaning on his stick when he fell, which certainly was not a threatening posture. It may be supposed that he had as good right to carry a stick, even a bludgeon, as the soldier who shot him had, to be armed with musket and ball, and if he at any time lifted up his weapon of defense, it was surely not more than a soldier's leveling his gun at the multitude charged with death. If he had killed a soldier, he might have been hanged for it, and as a traitor to attack a soldier upon his post was declared treason, but the soldier shot Attucks and killed him, and he was convicted of manslaughter. As to Mr. Carr, the other deceased person, it is doubtful with what intent he came out. He was at Mr. Field's house when the bells rang. Mr. Field and another witness who was at the house testified that Carr went upstairs and got his sword. End of section 23.
Section 24 of the Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mark DeSanzo. The Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2, by Samuel Adams. Section 24. Article signed Vindex. Boston Gazette, December 31, 1770. To the Printers. In my last, I considered the temper which the soldiers in general had discovered, and the threats they had uttered previous to the 5th of March, together with their correspondent behavior on that alarming evening. I was the more brief because there had been a narrative of the horrid massacre, printed by the order of this town, which was drawn up by a committee appointed for that purpose and reported by their chairman, James Bowdoin, Esquire. The affidavits which are annexed to the narrative were each of them taken before 2 justices of the peace, quorum unis, to perpetuate the remembrance of the thing. Colonel William Dalrymple, chief commander of the soldiers, was duly notified by the justices to attend the captions, and His Honor the Lieutenant-Governor certified under his hand with the province seal affixed, that full faith and credit was and ought to be given to the several acts and attestations of the justices both in court and out. It will be owned by the impartial world that nothing could be fairer. I am not, however, at all surprised to find, published in a late New York paper, a letter said to be written in this town, in which, among other chit-chat, it is asserted that from the borders of Connecticut to Boston there are people who, quote, exclaim against the town for imposing on the country by false representations, end quote. This narrative has been in a manner adopted by the province, for I am assured that in the last session of the General Assembly, the House of Representatives generously granted to the town a sum of money to defray the charge of a vessel hired for no other purpose but to carry it to London, that His Majesty's Council concurred with the House in the grant, and His Honor the Lieutenant-Governor gave his assent to it. Arts have been used and are still using to detach the rest of the colonies from this province, and the same arts are every day practiced to divide the towns in this province from the capital. It is the Machiavellian doctrine, divide et impera, divide and rule. But the people of this province and of this continent are too wise, and they are lately become too experienced to be catched in such a snare. While their common rights are invaded, they will consider themselves as embarked in the same bottom, and that union which they have hitherto maintained against all the efforts of their more powerful common enemies will still cement, notwithstanding such trifling letter-writers as these. The candor of this town was indeed such that at their annual meeting in March, by a vote they restrained their committee from publishing the narrative here, although it was printed, lest it might unduly prejudice those whose lot it might be to be jurors to try these causes. This restraint they continued at their meeting in May, and until the trials should be over. A caution which all good men will applaud, as it discovered a sense of justice as well as the greatest humanity towards those men who had spilt the blood of citizens, like water upon the ground, a temper far from vindictive, calm and sedate when it might have been expected if ever they would be off their guard. And yet so barbarous and cruel, so infamously mean and base were the enemies of this town, who are the common enemies of all America and of the truth itself, that they had it falsely inserted in the public newspapers in London that the inhabitants had seized upon Captain Preston and hung him like Porteous upon a signpost. I shall now, in a few instances, endeavor to show the temper which many of the soldiers discovered after the fatal catastrophe was over. The reader may have observed that I am careful to distinguish between the evidence given in court from that which was given out of court. Witnesses to this point, it is not to be supposed, were admissible at the trial, unless perhaps the one immediately following. This is a creditable person who is mistress of a reputable family in the town. She testified before the magistrates, and was ready to swear it in court if she had been called, that on the evening of the 5th of March a number of soldiers were assembled at Green's barracks and opposite to her gate, which is near those barracks, that they stood very still until the guns were fired in King Street. Then they clapped their hands and gave a cheer, saying, "This is all we want." Then they ran to their barracks and came out again in a few minutes, all with their arms, and ran towards King Street. These barracks are about 1/4 of a mile from King Street. Their standing very still until they heard the firing, compared with their subsequent conduct, looks as if they expected it. It seems as though they knew what the signal should be, and the part they were to act in consequence of it. This, perhaps, may be thought by some to be too straining. I will not urge it, but leave it to anyone to judge how far, if at all, it affords grounds of suspicion that there was an understanding between the soldiers in King Street at the time of the firing and these, especially if it be true, as has been said, that they fired without the command of their officer. There was also a witness and householder of good reputation, whose testimony was similar to this, that the soldiers from Green's barracks on that evening rushed by him with their arms and ran towards King Street, saying, "This is our time or chance," that he never saw dogs so greedy for their prey, and the sergeants could hardly keep them in their ranks. Another swore that after the firing he saw the soldiers drawn up under arms, and heard the officers, as they walked backwards and forwards, say to one another, "Damn it, what a fine fire that was! How bravely it dispersed the mob!" A gentleman belonging to Halifax in Nova Scotia testified that when the body of troops was drawn up before the guard-house, which was presently after the massacre, he heard an officer say to another that this was fine work, just what he wanted. I shall add but one more to this list, and that is the testimony of a witness, well known in this town for an honest man, who declared that at about 1 o'clock the next morning, as he was going alone from his own house to the town-house, he met a sergeant of the 29th with 8 or 9 soldiers, all with very large clubs and cutlasses, when one of them, speaking of the slaughter, swore by God it was a fine thing, and said, "You shall see more of it." To these I cannot help subjoining the testimony of Mr. John Cox, a very reputable inhabitant of this town, who swore in court at one of the late trials that after the firing he went to take up the dead, that he told the soldiers it was a cowardly trick in them to kill men within reach of their bayonets with nothing in their hands, and that the officer said, "Damn them, fire again and let them take the consequence," to which he replied, "You have killed enough already to hang you all." But it has since appeared that he was mistaken. There are others who saw a very large party from the South Guard, after the firing, take their post under Liberty Tree, by which one would think they intended to act the same part which the soldiers in New York had before done, as indeed some of them had threatened they would, and which would probably have brought on a new scene of confusion. But the commanding officer very prudently ordered the regiment to be under arms, which prevented it. If these testimonies would not have been pertinent to the issue of the late trial, I think it necessary to adduce them here, to convince the world of the wretched state this town had been in, the reason they had to apprehend while such bloodthirsty inmates were quartered among them, and the necessity they were tinder constantly to be on their guard, while there were even such exultations at the barbarous action of the evening. Much was brought into court to show that the town was in a state of disorder on that evening, and previous to the affray at Murray's barracks. Witnesses were admitted to testify that they had been met by one and another armed with clubs, but nothing happened there to show the cause and even the necessity of it. Thus, one of the prisoner's witnesses testified in court that at 7 o'clock, going to the south end of the town, he met 40 or 50 in small parties, 4 or 5 in a party, and divers others swore to the same purpose. They did not indeed say whether they knew them to be inhabitants. It is as probable that they were soldiers as inhabitants, if not more so, for it was sworn before the magistrates by a person of credit that on the Saturday before he saw the soldiers making clubs. Another was ready to testify in court that 30 of these clubs or bludgeons were made by the soldiers in his own shop, and in the part of town where the before-mentioned witness was going, a gentleman was early in the evening attacked by 2 soldiers, one of them armed with a club and the other with a broadsword. The latter struck him and threatened that he should soon hear more of it. It was notorious that the soldiers were frequently seen on that evening, armed with clubs as well as other weapons, and the night before, very late, it can be proved that 40 or 50 of them were seen, thus armed, in several parts of the town in terror of His Majesty's subjects. But in the judgment of some men, every party that was seen with clubs, or in the modern term bludgeons, to be sure, must have been inhabitants. It had been testified that on the Saturday before the 5th of March, the soldiers had not only been seen making their clubs, as before mentioned, but from what the witness could collect from their conversation, they were resolved to be revenged on the Monday. If they were in such danger, as some will pretend they were, pray, why were they not kept in their barracks, especially after 8 o'clock, according to their own rules? Instead of this, we find the testimony of a person who was not an inhabitant of the town, that being at the south end on that evening, exactly at 8 o'clock, he saw there 11 soldiers. An officer met them, and ordered them to appear at their respective places at the time, and if they should see any of the inhabitants of the town, or any other people not belonging to them, with arms, clubs, or any other warlike weapon, more than 2 being assembled together, to order them to stop, and if they refused, to stop them with their firelocks, and all that should take their part. The officer went northward, and the soldiers southward. Here were orders discreetly given indeed, and well becoming a gentleman in any command over troops, sent here, as the minister pretended, to aid the civil magistrate in keeping the peace, and with directions never to act without one. Will any one suppose that the town could be safe even from this band of soldiers only, especially while under such direction and influence? This is a single instance. No wonder that when the bells soon after rang as for fire, and the people in that same part of the town came into the street with their buckets, they were told by some, as a gentleman who was a witness in court for the prisoners said they were, that they had better bring their clubs than their buckets. Such appearances were enough to put the town in motion. It is a glaring mistake to say the soldiers were in danger from the inhabitants. The reverse is true. The inhabitants were in danger from the soldiers. With all the indulgence which was shown, and perhaps ought to have been shown to prisoners at the bar upon trial for life, not a single instance was proved of abuse offered to soldiers that evening, previous to the insolent behavior of those who rushed out of Murray's barracks with cutlasses, clubs, and other weapons, and fell upon all whom they met. On the contrary, there had been many instances of their insulting and even assaulting the inhabitants in every part of the town, and that without discrimination, which did not look as if they designed to seek revenge for any former quarrel upon particular persons. As it was said in court that the unhappy persons who fell a sacrifice to the cruel revenge of the soldiers had brought their death upon their own heads, I must not omit saying what I think ought to be said in behalf of those who cannot now speak for themselves. Mr. Maverick, a young gentleman of a good family and a blameless life, was at supper in the house of one of his friends, and went out when the bells rang as for fire. Mr. Caldwell, a young seaman and of good character, had been at school to perfect himself in the art of navigation, and had just returned to the house of a reputable person in this town, to whose daughter he made his visits, with the honorable intention of marriage. He also went out when the bells rang. Mr. Gray was of a good family. He was at his own house the whole of the evening, saving his going to a neighbor's house to borrow the newspaper of the day and returning. He went out on the ringing of the bells, and although a child swore in court that he saw him with a stick after the bells rang, yet another witness saw him before he got into King Street without a stick. Others saw him in King Street and testified that he had no stick, and when he was shot, the witness at whose feet he fell declared, as is mentioned in a former paper, that he had no stick, and his arms were folded in his bosom, so that it is probable the young witness mistook the person. Mr. Attucks, it is said, was at supper when the bells rang. He went out as others did to inquire where the fire was. In passing through Dock Square, he saw the affray at Murray's barracks, and hearing a man say that if anyone would join he would drive the soldiers into the barracks, he joined, and they too were principally concerned in doing that piece of service. Great pains were taken to make it appear that he attacked the soldiers in King Street, but the proof failed. He was leaning upon his stick when he fell, which certainly was not a threatening posture. It may be supposed that he had as good right by the law of the land to carry a stick for his own and his neighbor's defense in a time of such danger, as the soldier who shot him had, to be armed with musket and ball for the defense of himself and his friend the sentinel. And if he at any time lifted up his weapon of defense, it was surely not more than a soldier's leveling his gun charged with death at the multitude. If he had killed a soldier, he might have been hanged for it, and as a traitor too, for even to attack a soldier on his post was pronounced treason. The soldier shot Attucks, who was at a distance from him, and killed him, and he was convicted of manslaughter. As to Mr. Carr, the other deceased person, it is doubtful with what intent he came out. He was at the house of one Mr. Field when the bells rang. Mrs. Field and another witness who was at the house declared that Carr went upstairs and got his sword, which he put between his coat and surtout, and it was with difficulty that they prevailed upon him to lay by his sword. They could not persuade him to keep in. It does not appear that he took any part in the contest of the evening. He was soon shot, and, though dead, he afterwards spoke in court, by the mouth of another, in favor of the prisoners, declaring, among other things already mentioned, that he was a native of Ireland, and had often seen mobs and soldiers fire upon them there, but never saw them bear half so much before they fired as these did. The conduct of the soldiers and of the people in King Street shall be the subject of a future paper. In the meantime, I must desire Philanthrop, who appeared in the last Evening Post, if he pleases, to read again what I observed upon the case of Kilroy in particular, in this Gazette of the 17th inst., and to consider whether he did me justice in saying that I had published, quote, the only piece of evidence produced against Kilroy, and argued upon that alone, end quote. I then published several material pieces of evidence against him, and upon the whole concluded that what was called the furor brevis was, in my opinion, of rather too long a continuance to come within the indulgence of the law. I then thought, and I believe I am far from being singular in thinking it, that for a man repeatedly to say that he had wanted an opportunity of firing upon the inhabitants ever since he had been in the country, and that he would never miss an opportunity of doing it, and afterwards, when forewarned against it, to fire upon the inhabitants, kill one man upon the spot, and then unrelentingly attempt to stab another, who had not offered him any injury, all which was sworn in open court. If such a man is not hostis humanus generis, he discovered at least a total want of remorse at the shedding of human blood, as well as rancorous malice from the beginning. Philanthrop further says that there was no evidence given in court of the wound in Mr. Gray's head, and, quote, that it is in the highest degree unjust to blame the court and jury for not regarding evidence which they never heard, end quote. If he will candidly recur to the aforementioned paper, he will find that I expressly said that the witness being out of the province, the evidence of so savage an act of barbarity could not be produced in court, nor did I take it upon me to, quote, blame the court and jury for not regarding it, end quote. I do not charge Philanthrop with a design to amuse his readers in this or any other instance, but if he intends to continue the subject, I would advise him to be more cautious, lest he misleads them for the future. Again, he says, quote, the impossibility of the bayonets being bloody the next morning is demonstrable from this, that every gun and bayonet of the party was scoured clean that very night, end quote. But to borrow his own words, quote, it is certain no such evidence was given in court, end quote. If this could have been proved, I dare say it would have been done without fail. Philanthrop may suppose it to be true, from its being, as he says, quote, the constant practice of the army after firing, end quote. But such a vague supposition will not invalidate the oaths of creditable witnesses in open court, who swore that Kilroy's bayonet was bloody 5 inches from the point. To vilify and abuse, quote, the most amiable and respectable characters, end quote, I detest from the bottom of my heart. At the same time, I leave it to Philanthrop, or any one who pleases, to write panegyrics on the living or the dead. Vindex, December 25th. End of section 24.
Section 25 of the Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sonia. The Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2, by Samuel Adams. Article signed Vindex. Boston Gazette, December 31st, 1770. Messieurs Printers, I desire you would correct the following mistake I made in your last paper. I said, there were 2 only of the witnesses in the late trial that made mention of the tall gentleman in a red cloak and white wig, viz., Mr. Hunter and Mr. Selkirk. In looking over my minutes, I find there was another, viz., Mr. Archibald Bowman, who also made mention of him. Mr. Bowman testified that they, the people in Dock Square, stood thick round him some time, and after cried huzzah for the main guard, in which he agreed with Mr. Hunter. But he declared that he did not remember their striking their sticks at Simpson's door, and saying they would do for the soldiers, though Mr. Selkirk, who was with him at the same time, declared that those words were spoken by numbers at Simpson's door. Mr. Selkirk mentioned nothing of their saying huzzah, etc., from all which we may conclude that these cries were not general, especially as other witnesses declared that the people also cried home, home. Mr. David Mitchelson testified that they cried they would go to the main guard, and that the effect soon followed. But they went not to the main guard, nor was the main guard attacked through the whole evening. He further said the bells were ringing, The truth is, the generality of the people of the town thought there was a fire, but not knowing where, they naturally, in passing through the main streets, from the north and south parts of the town, stopped in Dock Square, which is in the centre. There they found there was not fire, but that the soldiers at Morris Barracks had, if I may use the expression, broke loose. Mr. Selkirk said that the people made unsuccessful attacks upon the barracks, but immediately adds that he saw nothing of the attacks, I suppose, for it was impossible he should see them, there being a stone building between the house in which he was and the barracks, but that they went up the alley and came back suddenly, which corresponds with what another of the prisoner's witnesses said, who was on the other side of the stone building and therefore could see, viz. That the soldiers several times presented their guns at the people. Mr. Selkirk must be candidly supposed to intend that he judged the people to have made attacks upon the barracks, and unsuccessfully, from seeing them retreat only. But his conclusion might not be well grounded. It is as natural to conclude that these sudden retreats were occasioned by the soldiers attacking the people, as they had before done, and their levelling their guns and threatening to make a lane through them, as was sworn in open court. Mr. Dixon, who was with Mr. Selkirk and the other Scotch gentlemen at Mr. Hunter's house, declared that a party came running down the alley as if they had met with opposition there, which confirms what Mr. Selkirk had said of their sudden retreats, and strengthens the supposition I have now made. But the writer in Mr. Draper's paper of the 20th instant has not yet fulfilled his promise to ascertain the person in a red cloak. I am solicitous that the public should know the very man, and the rather because it has been impudently insinuated that he was a gentleman in office in this town. Vindex, December 27th. End of section 25.
Section 26 of the Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mark DeSanzo. The Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2, by Samuel Adams. Section 26. Article signed Vindex. Boston Gazette, January 7, 1771. To the Printers. I have taken occasion to mention the unhappy persons who lost their lives on the fatal 5th of March, and I think it must appear to every candid reader that they were totally unconnected with each other, and that it cannot be even suspected that either, or to be sure more than one of them, had any ill intention in coming abroad on that evening, much less that they were combined together to do any sort of mischief. Nay, it is even to be doubted whether they ever had any knowledge of each other. I will further observe that there was not the shadow of evidence to prove that any other persons, excepting the soldiers, had formed a design to commit disorders at that or any other time, unless credit is to be given in a court of law to the hearsay of an hearsay, the story which one man told another at sea, and months after the facts were committed, evidence which was in vain objected to by the counsel for the Crown, but to the honor of one of the prisoner's counsel was by him interrupted and stopped. This worthy gentleman declared in open court that it was not legal, and that it ought not to have the least weight in the minds of the jurors, upon which it was ruled that the witness should proceed no further, and he was dismissed. I come now to consider the tragical scene as it was acted in King Street, in doing which I shall confine myself chiefly to the evidence as it was given in court. If I vary from the truth, let Philanthrop or anyone else correct me, it is far from my design, and I am willing to appeal for facts to the book which Philanthrop has told us of, provided always that the facts are there stated with impartiality and truth. This I think it necessary to premise, because I find it advertised that the book is to be published not by the direction but with the permission of the court, a distinction which appears to me to be of some importance. It may be necessary first to inquire into the situation the sentinel was in, for whose relief the party was said to have afterwards gone down. By the testimony given in court by Colonel Marshall, who had spent the evening at a friend's house in Dock Square, it appears that at 9 o'clock all was quiet there, and passing through Royal Exchange Lane into King Street, where the sentry was, he found all as peaceable there. The street never clearer was his expression. It is probable that very soon after this the difference arose between the sentry and the barber's boy, for Colonel Marshall testified that some time after he heard a distant cry of murder, and it is without doubt the sentry struck the boy with his gun. It was then that Colonel Marshall saw a party turn out from the main guard, and soon after another party rushed through Quaker Lane, all armed. It is probable that these were the soldiers who, as they ran into Cornhill, abused the people there, as I have before mentioned. Upon the appearance of these parties, it is said that the barber's boy and his fellow apprentice ran either into his master's or a neighbor's shop. Mr. William Parker, one of the prisoner's witnesses, declared that when he came into King Street, which was after the affray began at Murray's barracks, all was quiet and peaceable. But presently the barber's boy, with 2 or 3 more, came to the sentry. They pushed one another against him, in resentment it is to be supposed for. They said he had knocked the boy down. In the trial of Captain Preston, the boy himself swore in court that the sentry had struck him with his bayonet. Mr. Parker adds that presently a number, about 15, came through Silsby's Lane, which leads from Murray's barracks, with sticks like pieces of pine in their hands. The most of them small boys, 1 or 2 of them large lubbers, as he called them. They said, "Let us go to the main guard," by which it does not appear that they interested themselves in the dispute with the sentry, nor does it appear that they molested the main guard if they went up to it. Soon after, 5 or 6 more came up Royal Exchange Lane, which also leads from Murray's barracks, with sticks like the others, but neither did the witness say that these interfered with the sentry. Mr. Parker further said that he went up by Mr. Jackson's corner, and met 20 or 30 more coming out of Cornhill, a good many men among them, some with sticks and some with walking canes. These opened the matter to him, and told him there had been a squabble at Murray's barracks, but that the soldiers were driven in, and all was over. These different parties met in a cluster at and near Quaker Lane, and not long after seemed to disperse, and he soon went off himself, not leaving about 12 or 15 in the street. And just as he got home, which might not be more than 10 minutes, he heard the bells ring and the guns discharged. No one, I believe, will dispute the veracity either of Colonel Marshall or Mr. Parker. Mr. Edward Payne, a merchant of note in this town, was also summoned as a witness for the prisoners, and his testimony will undoubtedly be relied upon by all who know him or his character. Mr. Payne came out after Mr. Parker left the street, for he declared in court that at 20 minutes after 9, when the bells rang, he went out into the street, and was told, as Mr. Parker had been, that the soldiers had sallied out of their barracks and had cut and wounded a number, but were driven in again. He declared that the sentinel was walking by himself, and nobody near him, so that the barber's boy and his 3 or 4 comrades were at the time gone off. He heard a considerable noise in Cornhill, and a noise of people coming up Silsby's alley. They were inhabitants. 14 or 15, perhaps 20, passed by him, some with sticks, others without, as many of the latter as the former. They cried, "Where are they?" It is necessary to connect the circumstances as the facts are related. Here, therefore, I will remind the reader that besides the soldiers that came out of Murray's barracks, and who now may be supposed to have been driven in, there was also a party that had issued from the main guard, and another party of soldiers who came through Quaker Lane, all armed with naked cutlasses, etc., who went into Cornhill not long before, and there insulted every person they met. These were the men whom the persons mentioned by Mr. Payne in all probability referred to when they cried, "Where are they?" Certainly no persons could be thought blameworthy for pursuing a banditti who had already put a number of peaceable people in great terror of their lives, with a design to prevent their doing further mischief. There is no foundation to suppose that they had any other design. Yet these are the persons who, as some would have it, were the faulty cause of the slaughter that afterwards ensued. It was indeed unfortunate that they happened to take that route, for Mr. Payne added that a lad came up and said that the sentry had knocked down a boy, upon which the people turned about and went directly to the sentry. By which one would think that they had no design to attack the sentry before, and that they would not even have spoken to him had they not been told that he had injured the boy. Till then the sentry had not been the object of their attention, and I must insist upon it that they had then as good right by the law to resent the injury done to the boy, as the party from the main guard had afterwards, to resent the injury done, if there was any, to the sentry. The prudence in either case I will not undertake to vindicate. Mr. Payne further said he was afraid of what might happen from the peoples surrounding the sentry, and wished they might be taken off. He returned to his own door, which is nearly on the opposite side of the street, and there heard the people cry to the sentry, "Fire, damn you! Why don't you fire?" I have just observed that Mr. Payne expressed his concern at the peoples surrounding the sentry. Mr. Henry Knox, another witness for the prisoners, a young gentleman of a very good reputation, was probably near the sentry while Mr. Payne was at his own door. He testified in court that the people were round the sentry, and they said he was going to fire, that he was waving his gun, that he, Mr. Knox, told him if he fired he must die, that in return he damned them and said that if they molested him he would fire, that the boys were damning him and daring him to fire, that he heard one say he would go and knock him down for sweeping his gun, that he thought the sentry snapped. He added that he saw nothing thrown at the sentry, although he was near him till after the party came down, and Mr. Payne finished his testimony with saying that he perceived nothing but the talk that led him to think the soldiers would fire. Mr. Lee and Mr. Frost, both witnesses for the prisoners, testified that the barber's boy came up to the people, and pointing at the sentry said, "Here's the son of a bitch that knocked me down," upon which one of the witnesses said, "The people cried, 'Kill him.'" Both said that the sentry ran to the custom-house steps, knocked at the door but could not get in. Neither of them mentioned anything thrown at him, nor any attack upon him. He primed and loaded his gun and leveled it, told the people to stand off, and called to the main guard, upon which Captain Preston and his party came down. Mr. Bulkeley, summoned also by the prisoners, testified that he thought the sentry was in danger by the number of people about him and the noise, and mentioned no other reason for his thinking so. He said that a person told Captain Preston that they were killing the sentry. This person was probably one Thomas Greenwood, a servant in the custom-house, for he himself declared before the magistrates that he was in the custom-house, and went from thence to the main guard, and told one of the soldiers if they did not go down to the sentry he was afraid they would hurt him, though he had not seen any person insult him. This man at the same time deposed that he saw 2 or 3 snowballs fall near the steps of the custom-house, but saw no person throw any stones, though he had placed himself in the most convenient room in the house for observation. Mr. Harrison Gray mentioned the people round the sentry making use of opprobrious language and threatening, but said nothing of their attacking him or throwing anything at him. Mr. Hinckley declared that the people went to the sentry, and at last some of them cried, "Kill him," but did not see any attempt to hurt him. Mr. Cornwall swore that he saw snowballs and 2 or 3 oyster shells thrown at the sentry, but did not think they hit him. He heard several young gentlemen persuading the people to go off, and believed they all would have gone off if the soldiers had not come down. Mr. Hellyer declared that he came into King Street and saw the sentry and 20 or 30 persons, some boys at their diversion. The sentry waved his gun in a way that had a tendency to exasperate the people. Mr. Brewer saw the sentry with his bayonet breast high, a number of boys, 20 or more round him, talking but doing nothing. Mr. Bailey was standing with the sentry on the custom-house steps, saw 20 or 30 boys of about 14 years old. They were throwing pieces of ice at him, large and hard enough to hurt him, but did not know whether they hit him. This must appear very strange as he was so near him. His standing with him on the steps would lead one to think he was an acquaintance of the sentry, which is confirmed by another circumstance, for he said that when the party came down, one of the soldiers put his bayonet to his breast, and the sentry told him not to hurt him. Mr. Simpson swore that the sentry knocked at the custom-house door, that a person came to the door and spoke to him, upon which he turned and loaded his gun. There was one witness, and I think but one, who mentioned pieces of sea-coal thrown at the sentry, and that was Andrew, a negro, a fellow of a lively imagination indeed, one who I believe could tell as good a story even to my Lord of H., and give his lordship as circumstantial an account of the unhappy transaction, as some who have already had the honor of doing it, and who may think themselves to be Andrew's betters. He is remarkable for telling romantic stories in the circles of his acquaintance, and whether his fancy had beguiled his own judgment, or whether he had a mind to try his success at painting upon so serious an occasion, or lastly, whether he was resolved to do his utmost to save the prisoners, I pretend not to say. But he certainly made some folks believe that the ashes made of sea coal burnt with great savings in the adjacent offices were like the cinders thrown out of a blacksmith's shop. Andrew's evidence, if not his judgment, was greatly relied upon, and the more because his master, who is in truth an honest man, came into court and swore to his character, and further said that Andrew had told him that he really believed the inhabitants were to blame. It is, I am apt to think, in general true that no man knows so little of the real character of his servant as the master himself does. It is well known that the negroes of this town have been familiar with the soldiers, and that some of them have been tampered with to cut their masters' throats. I hope Andrew is not one of these. His character for integrity and even for learning, for he can both read and write, has been upon this occasion wrought to so high a pitch that I am loath even to hint anything that may tend to depreciate it. Otherwise, I should say that there are some, whose kitchens Andrew has frequented, who will not give him quite so exalted a character as others who had not known him thought he deserved. Several others, witnesses for the prisoners, testified to the same purpose, that the people encroached upon the sentry, that he loaded his gun and threatened to fire upon them, and that they in turn dared him to fire and throwed a few snowballs. Mr. Hall said that he presented his gun at the people, and they threw snowballs and some oyster shells at him, and they hit his gun 2 or 3 times. Mr. Payne, who saw the sentry when he was alone, and until the party came up and fired, quote, perceived nothing but the talk that he thought would have induced him or any of the soldiers to fire. End quote. Words are not an assault, and could not warrant him to fire. Mr. Knox and others saw nothing thrown at him, nor any attack made on him. Mr. Unknown and some others said they saw snowballs and other things thrown at him, but it appears very probable from the course of the evidence that if anything was thrown at him, it was not till he had loaded his gun, threatened to fire, and waved it in such a manner as tended to exasperate people, and as Mr. Knox thought had snapped his gun. The first assault was made by the sentry himself, when upon a foolish provocation in words only, he struck the barber's boy. He renewed the assault when he loaded his gun and presented it upon the people, threatening to fire upon them. In doing this, he put his Majesty's subjects in terror of their lives against the law of the land, and they would have been justified in seizing him at least. If he had thought himself in danger, instead of threatening the lives of others, he must first, according to the law of the land, have retreated if he could, and even from his post. Other doctrine, I know, has been strongly inculcated of late by those who would set up or tamely yield to an uncontrollable military power. But I trust in God it will never be established here. It never can, while the people entertain a just idea of the nature of civil government, and are upon their guard against the daring encroachments of arbitrary, despotic power. The people were inclined to disperse, and did disperse, in the beginning of this childish dispute, as appeared by the evidence of Mr. Parker, and, notwithstanding the mutual animosity, if the reader pleases, which afterwards arose between the sentry and them, they would have finally dispersed, in the opinion of another witness, if the party had not come down from the main guard. Vindex, January 1. End of section 26.
Section 27 of the Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sonia. The Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2, by Samuel Adams. To Stephen Sayre, Manuscript, Samuel Adams Papers, Lenox Library, Boston, January 12, 1771. Sir, I wrote you per Captain Hall, who sailed about 10 days ago, and then enclosed some papers published in the Boston Gazette upon the subject of the late trial of the soldiers. I now send you duplicates, together with others on the same subject since published. I perceive that Mr. Hutchinson is appointed governor here, and it is said he is to have an independent salary. Is not this perfect despotism? What can the people of Britain mean by suffering their great men to enslave their fellow subjects? Can they think that the plan is confined to America? They will surely find themselves mistaken. I am in haste. End of section 27.
Section 28 of the Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mark DeSanzo. The Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2, by Samuel Adams. Section 28. Article signed Vindex. Boston Gazette, January 14, 1771. To the Printers. I have, in my last, considered the situation and behavior of the sentry and the people that were round him immediately before the coming down of the soldiers from the main guard. Some of the witnesses, sworn in open court, who I believe are allowed to be of equal credit with any of the rest, and were present through the whole bloody scene, declared that they perceived nothing thrown at the sentry, nothing but the number of people and the noise they made that led them to apprehend he was in danger, nothing but the talk that induced them to think he would fire. Others indeed saw snowballs and other things thrown at him after he presented his gun and waved it in an exasperating manner and threatened to fire. One in particular declared that he saw balls of ice thrown, large and hard enough to hurt any man. It is strange, if he thought the sentry in danger, that he should stand so near him, as by his own testimony it is evident he did, till the soldiers came down. I think, upon the whole, we may fairly conclude that but few of these things were thrown at him, and that they were in consequence of his loading his gun and presenting it at the people. It was the opinion of one of the witnesses for the prisoners that the people would have dispersed if the soldiers had not come down. It was then unfortunate that the soldiers were so suddenly ordered down. Whether it was regular for a captain to take a corporal's command, or was ever done before in the army, I leave others to say, who are better acquainted with the art military than I pretend to be. If not, it may be difficult to account for Captain Preston's great readiness to undertake so disagreeable and dangerous a task. In the Public Advertiser, printed in London the 28th of April last, I have seen a paper called The Case of Captain Thomas Preston. It was published in his name, though not wholly his own draft, as he declared to a committee of this town, who waited upon him for an explanation of some passages in it, which were notoriously false, and grossly reflecting upon some of the magistrates as well as the people of the town and province. I may hereafter particularly consider this paper, which has had its run through Britain and America, and point out the many faults of partiality which are contained in it. The only reason why I have not already done it was because I agreed in the general sentiment of the inhabitants of this town that nothing of this kind should be published at so critical a juncture, lest it might be thought to prejudice the minds of jurors on a trial for life. It may be perhaps more easy, and of full as much importance to the public, to ascertain the person who several times altered the state of the case, and as Captain Preston himself declared, even after it finally came out of his hands, as it would be, to ascertain the person in a red cloak, which the writer in Draper's paper has been so often in vain called upon to do, in fulfillment of his voluntary promise. In this paper, Captain Preston, or his friend in his behalf, says, quote, he sent a non-commissioned officer and 12 men, and very soon followed himself, end quote. The witnesses in court on both sides declared that Captain Preston himself came down with the party. Again he says, he followed, quote, lest the officer and soldiers should be thrown off their guard and commit some rash act, end quote. But did he restrain them from committing so rash an act as firing upon the multitude? He surely must have observed the violent temper which the soldiers discovered as they rushed through the people, according to his own account, quote, upon the trot in a threatening manner, damning the people and pushing them with their bayonets, end quote, as Mr. Knox and others swore in court. He knew their guns were charged with ball. He declared it at the time and on the spot, as Mr. Palms testified. Should he not then, at the very instant when he must, if ever, have been apprehensive that they would commit some rash act, at least have cautioned them not to fire till he himself should give the orders? Instead of this, by his own, or his friend's account published as his own, we find no such prudent directions to the men under his command, who by the rules of the army would have been liable to suffer death if they had disobeyed. What single step did he take to prevent their committing a rash act, for the sake of which alone, he tells us, he followed down? Not one, according to the state of the case, till after they began to fire. Quote, "Upon my asking the men," says he, "why they fired without orders, they said they heard the word fire and supposed it come from me." End quote. It seems it was the apprehension of the soldiers that he ordered them to fire, and we must suppose that the soldiers were particularly attentive to their commanding officer. But he adds, quote, "I assured them my words were, 'Don't fire,'" end quote. From hence it is plain that he gave them some order. I am no soldier, and never desire to be one, but I appeal to those who are, whether the words "Don't fire" are words of command in the British Army, and whether there is not some other word which soldiers are taught to understand, more proper to be given on such an occasion, or, as I choose to express it, in the heat of action, which would have prevented such rashness, and even put it out of their power to have fired, at least to have done any mischief. These words, I well remember, it was said, were made use of in command, at another time, and by another officer of the same regiment, when one of the soldiers, through mistake, fired upon the march in the street, and very nearly effected the death, not to say the murder, of a worthy citizen. The soldier was soon jostled from the reach of civil power, which was a mighty easy thing to be done, as was found by experience, at a time when the first magistrate of the province had publicly declared that he had no authority over the king's troops, which has since been repeated. The good men of the county, however, found a bill of indictment against the officer who commanded the party, but when the matter came upon trial before the superior court, although some positively swore that he gave the word "fire," yet because the soldiers swore that his words were "Don't fire," a doubt arose, and a doubt, you know, must turn in favor of the accused party. For the good old maxim is, whether founded in the law of Moses, the common law, the law of nature and reason, or the safety of human societies, better 10 villains escape than one honest, harmless man be hanged. Whether the officer would have so luckily escaped upon a trial before a court-martial for giving a word of command unintelligible in a military sense, I very much doubt. Captain Preston further said that, quote, "his intention was not to act offensively, nor even the contrary part without compulsion," end quote. That is, when he should think himself compelled, he was to act defensively. And in what way could he or his soldiers act upon the defense, with muskets charged with ball, but by discharging them upon the people, which he must have concluded would have killed some of them? No matter, the people were the aggressors, and besides, quote, "the king's money was to be protected," end quote, as well as the sentinel. Here I will acquit Captain Preston, as a man of too much honor, to suggest a known falsehood. It has been the constant practice of a certain set of men meanly to insinuate that the Americans in their exertions against lawless power have always had something dishonorable in view. At present it is the plundering the king's chest, although even Greenwood himself, a hired servant in the custom-house, a dependent upon dependents, if he is to be believed, deposed before the magistrate that amidst the whole volley, as some would have it, of snowballs, oyster-shells, ice, and, as Andrew said, sea-coal thrown at the sentinel, quote, "not a single pane of the custom-house windows were broken, nor did he see any person attempt to get into the house or break even a square of glass," end quote. The soldiers acted defensively, and it seems as though Preston thought they were at length compelled to do it. For if it was done against his orders, or barely without his orders, with what propriety could he say to the person of the first character in the province, "I did it to save my men"? A precise answer indeed to the question put to him, and therefore I should have thought not unsatisfactory or imperfect, as it was afterwards affirmed to have been. Such were the effects of Captain Preston's sending the non-commissioned officer and the soldiers to protect the sentinel and the king's money, and of his following very soon after to prevent their committing a rash act. But if Captain Preston had a right to go to the protection of any man whom he thought in danger, had he or his party a right to engage in an affray, and carry into an incensed mob, as he calls it, weapons which could not be used without killing, and there make use of them as he should judge necessary? Ought he not to have called upon a civil officer, and put himself and his men, if required, under his direction, before he went upon so desperate a design? Or does the law of the land invest every or any military officer, even of the highest rank, with the right, above all other citizens, of making himself a party in a riot under a pretense of suppressing it, of carrying with him soldiers armed with weapons of death, and making use of them at discretion, without even the presence of a civil officer? This is a point of too much importance to be yielded, for the lives of subjects are not to depend upon the judgment or discretion, much less upon the will and pleasure or wanton humor of His Majesty's military servants. I am sensible I have heretofore taken up too much room in your useful paper. I shall avoid it at present, and the rather to afford you the opportunity of inserting an address, to the Protestants of the three kingdoms and the colonies, being the preface to a late publication in London, containing a series of important letters of the Earl of Hillsborough, the Marquis of Rockingham, and others, from a gentleman whose signature is Pliny, Jr. Vindex. End of section 28. Section 29 of the Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mark DeSanzo. The Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2, by Samuel Adams. Section 29. Article signed by Vindex. Boston Gazette, January 21, 1771. To the Printers. As the lives of 5 of His Majesty's subjects were unfairly lost on the evening of the 5th of March last, it follows that some persons must have been in fault. The unhappy sufferers, for aught that has ever appeared, were in the peace of God and the King. Let their memories then, so far at least as respects this matter, remain unreproached. It appeared by the evidence in court that all the prisoners were present in King Street, that they all discharged their muskets but one, and his flushed in the pan, and that the deceased were all killed by musket balls. 6 of the prisoners were acquitted by the jury, and 2 were found guilty of manslaughter. In ordinary cases, the public ought to rest satisfied with the verdict of a jury, a method of trial which an Englishman glories in as his greatest security. It is a method peculiar to the English, and as a great writer observes, has been a probable means of their having supported their liberties through so many ages past. Among the most substantial advantages arising from trials by juries, there is this incidental one, in this province especially, that by our laws, no man being obliged to serve as a juryman more than once in 3 years, it falls upon the freemen as it were by rotation. By this means the people in general are in their turns called to that important trust. By attending in courts of law and justice, it is to be presumed that their minds are there impressed with a sense of justice, and that they gain that general idea of right or law which it is necessary that all men in a free country should have. It is an admirable institution by which every citizen may be placed in a situation that enables him to contribute to the great end of society, the distributing justice, and it everywhere diffuses a spirit of true patriotism, which is zealously employed for the public welfare." I am not about to arraign the late jurors before the bar of the public. They are accountable to God and their own consciences, and in their day of trial may God send them good deliverance. But in times when politics run high, we find by the experience of past ages it is difficult to ascertain the truth even in a court of law. At such times witnesses will appear to contradict each other in the most essential points of fact, and a cool conscientious spectator is apt to shudder for fear of perjury. If the jurors are strangers to the characters of the several witnesses, it may be too late for them to make the inquiry when they are upon their seats. The credibility of a witness perhaps cannot be impeached in court unless he has been convicted of perjury. But an immoral man, for instance one who will commonly profane the name of his Maker, certainly cannot be esteemed of equal credit by a jury with one who fears to take that sacred name in vain. It is impossible he should in the mind of any man. Therefore, when witnesses substantially differ in their relation of the same facts, Unless the jury are acquainted with their different characters, they must be left to mere chance to determine which to believe, the consequence of which may be fatal to the life of the prisoner, or to the justice of the cause, or perhaps both. It was for this reason that I was concerned when the counsel for the Crown objected the notoriety of the immoral character of a witness, that he was stopped by one of the counsel on the other side. In a court of justice it is beneath any character to aim at victory and triumph. Truth and truth alone is to be sought after. While the soldiers were passing from the main guard to the custom-house, it did not appear by any of the witnesses that they were molested by the people, if we accept what was mentioned as having been said by Mr. Carr, one of the deceased persons. His doctor testified that he told him the people pelted them as they went along. The declaration of a dying man commonly carries much weight, and oftentimes possibly more than it ought. This man's declaration was not made upon oath, nor in the presence of a magistrate. The doctor had a curiosity, as most had, to know how matters were, and inquired of his patient who he thought could inform him. It may be, not expecting to be called to relate it before a court 9 months afterwards, when he might have nothing but memory to recur to. No one disputes the doctor's understanding or integrity. I have before said that others were ready to testify that Carr gave them a very different account from that which he gave to his doctor. It ought to be remembered that the unhappy man was laboring under the pains and anxiety occasioned by a mortal wound, and might not be able at all times to attend duly to such questions as were asked him. What makes it highly probable that he must have been mistaken is that among the many witnesses not one on either side mentioned their seeing the least ill usage offered to the soldiers as they passed from the main guard. Not even Mr. Gridley, whose declared intention was, at the request of some gentlemen with whom he had been in company, to bring them as circumstantial an account of the matter as he could. It is agreed by the witnesses for the prisoners, who mentioned their seeing the soldiers upon their first coming down, that they loaded their guns, levelled them at the people, and began to insult and abuse them, as indeed they did upon their march, before any just provocation had been offered to them. Mr. Hinckley saw the party come down, they loaded, pushed their bayonets, and pricked the people. Mr. Wilkinson also saw the party come down, did not see anything thrown at them, though he stood at 2 or 3 yards distance. Mr. Murray said they came down and cried, "Make way." Andrew declared that the party planted themselves at the custom-house, the people gave 3 cheers, he heard one of the soldiers say, "Damn you, stand back." One of them had liked to have pricked a man as he was passing by, and swore by God he would stab him. Several persons were talking with the captain, and a number pressing on to hear what they said. One of the persons talking with the officer said, "He is going to fire." The people shouted, and said, "He dare not fire," and then they began to throw snowballs. Even by Andrew's account, the people were rather curious to know what the soldiers designed to do than intent upon doing them any hurt until they were assaulted by them, which I am apt to think is true, because Newtown Prince, another negro of whom for my own part I conceive a better opinion than of Andrew, declared that the soldiers planted themselves in a circle, their guns breast high, and the people crowded on to speak with Captain Preston. And further, several of the witnesses swore that they themselves talked with the captain, and one of them cautioned him against firing. Captain Preston himself, also in his printed state of his case, says that he reasoned with some well-behaved persons, to show that, as he was advanced before the muzzles of their pieces, he must fall a sacrifice if they fired, and that his ordering them to fire upon the half-cock and charged bayonets would prove him no officer. All which might be true, and yet, in my humble opinion, not quite so satisfactory as the answer which he afterwards gave to the lieutenant-governor, for he might, I suppose, in an instant shift his station, and the soldiers, by a proper word of command, might discharge their muskets without his falling a sacrifice, or forfeiting the character of a soldier. Such a manner of reasoning upon their question whether he intended to order the men to fire was evasive, and may serve to show Captain Preston's opinion that however well behaved these gentlemen were, they were no soldiers. I shall now take notice of what the witnesses for the Crown testified concerning the behavior of the soldiers upon their first arrival at the custom-house. Mr. Austin saw the party come down, the captain was with them. Macaulay, one of the prisoners, loaded his gun, pushed at him with his bayonet, and damned him. he did not observe the people press on. Mr. Bridgham declared that about a dozen surrounded the soldiers and struck their guns with their sticks, but he also said the soldiers were loading at the same time. He further added that he did not apprehend himself or the soldiers in any danger by anything he saw, from whence it may be supposed that as the people struck their guns only, when they might as easily have knocked them down, their intention was not to hurt them, but rather to prevent their loading. Mr. Brewer saw the party come down, told Captain Preston that everybody was about dispersing, in which he agreed with another witness, who was of the opinion that the people would have dispersed if the soldiers had not come down. Mr. Brewer added that Kilroy, one of the prisoners, struck him with his bayonet before they formed, and that he saw no blows and nothing thrown before the firing. Mr. Bailey testified that when the party came down, Carroll, one of the prisoners, put his bayonet to his breast. Mr. Wilkinson stood at about 2 yards' distance from the soldiers all the while they were there. He saw no ice nor snowballs thrown, in which he agreed with Mr. Austin. Mr. Fosdick testified that he was pushed as the party came down, that afterwards they wounded him in the breast, 2 different bayonets were thrust into his arm, all this while there had been no blows that he saw, nor did he know the cause of their firing. Mr. Palms saw Captain Preston at the head of the soldiers who were drawn up with their guns breast high, and their bayonets fixed, and Preston told them they were loaded with powder and ball. I think I have mentioned all the witnesses who testified in court to what they saw upon the first arrival of the party at the custom-house, and by their testimonies the reader will judge whether the soldiers had just provocation to fire upon the people, or whether they were in danger of their lives or had any reason to think they were. On the contrary, whether they did not themselves first assault the people as they were coming from the main guard, and afterwards, by leveling their guns loaded with ball in an exasperating manner at the people, pushing their bayonets at some of them, wounding others and threatening all, even before any injury had been offered to them. I shall conclude what I have to say upon this interesting subject in my next. In the meantime, let me assure Philanthrop that I am fully of his mind that a true patriot, quote, will not from private views or by any ways or means foment and cherish groundless fears and jealousies, end quote. But perhaps we may not be so well agreed in our determination, when the fears and jealousies of our fellow citizens are groundless. It is, I believe, the general opinion of judicious men that at present there are good grounds to apprehend a settled design to enslave and ruin the colonies, and that some men of figure and station in America have adopted the plan and would gladly lull the people to sleep, the easier to put it in execution. But I believe Philanthrop would be far from acknowledging that he is of that opinion. The fears and jealousies of the people are not always groundless, and when they become general, it is not to be presumed that they are, for the people in general seldom complain without some good reason. The inhabitants of this continent are not to be duped, quote, by an artful use of the words liberty and slavery in an application to their passions, end quote, as Philanthrop would have us think they are. Like the miserable Italians who are cheated with the names excommunication, bulls, crusades, etc., they can distinguish between realities and sounds, and by a proper use of that reason which heaven has given them, they can judge as well as their betters when there is danger of slavery. They have as high a regard for George III as others have, and yet can suppose it possible they may be made slaves, without, quote, enslaving themselves by their own folly and madness, end quote. They can believe that men who, quote, are bone of our bone and flesh of our flesh, born and bred among us, end quote, may, like Achan, for a wedge of gold, detach themselves from the common interest and embark in another bottom, in hopes that they, quote, with their wives and children, end quote, will one day stand and see and enjoy and triumph in the ruins of their country. Such instances there have been frequently in times past, and I dare not say we have not at present reason enough for, quote, exclaiming with the Roman patriot, zero tempora, zero mores, end quote. The true patriot, therefore, will inquire into the causes of the fears and jealousies of his countrymen, and if he finds they are not groundless, he will be far from endeavoring to allay or stifle them. On the contrary, constrained by the amor patriae, and from public views, he will by all proper means in his power foment and cherish them. He will, as far as he is able, keep the attention of his fellow citizens awake to their grievances, and not suffer them to be at rest till the causes of their just complaints are removed. At such a time Philanthrop's patriot may be, quote, very cautious of charging the want of ability or integrity to those with whom any of the powers of government are entrusted, end quote. But the true patriot will constantly be jealous of those very men, knowing that power, especially in times of corruption, makes men wanton, that it intoxicates the mind, and unless those with whom it is entrusted are carefully watched, such is the weakness or the perverseness of human nature, they will be apt to domineer over the people instead of governing them according to the known laws of the state, to which alone they have submitted. If he finds, upon the best enquiry, the want of ability or integrity, that is, an ignorance of or a disposition to depart from the Constitution, which is the measure and rule of government and submission, he will point them out and loudly proclaim them. He will stir up the people incessantly to complain of such men, till they are either reformed or removed from that sacred trust which it is dangerous for them any longer to hold. Philanthrop may tell us of the hazard, quote, of disturbing and inflaming the minds of the multitude whose passions know no bounds, end quote. A traitor to the Constitution alone can dread this. The multitude I am speaking of is the body of the people, no contemptible multitude, for whose sake government is instituted, or rather who have themselves erected it solely for their own good, to whom even kings and all in subordination to them are, strictly speaking, servants and not masters. Quote, the Constitution and its laws are the basis of the public tranquillity, the firmest support of the public authority, and the pledge of the liberty of the citizens. But the Constitution is a vain phantom, and the best laws are useless if they are not religiously observed. The nation ought then to watch, and the true patriot will watch very attentively in order to render them equally respected by those who govern and the people destined to obey, end quote. To violate the laws of the state is a capital crime, and if those guilty of it are invested with authority, they add to this crime a perfidious abuse of the power with which they are entrusted. Quote, the nation, therefore, the people, ought to suppress those abuses with their utmost care and vigilance, end quote. This is the language of a very celebrated author, whom I dare say Philanthrop is well acquainted with, and will acknowledge to be an authority. Philanthrop, I think, speaks somewhat unintelligibly when he tells us that the well-being and happiness of the whole depends upon subordination, as if mankind submitted to government for the sake of being subordinate. In the state of nature there was subordination. The weaker was by force made to bow down to the more powerful. This is still the unhappy lot of a great part of the world under government. So among the brutal herd the strongest horns are the strongest laws. Mankind have entered into political societies rather for the sake of restoring equality, the want of which in the state of nature rendered existence uncomfortable and even dangerous. I am not of leveling principles, but I am apt to think that constitution of civil government which admits equality in the most extensive degree, consistent with the true design of government, is the best. And I am of this opinion because I agree with Philanthrop and many others that man is a social animal. Subordination is necessary to promote the purposes of government, the grand design of which is that men might enjoy a greater share of the blessings resulting from that social nature and those rational powers with which indulgent heaven has endowed us than they could in the state of nature. But there is a degree of subordination which will forever be abhorrent to the generous mind, when it is extended to the very borders, if not within the bounds, of slavery. A subordination which is so far from conducing, quote, to the welfare and happiness of the whole, end quote, that it necessarily involves the idea of that worst of all the evils of this life, a tyranny. An abject servility which instead of, quote, being essential to our existence as a people, end quote, disgraces the human nature and sinks it to that of the most despicable brute. I cannot help thinking that the reader must have observed in Philanthrop's last performance that a foundation is there laid for a dangerous superstructure, and that from his principles might easily be delineated a plan of despotism, which, however uncommon it may be for the laws and constitution of the state to be openly and boldly opposed, our enemies have long threatened to establish by violence. If Philanthrop upon retrospection shall think so, he will, like a prudent physician, administer an antidote for the poison. If not, I hope the attention of others will be awakened to that excellent maxim, "no less essential in politics than in morals," Principius obsta. It is impolitic to make the first attempt to enslave mankind by force. This strikes the imagination and is alarming. "Important changes insensibly happen. It is against silent and slow attacks that a nation ought to be particularly on its guard." Vindex, January 15th. End of section 29. Section 30 of the Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mark DeSanzo. The Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2, by Samuel Adams. Section 30. Article signed Vindex. Boston Gazette, January 28, 1771. To the Printers. In my last, I recollected the testimonies of the witnesses on both sides, who related in court the behavior of the soldiers and the people on the fatal evening of the 5th of March last. The reader, if he pleases, will judge, whether the people struck the soldiers' guns, or threw snowballs, or any other thing, or offered them the least violence, from their first turning out till they had marched to the custom-house, abused, threatened, beat, and wounded the people, loaded their guns with powder and ball, leveled them and waved them in an exasperating manner, and gave out that they would fire. For, if Andrew is to be believed, he testified that when one of the persons talking with the officer turned and said, "They are going to fire," the people shouted and said, "They dare not fire," and then they began to throw snowballs. If all these things were done by the soldiers, before the people offered them any injury, I would ask, who made the first assault? If there was an unlawful assembly, who were they? Were the people the unlawful assembly, who were collected together, some from an apprehension of fire in the town, and with the necessary preparations, engines, and buckets, to have extinguished it if there had been one? Others from the more alarming apprehension, that the soldiers had issued from the barracks, as indeed they had done, and that agreeable to their threatenings many days before, and their correspondent behavior on that very evening, they were massacring the inhabitants? Were they, who bore all that insolent and irritating language from the soldiers, as they marched from the main guard, and before they formed at the custom-house, who were pushed at, struck with bayonets, and wounded, to be charged with being the aggressors, because they finally, when they saw them bent upon firing against repeated warnings, took such methods as their understanding dictated to them in the midst of such a scene, to prevent their committing so rash an act? An act which it was the duty as well as the professed design of the officer to have prevented, and which, in the opinion of some, he might have prevented if he would. And yet we find a person of high rank and figure in this province testifying in court in the case of Captain Preston, that such was his opinion of the prudence of this same officer, that he should have chosen him out to have commanded upon a like occasion. I believe that in ordinary times, if a banditti of men of violence had been seen, with guns loaded and bayonets fixed, trembling with rage and ready to fire upon a multitude in the street, it would have been counted meritorious in any man or number of men, at all events, to have disarmed them, and if death had ensued in the attempt, perhaps it would not have been adjudged excusable homicide or manslaughter. I am sensible it is said by some that it was the duty of the soldiers to maintain their post. It was sworn by a military officer in court that, "the sentinel at the custom-house was stationed and appointed by the commanding officer, Lieutenant Colonel Dalrymple, that they could not stir from their post, and it was at their peril if they did." And Captain Preston, in his state of the case, says, "he sent a party to protect the sentinel." But this is military language, to be used in camps and garrisoned towns, not in free cities, in courts martial and not in courts of common law. It is dangerous to adopt military maxims, however pleasing they may be to some men, and to bring them into use in civil societies. If the sentinel had been in danger, as was pretended, the law of the land, to which the most distinguished officer in the king's army is subjected, would have protected that sentinel. Or, if there had indeed been a dangerous mob, the law would have suppressed it, and no soldier should have dared to have interfered, as a soldier, without the command of a civil magistrate. Captain Preston in his state has said, quote, "The mob still increased and was more outrageous." End quote. And what did he say the mob did after they became more outrageous? Why, quote, "They struck their clubs or bludgeons one against another, and called out, 'Come on, you rascals, bloody backs, lobster scoundrels, fire if you dare. We know you dare not fire,' and much more such language." End quote. But surely it will not be said that all this would justify or excuse their firing. This was after the soldiers had insulted and wounded the people, and had loaded their guns and threatened to fire, as appears by the current evidence. And yet hitherto, by his own account, we find no violence nor even threat offered to the soldiers, nothing but hard names and daring them to fire. He adds, quote, "While I was parleying and endeavoring all in my power to persuade them to retire peaceably, they advanced to the points of the bayonets, struck some of them, and even the muzzles of the pieces," end quote, which corresponds with the testimonies of some of the witnesses in court before mentioned, who said that while they were loading, the people struck their guns, very probably, however indiscreet it might be, to prevent their firing. He further says, quote, "They seemed to be endeavoring to close in with the soldiers." End quote. This was not mentioned by any witness in court, nor does it seem to be likely. Indeed, I cannot see how Captain Preston could imagine that they seemed to be endeavoring to close in with the soldiers. He says, quote, "He was talking with some well-behaved persons, who had asked him whether he intended to order the men to fire." End quote. Some of the witnesses mentioned the people's pressing in, and more naturally accounted for it, viz., from a curiosity to know what was said. Captain Preston adds, quote, "While I was thus speaking with the well-behaved persons, and in all likelihood at the very instant when Andrew testified it was said they were going to fire, one of the soldiers, having received a severe blow with a stick, stepped a little on one side and instantly fired." End quote. Upon this, says Captain Preston, quote, "A general attack was made upon the men." End quote. So that there was no general attack, according to his account, till after the firing, which agrees with Mr. Bridgham and other unexceptionable witnesses in court, who declared that, quote, "There was no danger to the soldiers from anything they saw, no molestation nor anything which they thought could produce firing." End quote. Indeed, one of the witnesses for the prisoners, Mr. Nathaniel Russell, testified that, quote, "The soldiers were in a trembling situation and seemed to apprehend themselves in immediate danger of death." End quote. But being interrogated whether their trembling might not be the effect of rage, he replied perhaps it might proceed both from fear and rage. If there had been such a general attack as Captain Preston mentions, after one of the soldiers had actually fired and the others appeared to be just ready to fire, for they all discharged their guns in a few minutes afterwards, it would have been such an appearance as might naturally have been expected, and therefore Captain Preston, who, as he says, followed the party for that very purpose, should have taken more effectual care than he did to have prevented so rash an act. There was time enough for him to have at least prevented the continuance of the firing after the first gun was discharged, and consequently to have saved the lives of some of His Majesty's subjects, for Mr. Bridgham testified that there was half a minute between the first and second gun. It seems by the evidence that Montgomery, one of the prisoners, was the first who fired. It is probable that he was the man whom Captain Preston mentions as having received a blow. The witnesses varied in their testimonies concerning this fact. He was struck with a stick, either flung from behind or otherwise. Some say he was knocked down, others that he did not fall. Captain Preston himself said, quote, "He stepped a little on one side." End quote. Mr. Palms, who gave, I think, the clearest account of this matter, declared that he saw Montgomery struck. He stepped or sallied back, he could not say which. He did not fall. He was sure he was not knocked down before he fired. He could not be, and he not see it, for his hand was laid familiarly on Captain Preston's shoulder, and the soldier stood close to the captain. He added that he himself knocked Montgomery down after they had all fired, and the reason was that because even then he was going to prick him with his bayonet. It seems the rage of passion in the breast of this soldier, like that in Kilroy's, had not abated after discharging his piece upon the people. His thirst was not even then assuaged. Upon his attempt, after all the firing, and while numbers were dead on the spot before him, to stab Mr. Palms, he struck with his stick and knocked his gun out of his hand, and then he struck the first man he could, which happened to be Preston. A circumstance related by Preston himself, with this difference. He says he received the blow as he turned to the man who fired and asked him why he fired without orders. Mr. Palms said it was after all the guns were fired, so that if Mr. Palms is not mistaken, Captain Preston did not put that necessary question till after all the firing was over, though there was half a minute's distance between the first and second gun. Mr. Palms spake upon oath in court. Captain Preston did not. Which of them was the more disinterested person, the reader will judge. Mr. Palms mentioned a further struggle between him and Montgomery, and the soldier, after the third attempt to stab him, in missing him, fell to the ground, and he escaped with his life. Mr. Danbrook saw Montgomery fire, and 2 persons fall. Mr. Bass also saw the same soldier fire, was sure he did not fall before he fired. He stood where he must have seen it. He thought he fell afterwards, which cooperates with Mr. Palms's testimony. Mr. Burdick went up to one of the soldiers, whom he took to be the bald man, pointing at Montgomery, asked him whether he intended to fire. He answered, yes, by the eternal God. A soldier pushed his bayonet at him, upon which he struck at him a violent blow and hit the cock of his gun. He saw but one thing thrown, and that was a short stick. He heard a rattling, and took it to be the knocking of the soldiers' guns together, for the ground was slippery and they were continually pushing at the people. After the firing, while the people were taking up the dead, the soldiers began to present and cock their guns, and then the officer said, "Don't fire any more." Andrew declared that the soldiers were pushing with their bayonets all the time he was there, and the people, being advised so to do before any gun was discharged, seemed to be turning away to leave the soldiers. He gives a very minute account of 3 or 4 persons coming round Jackson's Corner with a stout man at their head, his throwing himself in and making a stroke at the officer, their paying upon each other's heads, and the soldiers paying upon the heads of the people too, and concludes this part of his narrative with the soldiers firing. It seems, however, to be the account of the contest between Mr. Palms and Montgomery after all the firing was over, as related by Mr. Palms, and wrought up and embellished in a manner in which Andrew was said to be capable of doing, and sometimes to have done upon occasions of mirth and to divert company. It appears from what has been said, that after the soldiers had repeatedly put the lives of individuals in danger by pushing them with their bayonets and stabbing them, and had loaded their guns and threatened to fire upon the multitude indiscriminately, and the people had reason to apprehend they were just about to put their threats into execution, by a stick thrown, as is most probable, Montgomery received a blow. That this was thought by him sufficient provocation to fire upon the people, by which one of the witnesses said 2 persons were killed. That Captain Preston at so alarming a juncture took no method to prevent the rest from firing, if what was testified in court is to be credited, or if his own account must be relied upon, he exerted no authority over his men, but used expostulations only. Quote, "I asked him, who first fired, and as soon as he had fired, why he fired without order," end quote, very faintly said indeed by a gentleman in command, and who had followed the party to prevent their committing a rash act. What ensued was enough to show either that he had no command over the men, or that they did not apprehend he was much adverse to their firing, for they soon after fired, and as we are told, without orders, that after they had all fired, Montgomery made 3 attempts to stab Mr. Palms, who defended himself and with difficulty escaped with his life, that the soldiers had even at that time again loaded their guns, and were then ready to repeat the bloody action and fire upon the people as they were taking care of the dead. Then, for the first time, we hear of a positive order from Captain Preston, "Don't fire any more." His order should have been, "Don't fire by any means," or some other order equivalent to the last, and more regular perhaps than either. It further appeared by the evidence in court that when the first gun was fired, the people began to disperse. Mr. Bridgham, whose testimony I presume will not be disputed, said, quote, "They retired after the first gun." End quote. Was it not then, quote, "such malignity as might hardly have been expected from barbarians," end quote, to continue firing? Astonishing as it may be to humanity, this they did. And being resolved to do further execution, Mr. Williams, a person of known credit, testified that, quote, they waved their guns at the people as they ran, end quote. And what, if possible, is still more barbarous, the last man that fired, as Mr. Bridgham testified, quote, leveled his gun at a boy, and moved it along with the motion of the lad, end quote, which testimony, if it needs it, is confirmed by that of Mr. Hellyer. Both agreed that the lad was not wounded. Quote, I shall make no further comments, there needs none, end quote. I will just say that however safely Philanthrop may speak when he tells us that, quote, no individual can have a right openly to complain or murmur, end quote, if the times at present were even such as not to allow one openly to declare the utmost detestation of such slavish doctrine, I would still venture to declare my opinion to all the world, that no individual is bound, nor is it in the power of the tyrants of the earth to bind him, to acquiesce in any decision that upon the best inquiry he cannot in his conscience approve of. I pretend not to judge the hearts of men. The, quote, temptations that some men could be under to act otherwise than conformably to the sentiments of their own hearts, end quote, are obvious. But I would ask Philanthrop whether, if a man should openly say that those temptations have had their genuine effects, he would not expose himself to have a bill of information filed against him by the Attorney General, and to be dealt with in a summary way. As it was published to the world by Mr. Draper that the witnesses in the trial of the Custom House officers were not credited, I may possibly hereafter, when I shall be more at leisure, make that the subject of a free enquiry. Vindex. End of section 30.
Section 31 of the Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sonia. The Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2, by Samuel Adams. To Charles Lucas. Manuscript, Samuel Adams Papers, Lenox Library. The text is in W. V. Wells, Life of Samuel Adams, Volume 1, page 383. Boston, March 12, 1771. Sir, your letter of the 1st of September, 1770, has been laid before the town of Boston at the annual meeting, and attended to with great satisfaction, and we are appointed a committee to return a respectful answer. Accordingly, we take this opportunity in behalf of the town to acknowledge the kind sentiments your letter expresses towards us, and to entreat you to employ your abilities for our advantage whenever a favourable opportunity may present. We are very sensible that you have an arduous task in resisting the torrent of oppression and arbitrary power in Ireland, a kingdom where the brutal power of standing armies and the more fatal influence of pensions and places has left, it is to be feared, hardly anything more than the name of a free constitution. We wish you strength and fortitude to persevere in patriotic exertions. Your labour will meet with its immediate and constant reward in the most peaceful and happy reflections of your own mind amidst the greatest discouragements, and be assured that the man who nobly vindicates the rights of his country and mankind shall stand foremost in the list of fame. End of section 31. Section 32 of the Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sonia. The Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2, by Samuel Adams. To Arthur Lee. Manuscript, Samuel Adams Papers, Lenox Library. Boston, April 19th, 1771. Sir, your letter of the 31st of December, which I received by Captain Scott a few days past, affords me great satisfaction, especially as it promises a correspondence which I dare say will be carried on with an openness and sincerity becoming those who are anxiously concerned for the public liberty at so alarming a crisis. Perhaps there never was a time when the political affairs of America were in a more dangerous state. Such is the indolence of men in general, or their inattention to the real importance of things, that a steady and animated perseverance in the rugged path of virtue, at the hazard of trifles, is hardly to be expected. the generality are necessarily engaged in application to private business for the support of their own families, and when at a lucky season the public are awakened to a sense of danger, and a manly resentment is enkindled, it is difficult, for so many separate communities as there are in all the colonies, to agree in one consistent plan of opposition, while those who are the appointed instruments of oppression have all the means put into their hands of applying to the passions of men, and availing themselves of the necessities of some, the vanities of others, and the timidity of all. I have long thought that a design has been on foot to render ineffectual the democratical part of this government, even before the province was cursed with the appointment of Bernard, and so unguarded have the people been in former times, so careless in the choice of their representatives, as to send too many, who either through ignorance or wickedness have favored that design. Of late the lower house of assembly have been more sensible of this danger, and supported in some measure their own weight, which has alarmed the conspirators, and been in my opinion the true source of Bernard's complaint against them, as having set up a faction against the king's authority. The 4 judges of the Supreme Court, the secretary and the king's attorney, who had been councillors, were left out at the annual election in 1766. This gave great offence to the governor, and was followed with 2 speeches to both houses, perhaps as infamous and irritating as ever came from a Stuart to the English Parliament. Happy indeed it was for the province that such a man was at the head of it, for it occasioned such a jealousy and watchfulness in the people as prevented their immediate and total ruin. The plan, however, is still carried on, though in a manner somewhat different, and that is by making the governor altogether independent of the people for his support. This is depriving the House of Representatives of the only check they have upon him, and must consequently render them the objects of the contempt of a corrupt administration. Thus the people's money, being first taken from them without their consent, is appropriated for the maintenance of a governor at the discretion of one in the kingdom of Great Britain, upon whom he absolutely depends for his support. If this be not a tyranny, I am at a loss to conceive what a tyranny is. The House of Representatives did a few days since grant the governor the usual sum for his support, and it is expected that this matter will be made certain upon his refusal of it. The governor of New York was explicit at the late session of their assembly upon the like occasion. But I confess I should not be surprised if our good governor should accept the grant, and discount it out of what he is to receive out of the king's chest, thinking it will be conceived by the minister as highly meritorious in him, in thus artfully concealing his independency, for the apprehension of it is alarming to the people, and saving £1,000 sterling of the revenue at the same time. While the representative body of the people is thus rendered a mere name, it is considered that the other branch of the legislative, though annually elective, is at the same time subject to the governor's negative. A consideration which I doubt not has its full weight in the minds of some of them at least, whenever any matter comes before them which they can possibly think will affect the measures of administration. You will easily conjecture how far this may tend to annihilate that branch, or produce effects more fatal. It seems, then, that we are in effect to be under the absolute government of one man, ostensibly the governor of the province, but in reality some other person residing in Great Britain, whose instructions the governor must punctually observe upon pain of forfeiting his place, so that any little advantage that might now and then arise from his happening to form connections with wise men in the province are totally lost. As matters are now circumstanced, he must associate with pensioners, commissioners of the customs, officers of the army and navy, tools, sycophants, etc., who together with him are to make such representations as to them shall seem meet, and jointly, if occasion shall require it, execute such orders as they shall from time to time receive. Such is to be the happy government of free British subjects in America. I will, however, do Governor Hutchinson the justice to say that though he may, yet he has a very natural connection with some of the principal gentlemen inhabitants of the province, for his Excellency's own brother is a justice of the Superior Court, and also a judge of the probate of wills, and he has also a brother by marriage upon the same superior bench. Moreover, the lieutenant-governor is his brother by marriage, who has an own brother, and a brother by marriage, who are justices of the Superior Court. As these gentlemen are natives of the province, it is hoped the channels of justice will remain unpolluted, notwithstanding His Excellency's other connections. End of section 32.
Section 33 of the Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michele Eaton. The Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2, by Samuel Adams. The House of Representatives of Massachusetts to the Governor. M.S. Samuel Adams Papers, Lenox Library. A text with modifications is in Massachusetts State Papers, pages 296 and 297. A text is also in Journal of the House of Representatives, 1770 to 1771, pages 241, 242. In the House of Representatives, April 24, 1771. Ordered that Mr. Hancock, Mr. Adams, Mr. Ingersoll, of Great Barrington, Captain Brown, and Captain Darby, be a committee to wait on His Excellency, the Governor, with the following answer to his speech, to both Houses at the opening of this session. May it please your Excellency, the House of Representatives have given all due attention to your speech to both Houses at the opening of this session. The violent proceedings of the Spanish Governor of Buenos Aires in dispossessing His Majesty's subjects of their settlement at Port Egmont has raised the indignation of all, who have a just concern for the honour of the British Crown. Such an act of hostility we conceive could not but be followed with the most spirited resolution on the part of the British administration to obtain a satisfaction fully adequate to the insult offered to His Majesty, and the injuries his subjects there have sustained. Your Excellency tells us that it is probable satisfaction may have been made for this hostile act of the Spaniards. If it is so, the public tranquillity of His Majesty's dominions, so far as it has been disturbed by this unwarrantable proceeding, is again restored, and therefore it seems to us reasonable to suppose that the proposed plan of augmentation of troops on the British establishment is already receded from, which renders any consideration upon that subject on our part unnecessary. We owe our gratitude to His Majesty for his repeated assurances expressed to your Excellency by his Secretary of State, that the security of his dominions in America will be a principal object of his most gracious care and attention. This province has frequently in times past expended much blood and treasure for the enlargement as well as the support of those dominions, and when our natural and constitutional rights and liberties, without which no blessing can be secured to us, shall be fully restored and established upon a firm foundation, as we shall then have the same reasons and motives therefore as heretofore, we shall not fail to continue those exertions with the utmost cheerfulness and to the extent of our ability. As your Excellency has no particular interior business of the province to lay before us, it would have given us no uneasiness if an end had been put to the present assembly, rather than to have been again called to this place. And we are unwilling to admit the belief that when the season for calling a new assembly agreeable to the charter shall arrive, your Excellency will continue an indignity and a grievance so flagrant and so repeatedly remonstrated by both Houses as the deforcement of the General Assembly of its ancient and rightful seat. Your Excellency is pleased to acquaint us in form that you have received His Majesty's commission appointing you Captain General and Commander-in-Chief in and over the province. Your having had your birth and education in this province, and sustained the highest honours which your fellow subjects could bestow, cannot fail to be the strongest motives with your Excellency to employ those powers which you are now vested with, for His Majesty's real service and the best interest of this people. The duties of the governor and governed are reciprocal, and by our happy constitution, their dependence is mutual. Nothing can more effectually produce and establish that order and tranquillity in the province, so often disturbed under the late unfortunate administration. Nothing will tend more to conciliate the affections of this people, and ensure to your Excellency those aids which you will constantly stand in need of from their representatives, than, as a wise and faithful administrator, to make use of the public power, with a view only to the public welfare. And while your Excellency shall religiously regard the constitution of this province, while you shall maintain its fundamental laws, so necessary to secure the public tranquillity, you may be assured that His Majesty's faithful Commons of this province will never be wanting in their utmost exertions to support you in all such measures as shall be calculated for the public good and to render your administration prosperous and happy. Footnote: on April the 3rd the House had appointed a committee, and on April the 4th 2 committees, in connection with the request to the Governor to remove the General Court to Boston. Adams was a member of each of these committees. End of section 33.
Section 33 of the Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2 by Samuel Adams. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The House of Representatives of Massachusetts to the Governor. In the House of Representatives, April 25, 1771. Ordered that Mr. Samuel Adams, Brigg Ruggles, Mr. Hearsey, Cold Bowers, and Mr. Godfrey be a committee to wait on His Excellency with the following message. May it please your Excellency, the House of Representatives, after inquiry of the Secretary, cannot be made certain whether you have yet given your assent to 2 bills which were laid before your Excellency early in this session. The one, for granting the sum of £506 for your services when Lieutenant-Governor and Commander-in-Chief, and the other for granting the usual sum of £1,300 to enable your Excellency, as Governor, to carry on the affairs of this province. And as your Excellency was not pleased to give your assent to another bill passed in the last session of this Assembly, for granting the sum of £325 for your services, when in the chair as Lieutenant-Governor, the House are apprehensive that you are under some restraint, and they cannot account for it upon any other principle, but your having provision for your support, in some new and unprecedented manner. If the apprehensions of the House are not groundless, they are solicitous should be made certain of it, before an end is put to the present session, and think it their duty to pray your Excellency to inform them, whether any provision is made for your support, as Governor of this province, independent of His Majesty's Commons in it. End of section 33.
Section 35 of the Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sonia. The Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2 by Samuel Adams. Article signed Candidus, Boston Gazette, June 10th, 1771. Messieurs Eads and Jul. Benevolus, in Mr. Draper's Gazette, seems to have no doubts in his mind but that a general air of satisfaction arising from the accounts given in the last Monday's papers of the present state of our public affairs will show itself universally through the province. I have no inclination to disturb the sweet repose of this placid gentleman, but I must confess I see no cause for such a general air of satisfaction from those accounts, and I will venture to add that there is no appearance of it in this town. Does Benevolus think it possible for the good people of this province to be satisfied when they are told by the governor, as appears by the last Monday's papers, that he is restrained from holding the court in its ancient, usual, and most convenient place without his Majesty's express leave? Does not the charter say that the governor shall have the power of acting in this matter as he shall judge necessary? Is it not of great importance to the welfare of the province that the governor should be vested with such a power, and that he should exercise it without restraint? While he is or thinks himself fettered by an absolute instruction to hold the assembly out of the town of Boston to the inconvenience of the members and the injury of the people, as the present House of Representatives express it, can he be said to have the free exercise of all the powers vested in him by the Charter, which is our social compact? Will it yield such a general satisfaction to the people as Benevolus expects, to see their governor thus embarrassed in his administration, and to hear him expressly declaring that he must ask leave and be determined by the judgment of another in the matter in which it is his indispensable duty to act with freedom, and by the determination of his own judgment? Is not this power devolved upon him by the constitution of the province for the good of the people? Is it not a beneficiary grant, and therefore a right of the people? And if instructions may control him in the exercise of one charter right, may they not control in the exercise of any or every one? And yet Benevolus would fain have it thought that there is a general satisfaction in the town of Boston arising from this account, and doubts not but it will run through the province. Does not the present House of Representatives, in their remonstrance to the governor against the holding the assembly at Cambridge, instead of departing from the principles, as Benevolus would insinuate, adopt the remonstrances of the two houses of the last year as founded upon just principles? Do they not tell his Excellency that the holding the assembly at Cambridge was considered as a grievance by the people in general in the province, and that while it is continued, it will have a tendency to prevent the restoration of that harmony between the several branches of the General Assembly, which is so earnestly to be desired by all good men? And is it so pleasant a story to be told to the people of the province that the governor either cannot or will not remove a grievance of so fatal a tendency, though expressly vested by the Charter with the power of doing it if he pleases, without asking leave to do it? How then can Benevolus possibly entertain the least hopes that a general air of satisfaction will run through the province? Is not this instruction a novelty? Was ever a governor before thus restrained? And is it not a mortifying circumstance that a gentleman from whom the clergy of the province, I mean the goodly number of 17 out of near 400 in the province, full 7/8 of whom never heard that an address was intended, have expressed the most sanguine expectations as being born and educated among us, and who we are told accepted the government with great reluctance, should submit to be shackled with an instruction so grievous to the people while it is obeyed? And if he is as resolved as any other governor would be to make instructions the rule of his governing, and give them the force of laws in this province, as he certainly appears to be, what distinguishing mark of favor is it, or what satisfaction can it afford the people in general, that a native of the province is appointed to preside over it? Surely Benevolus must either be totally inadvertent to the accounts of the state of our public affairs, as given to us in last Monday's papers, or he must have altogether confided in the accounts of a confused writer in the Evening Post, who in the old style of the hackneyed writers in Bernard's administration tells us that faction is now at an end, and with an awkward air of gravity insinuates that the people, after having nobly struggled for their freedom, are under the benign influence of the present administration returning to their right senses. A firm and manly opposition to the attempts that have been made, and are still making, to enslave and ruin this continent has always been branded by writers of this stamp with the name of a faction. Governor Bernard used to tell his lordship that it was an expiring faction, with as little reason it is now said to have given up the ghost. Gladly would some, even of the clergy, persuade this people to be at ease, and for the sake of peace under the administration of a son of the province, to acquiesce in unconstitutional revenue acts, arbitrary ministerial mandates, and absolute despotic independent governors, etc., etc. But the time is not yet come, and I am satisfied that, notwithstanding the address of a few who took the opportunity to carry it through, while only the small number of 24 were present, there is in that venerable order a great majority who will not go up to the House of Rimmon, or bow the kneel to Baal. Candidates. End of section 35.
Section 36 of the Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Bender, Lancaster, Pennsylvania. The Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2, by Samuel Adams. Article signed Candidatus. Boston Gazette, June 17, 1771. Messrs. Eads and Jul. It is not very material whether the address of the Convention of the Clergy, as it is called by the layman in Mr. Draper's last paper, was the act of 17 or 23 gentlemen, or whether there were only 24 or 30 present when the vote was procured. Be it as it may, it is a question why this matter was brought on and finished so early, and when so small a number as 30, if so many, were present. It is said that after the address was voted, the number increased to 60, and upon a proposal to reconsider the vote, quote, not above 10 of that number voted for such reconsideration, end quote. Allowing this to be the case, it appears that not more than 1 in 7 of the congregational clergy of this province were at the meeting, and in all probability 7/8 of that denomination never heard that an address was intended, for I am told that upon a moderate computation their number in the province is at least upwards of 400. I should be glad, therefore, if the Reverend Doctor who presided at the meeting would inform us with what propriety the world is told that this was, quote, the address of the congregational ministers of the province, end quote. For my own part, I pay very little regard to addresses to great men. Whenever they appear to be but the breath of flattery, they must be offensive to the ears of any man who has the feelings of truth and sincerity in his own breast. There is no question but the clergy have a right to address whom they please, and it is not strange to find some of them ready to make their compliments to a governor. It is in course. But of all men we are to expect from them, even upon such occasions, examples of that simplicity and godly sincerity which we so often hear them inculcate from the pulpit. I do not pretend to charge them with a failure in this instance, but I cannot help thinking that rather more of those excellent Christian graces would have appeared in these reverend addressers, if they had ascertained the number present. This might have prevented a mistake in many of the distant readers, who may possibly conceive that, quote, so kind, so affectionate an address, end quote, contained the declared sentiments of the majority, at least of the, quote, respectable and venerable, end quote, body of the clergy of the province, which cannot be true if in fact not more than a 7th part of them knew anything about it. I am with due veneration for, quote, the congregational ministers of the province, end quote. Candidatus. End of section 36. Recording by John Bender, Lancaster, Pennsylvania.
Section 37 of the Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2, by Samuel Adams. To Benjamin Franklin, June 29, 1771. The House of Representatives of Massachusetts to Benjamin Franklin, Province of Massachusetts Bay, June 29, 1771. Sir, your letter of the 5th of February has been laid before the House. The contents are important and claim our fixed attention. We cannot think the doctrine of the right of Parliament to tax us is given up, while an act remains in force for that purpose, and is daily put in execution. And the longer it remains, the more danger there is of the people's becoming so accustomed to arbitrary and unconstitutional taxes as to pay them without discontent. And then, as you justly observe, no minister will ever think of taking them off, but will rather be encouraged to add others. If ever the provincial assemblies should be voluntarily silent on the parliaments taking upon themselves a power thus to violate our constitutional and charter rights, it might be considered as an approbation of it, or at least a tacit consent, that such a power should be exercised at any future time. It is therefore our duty to declare our rights and our determined resolution at all times to maintain them. The time we know will come when they must be acknowledged, established, and secured to us and our posterity. We severely feel the effects not of a revenue raised, but a tribute extorted, without our free consent or control. Pensioners and placemen are daily multiplying, and fleets and standing armies posted in North America for no other apparent or real purpose than to protect the exactors and collectors of the tribute, for which they are to be maintained, and many of them in pomp and pride, to triumph over and insult an injured people, and suppress, if possible, even their murmurs. And there is reason to expect that the continual increase of their numbers will lead to a proportionable increase of a tribute to support them. What would be the consequence? Either, on the one hand, an abject slavery in the people, which is ever to be deprecated, or a determined resolution openly to assert and maintain their rights, liberties, and privileges. The effects of such a resolution may for some time be retarded by flattering hopes and prospects, and while it is the duty of all persons of influence here to inculcate the sentiments of moderation, it will, in our opinion, be equally the wisdom of the British administration to consider the danger of forcing a free people, by oppressive measures, into a state of desperation. We have reason to believe that the American colonies, however they may have disagreed among themselves in one mode of opposition to arbitrary measures, are still united in the main principles of constitutional and natural liberty, and that they will not give up one single point in contest of any importance, though they may take no violent measures to obtain them. The taxing their property without their consent, and thus appropriating it to the purposes of their slavery and destruction, is justly considered as contrary to and subversive of their original social compact, and their intention in uniting under it. They cannot therefore readily think themselves obliged to renounce those forms of government, to which alone, for the advantages implied or resulting, they were willing to submit. We are sensible, as you observe, that the design of our enemies in England, as well as those who reside here, is to render us odious as well as contemptible, and to prevent all concern for us in the friends of liberty in England, and perhaps to detach our sister colonies from us, and prevent their aid and influence in our behalf, when the projects of oppressing us further and depriving us of our rights by various violent measures should be carried into execution. In this, however, we flatter ourselves they have failed. But should all the other colonies become weary of their liberties, after the example of the Hebrews, this province, we trust, will never submit to the authority of an absolute government. We are now led to take notice of another fatal consequence, which we are under strong apprehensions will follow from these parliamentary revenue laws, and that is the making the governors of the colonies, and other officers, independent of the people for their support. You tell us there is no doubt of such intention, and that it will be persisted in if the American revenue is found sufficient. We are the more inclined to believe it, not only because the governor of the province of New York has openly declared it with regard to himself to the assembly there, but because the present governor of this province has repeatedly refused to accept of the usual grant for his support, though he has not been so explicit as to assign a reason for it. The charter of this province recognizes the natural right of all men to dispose of their property, and the governor here, like all other governors, kings, and potentates, is to be supported by the free grants of the representatives of the people. Everyone sees the necessity of this to preserve the balance of power and the freedom of any state. A power without a check is subversive of all freedom. If, therefore, the governor, who is appointed by the crown, shall be totally independent of the free grants of the people for his support, where is the check upon his power? He becomes absolute, and may act as he pleases. He may make use of his power not for the good of those who are under it, but for his own private, separate advantage, or any other purpose to which he may be inclined, or instructed by him upon whom alone he depends. Such an independency threatens the very being of a free constitution, and if it takes effect, will produce and firmly establish a tyranny upon its ruin. The Act of Parliament of the 7th year of George III, entitled An Act for Granting Certain Duties in the Colonies, etc., declares that it is expedient that a revenue should be raised in His Majesty's dominions in America, for making more certain and adequate provision for the defraying the charge of the administration of justice and the support of civil government in such colonies where it shall be found necessary, and towards further defraying the expenses of defending, protecting, and securing the said dominions. These are the very purposes for which this government, by the charter, is empowered to grant taxes, so that by the act aforementioned the charter is, in effect, made void. Agreeable to the design of that act, the governor, it seems, is first to be made independent, and in pursuance of the plan of despotism, the judges of the land and all other important civil officers successively. Next follows an independent military power to complete the ruin of our civil liberties. Let us then consider the power the governor already has, and His Majesty's negative on all our acts, and judge whether the purposes of tyranny will not be amply answered. Can it be expected that any law will pass here but such as will promote the favorite design? And the laws already made, as they will be executed by officers altogether dependent on the crown, will undoubtedly be perverted to the worst purposes. The governor of the province, and the principal fortress in it, are probably already thus supported. These are the first fruits of the system. If the rest should follow, it would only be in a greater degree a violation of our essential natural rights. For what purpose, then, will it be to preserve the old forms without the substance? In such a state, and with such prospects, can Britain expect anything but a gloomy discontent in the colonies? Let our fellow subjects there recollect what would have been their fate long ago, if their ancestors had submitted to the unreasonable and uncharitable usurpations, exactions, and impositions of the See of Rome in the reign of Henry VIII. Soon would they have sunk into a state of abject slavery to that haughty power, which exalteth itself above all that is called God. But they had the true spirit of liberty, and by exerting it they saved themselves and their posterity. The Act of Parliament passed in the 25th of that reign is so much to our present purpose that we cannot omit transcribing a part of it, and refer you to the statute at large. In the preamble it is declared that the realm of England hath been and is free from subjection to any man's law, but only to such as have been devised, made, and ordained within the realm for the wealth of the same. And further, it standeth therefore with natural equity and good reason, that in every such law humane made within this realm by the said sufferance, consents, and customs, your royal majesty and your lords spiritual and temporal, and commons representing the whole state of your realm, in this your majesty's high court of parliament, hath full power and authority, not only to dispense, but also to authorize some elect person or persons be sent to dispense with those and all other humane laws in this your realm, and with every one of them, as the quality of the persons and matter may require. And also the said laws, and every one of them, to abrogate, annul, amplify, or diminish, as it shall seem to your majesty and the nobles and commons of your realm present in parliament meet and convenient for the wealth of your realm. And because that is now in these present days seen, that the state, dignity, and superiority, reputation, and authority of the said imperial crown of this realm, by the long sufferance of the said unreasonable and uncharitable usurpation and exaction, is much and sore decayed, and the people of this realm thereby much impoverished. It is then enacted that no person or persons of the realm, or any other of his Majesty's dominions, shall from henceforth pay any pensions, censes, portions, peterpence, or any other impositions to the use of the said Bishop of the See of Rome, but that all such pensions, etc., which the said Bishop or Pope hath heretofore taken, shall clearly surcease, and never more be levied or paid to any person or persons in any manner or wise. Nothing short of the slavery and ruin of the nation would have been the consequence of their submitting to those exactions. And the same will be the fate of America if the present revenue laws remain, and the natural effect of them, the making governors independent, takes place. It is therefore with entire approbation that we observe your purpose freely to declare our rights, and to remonstrate against the least infringement of them. The capital complaint of all North America hath been, is now, and will be until relieved, a subjugation to as arbitrary a tribute as ever the Romans laid upon the Jews, or their other colonies. The repealing these duties in part is not considered by this House as a renunciation of the measure. It has rather the appearance of a design to soothe us into security in the midst of danger. Any species of tribute unrepealed will stand as a precedent, to be made use of hereafter as circumstances and opportunity may admit. If the colonies acquiesce in a single instance, it will, in effect, be yielding up the whole matter in controversy. We therefore desire it may be universally understood that although the tribute is paid, it is not paid freely. It is extorted and torn from us against our will. We bear the insult and the injury for the present, grievous as it is, with great impatience, hoping that the wisdom and prudence of the nation will at length dictate measures consistent with natural justice and equity. For what shall happen in the future we are not answerable. Your observation is just, that it was certainly as bad policy, when they attempted to heal our differences by repealing part of the duties only, as it is bad surgery to leave splinters in a wound which must prevent its healing, or in time occasion it to open afresh. The doctrine that no agent ought to be received or attended to by government who is not appointed by an act of the General Court, to which the governor has given his assent, if established, must be attended with very ill consequences. For besides the just remarks you made upon it, if whatever is to be transacted between the assemblies of the colonies and the government is to be done by agents appointed by and under the direction of the three branches, it will be utterly impracticable for an assembly ever to lay before the sovereign their complaints of grievances occasioned by the corrupt and arbitrary administration of a governor. This doctrine, we have reason to think, was first advanced by Governor Bernard, at a time when he became the principal agent in involving the nation and the colonies in controversy and confusion. Very probably, it now becomes a subject of instruction to Governor Hutchinson, who refuses to confirm the grants of the Assembly to the agents for the respective houses. In this he carries the point beyond Governor Bernard, who assented to grants made in general terms for services performed, without holding up the name of the agent. But Governor Hutchinson declines his assent even in that form, so that we are reduced to a choice of difficulties, either to have no agent at all, but such as shall be under the influence of the minister, or to find some other way to support an agent than by grants of the General Assembly. But we are fallen into times when governors of colonies seem to think themselves bound to conform to instructions without any regard to the civil constitution, or even the public safety. End of section 37. Section 38 of the Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2, by Samuel Adams. Article signed Candidus. Boston Gazette, July 1st, 1771. Messrs. Edis and Gill. The layman, who again appeared in Mr. Draper's last Thursday's Gazette, is solicitous to know why Candidus pitched upon the specific number 17, as present at the late convention of the clergy, and voting for an address to His Excellency the Governor. And further he asks whether it was not purposely done to throw an undeserved reproach on that reverend body. I will endeavor to answer the layman in a manner not militating, as he charges me with having done before, with my assumed denomination. I mentioned that specific number because I was told by several reverend gentlemen who were present at the convention that the address was brought on early, when only 24 had got together, and that of this number 17 only voted in favor of it. I own I thought it unlucky that the precise number 17 should appear to countenance the address, because I agree with the layman that it has of late become an obnoxious number. I have reason to think I was truly informed. If it was a misrepresentation, the reverend doctor who presided at the meeting may set us right, if he thinks it worth his while. I am still of opinion that is immaterial to my purpose, whether 24 or 30 gentlemen were present when the address was carried through, either of those numbers being very inconsiderable when compared with the whole number of congregational ministers in the province, which is said to be at least 400. Allowing that the number, after the address had passed, was augmented to 60, and that 50 of them were against reconsidering the matter, it is not certainly to be inferred from thence that all those 50 would have voted for an address if they had been present when it was first proposed. But however that might be, the propriety, to say the least, of calling it an address of the congregational ministers of the province, when not more than about 1 in 7 of them were present, or, in any likelihood, ever had heard that any address was intended, yet remains a question. And again I say, I should be glad to see it reconciled with that simplicity and godly sincerity which we often hear inculcated from the pulpit. The layman supposes that it is with the convention, as with other corporate bodies, convened at stated time and place. Now, other corporate bodies are notified of the matters to be transacted at time and place, but no notice was given to the congregational ministers of the province that an address to His Excellency the Governor was to be proposed, and as this is said to be the first instance of an address to a governor ever made by the convention, it is not likely that 7/8 of them, who were absent, ever had it in contemplation. But after all, I would ask, with modesty, decency, and charity, and with humility too, all which I take to be excellent Christian graces, as well as sincerity, by what authority is the convention of the clergy, as it is called, constituted a corporate body? I am, nevertheless, with all due respect to the ministers of the congregational churches, yours, Candidus. P.S. Perhaps an address of thanks from the convention of the Reverend and very venerable Dr. Chauncey for his excellent defense of their ecclesiastic constitution, at a time when they stood in need of so able a defender, may be judged by some to be rather more in character than a political address to the man in power. C. Postscript the second. I am informed that it was first proposed to address His Excellency at Cambridge, after dinner on the day of election, and that the reason assigned for it was because it had been unjustly asserted that his had stood sponsor at a christening. The truth of which assertion, however, it is also said, might have been made evident by inquiring of a worthy clergyman of the Church of England in that town. C. End of section 38. Section 39 of the Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2, by Samuel Adams. To Arthur Lee. Boston, July 31st, 1771. Sir, since I received your favor of the 28th of March, I have observed by the London papers that the Lord Mayor and Aldermen are liberated. From the wisdom and firmness which formerly distinguished that opulent and independent city, we expected that when they had so fair an occasion for exerting themselves, the power which has too long oppressed and insulted the nation and the colonies would have been made to bend. But we have seen complimentary letters and addresses to the imprisoned gentlemen, and their answers, while by a stretch of arbitrary power they have been kept in confinement, till by a prorogation instead of a dissolution they have been discharged of course. Is this, my friend, a matter of such triumph? Does it not show that Britons are unfeeling to their condition? Or has brutal force at length become so formidable that, after having in vain petitioned those whose duty it is to redress their grievances, they are afraid to imitate the virtue of their ancestors in similar cases, and redress their grievances themselves? Mr. Hume, if I mistake not, somewhere says that if James II had had the benefit of the Riot Act, and such a standing army as has been granted since his time, it would have been impracticable for the nation to have wrought its own delivery, and established the Constitution of '88. If the people have put it in the power of a wicked and corrupt ministry to make themselves absolute lords and tyrants over them by means of a standing army, we may at present pity them under the misfortune, but future historians will record the story with astonishment and indignation, and posterity, who will share in the fatal effects of their folly and treachery, will accuse them. Has there not for a long time past been reason to apprehend the designs of a restless faction to oppress the nation, and the more easily to effect their purposes, to render the king's government obnoxious, and if possible put an end to a family which has heretofore supported the rights of the nation, its happiness and grandeur? In this colony we are every day experiencing the miserable effects of arbitrary power. The people are paying the unrighteous tribute. I wish I could say they were groaning under it, for that would seem as if they felt they are submitting to it, in hopes that the nation will at length revert to justice. But before that time comes, it is to be feared they will be so accustomed to bondage as to forget they were ever free. Swarms of locusts and caterpillars are maintained by this tribute in luxury and splendor, and a standing army. Not in the city, thank God, since the 5th March 1770, but within call upon occasion. While our independent governor is found to crouch to his superiors, and to look down upon and sneer at those below him, he is, from time to time, receiving instructions how to govern this people. To govern! Rather to harass and insult his country in distress, where his adulating priestlings are reminding him he was born and educated, forgetting perhaps, if they ever knew, that the tyrants of Rome were the natives of Rome. Among other edicts which have been lately sent to this governor, there is one which prohibits his assenting to any tax bill, unless the commissioners and other officers, whose salaries are not paid out of moneys granted by this government, are exempted from a tax on the profits of their commissions. Nothing that I can say will heighten the resentment of a man of sense and virtue against such a mandate, and yet our governor would have us think that it is a mark of his paternal goodness. Another instruction forbids the governor to give his assent to grants to any agent, unless he is appointed by a law of the province, or a resolve of the assembly, to which his excellency consents. And a third requires him to refuse his assent to a future election of such councillors as shall presume to meet together as a council, without being summoned by him into his presence. These instructions, so humiliating to the council, the secretary, by the governor's order, has entered on their journals. It has been observed that the nearer any man approaches to an absolute independence, the more he will be flattered, and flattery is always great in proportion as the motives of flatterers are bad. These observations are so disgraceful to human nature that I wish I could say they were not founded in experience. Perhaps there never was a man in this province more flattered, or who bore it better, I mean who was better pleased with it, than Governor Hutchinson. You have seen Miss in her teens, surrounded with dying lovers, praising her gay ribbons, the dimples in her cheeks, or the tip of her ear. In imitation of the mother country, whom we are too apt to imitate in fopperies, addresses have been procured and presented to his Excellency, chiefly from dependents and expectants. Indeed, some of the clergy have run into the stream of civility, which is the more astonishing when it is considered that they altogether depend upon the ability and good disposition of their parishes for their support. But it is certain that not a fifth part, some say not an eighth part of the clergy were present. It cannot, therefore, be said to be the language of the body of the clergy, and all ages have seen that some of that order have ever been ready to sacrifice the rights as well as the honored religion of their country to the smiles of the great. It is a sore mortification that the independent House of Representatives and the town of Boston have refused to make their compliments to a man whose administration, since the departure of the Nettleton baronet, they can by no means approve of. From hence you will judge whether these addresses speak the sentiments of the people in general, or are any more than the foul breath of sycophants and hirelings. The province of North Carolina, by accounts from thence, appears to have been involved in a civil war. It is the general opinion here that the people in the back parts of that province have been greatly oppressed, and that the governor, instead of hearkening to their complaints and redressing their grievances, has raised an army and spilt their blood. This, it must be confessed, is treating the people under his government much in the same manner as his superiors have treated the nation and the colonies. But their example may prove dangerous to be followed by a plantation governor. At this distance from Carolina, we have not yet received a perfect account from thence. I hope your friends in the adjacent colony of Virginia have wrote you particularly of this important matter. Tryon has arrived at New York, where he is appointed governor. He has already been addressed with all the expressions of court sincerity, and perhaps he may hereafter receive the reward of a baronet for his fidelity and courage. When vice prevails and impious men bear sway, the post of honor is the private station. End of section 39. Section 40 of the Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2, by Samuel Adams. Article signed Candidus, Boston Gazette, August 5th, 1771. Messrs. Edis and Gill. One who styles himself, in Mr. Draper's paper, a layman, having repeatedly endeavored in vain to make the public believe that the paper presented to Governor Hutchinson, by about a fifth part, according to his own account, and as others say, not more than an eighth part of the congregational ministers of this province, ought still to be called an address of the congregational ministers of this province, and that its being thus represented in the newspapers did not betray any want of that simplicity and godly sincerity which we have so often heard inculcated from the pulpit. And what is still more extraordinary in a vindication of reverend addressers, having sneered at me for expressing my regard for these and other eminent Christian graces, which, however, I have reason to hope are the peculiar ornaments of the generality of the ministers of that denomination. I say, after all this, he proceeds to tell us that there has never been an instance of a majority of the clergy present at any convention, and that the individuals who compose that reverend corporate body, as he would fain have us think it to be, have never before been notified of such political or other matters as a few of them may have taken it into their heads to transact at any future time or place. Are we to infer from thence by any means that it was fair to call this the address of the body of the Congregational Ministers of the province? For so it was manifestly intended to be understood, and so it is plain His Excellency himself chose to understand it, as appears by his calling it in his answer so kind, so affectionate an address from so respectable and venerable a body of men. Ay, but, says the layman, it has been customary for a minority of the Congregational Ministers of the province to meet in convention and address the new governors, without notifying the majority of them, who have always been absent, of the matter. If this be true, it argues that such former addresses can no more than the last be fairly called addresses of the body of the clergy, or be so represented, or receive. This layman, as he calls himself, mentions the convention in one of his performances as acting like other corporate bodies, at the meetings of which the presence of a majority of the members may not be necessary to warrant their proceedings. But he does not incline to answer my question, viz., when and by whom were they incorporated? But if they had been a corporate body, the members should have been duly warned of the matters to be transacted, as well as the time and place. Otherwise, who does not know that their proceedings must be invalid? To be sure, if, without such notification, not a sixth part of them should be present, which is the fact, no one in his senses would plead that they could with fairness be called the proceedings of that corporate body. However, thus it has been represented by the layman. The reverend addressers themselves call their address an address of the ministers of the congregational churches in the province, and His Excellency receives it very kindly, as coming from so respectable and venerable a body. Whatever some of those reverend gentlemen, I care not how small a number is supposed, for I would be tender of the character of the cloth, I say, whether some of them might not think that if the address was supposed to be the declared sentiment of the whole body of the clergy of the province, it would be further supposed to speak the sentiments of the whole body of the people of the province, and whether they were not under this temptation to give their address so pompous an introduction, I will not presume to say. I shall only, in my usual way, and with my usual modesty, as the layman witnesses, ask whether there is not reason to think it. If this was actually the case, I will just remark that though the body of the people of this province treat the clergy, as I hope they always will, with all due respect, yet they are not priest-ridden as in some other parts of the world, and I hope in God they never will be. They claim a right of private judgment, and they will always venture to express their own sentiments of men or things, of politics or religion, against the sentiments of the clergy, whenever they think the clergy in the wrong. This indefatigable layman threatens to chastise me for falsehood, in saying I have heard, or it is said, that this is the first instance of an address ever made to a governor by the convention. But strictly speaking, it was truly said, according to his own account. For if a majority of the members which compose the convention have never met, nor any of the members ever been notified of time, place, or matters to be transacted, how can any act be said to have been the act of the convention? But this is not what I intended. I was told, or to use my own words, it was said in my hearing, that this was the first address to a governor ever made by the convention. I understood it to be the first address ever made to a governor by any number of ministers calling themselves the ministers of the congregational churches of this province met in convention. The layman has convinced me that I was misinformed. Does it follow that I am chargeable with falsehood, a gross violation of truth? Fie, fie, layman! As your client's cause requires the utmost candor, learn to exercise a little of it towards others. It is a shame for you to rail in behalf of the clergy. An instance is brought of an address to Governor Pownall, and another to Bernard. But in neither of these instances, as the layman tells us, were the members of the convention notified, or the majority of them present. Perhaps only 17 met, and an hour before the usual time, as was said by one of the convention to be the case, when the late address was first carried. The layman indeed insists upon 24. It is immaterial, as I said before, since either of these numbers is inconsiderable in comparison with 300, some say 400, ministers of that denomination in the province. If the layman thinks it material, I am sorry the reverend doctor who presided at the meeting, though repeatedly requested, will not condescend to ascertain it for him. With regard to addresses to governors upon their promotion, so far as it can be presumed that they are well qualified and well disposed to employ their shining talents, for such they all have, if we are to believe the late addresses here and elsewhere, and to make themselves diffusive blessings in their exalted stations, those of the clergy and others who are so very fond of congratulating, let them congratulate if they please. I believe many of the clergymen who congratulated the Nettleham baronet, and others besides, have since been fully convinced that they have no reason to pride themselves in it. The truth is, every man in power will be adulated by some sort of men in every country, because he is a man in power. Tryon arrives from the bloody scenes of Alamance and receives the high encomiums of New York, the clergy as well as others, for having saved a sister colony by his noble exploit. And another is flattered as being the father of his country, and the delight of an obliged and grateful people, by those very men who now detest the administration of Bernard, whom they had before canonized, although he has assured his noble patron, and many believe it, that this father of his country is just such an one as himself, that he is pushing forward with the utmost vehemence, though in different modes, the same measures, and that he may be depended upon by his lordship equally with himself. I am, with great respect to the Congregational ministers, Candidus. End of section 40. Section 41 of the Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2, by Samuel Adams. Article signed Candidus. Boston Gazette, August 19, 1771. Messrs. Edis and Gill. It has become of late so fashionable for some persons to make their addresses to everyone whom they call a great man, that one can hardly look upon them as the genuine marks of respect to anyone who is really a good man. Their addresses seem to spring altogether from political views, and without the least regard to the character or merit of the persons whom they profess to compliment in them. From the observations I have been able to make, I have been led to think that one of their designs in addressing is to give occasion to my Lord of H and other great men to think, or at least to say it, whether they think so or not, that the scales have at length fallen from the eyes of the people of this town and province, and that in consequence thereof they have altered their sentiments, and are become perfectly reconciled to the whole system of ministerial measures. For otherwise, they might argue, could they possibly be so liberal in their addresses and compliments to those persons who are employed, and no question are very active in carrying those measures into execution? But I should think that if a question of this consequence, namely, whether the people have altered their sentiments in so interesting a point, is to be decided by their apparent disposition to compliment this or that particular gentleman because he is employed in the service of administration in America, it would be the fairest method to call a meeting of the inhabitants of the town, duly notifying them of the occasion of the meeting, and let the matter be fully debated, if need be, and determined by a vote. Everyone would then see, if the vote was carried in favor of addressing, or, which upon my supposition is the same thing, in favor of the measures of administration, whether it obtained by a large or small majority of the whole. And we might come to the knowledge of the very persons, which is much to be desired, as well as the weight of understanding and property on each side. For my own part, I cannot but at present be of opinion, and I have reason to believe that my opinion is well founded, that the measures of the British administration of the colonies are still as disgustful and odious to the inhabitants of this respectable metropolis in general as they ever have been. And I will venture further to add that nothing, in my opinion, can convey a more unjust idea of the spirit of a true American than to suppose he would even compliment, much less make an adulating address, to any person sent here to trample on the rights of his country, or that he would ever condescend to kiss the hand which is ready prepared to rivet his own fetters. There are among us, it must be confessed, needy expectants and dependents, and a few others of sordid and base minds, formed by nature to bend and crouch even to little great men. But whoever thinks that by the most refined art and assiduous application of the most ingenious political oculist, the public eye can yet look upon the chains which are forged for them, or upon those detestable men who are employed to put them on, without abhorrence and indignation, are very much mistaken. I only wish that my countrymen may be upon their guard against being led by the artifices of the tools of administration into any indiscreet measures, from whence they may take occasion to give such a coloring. There have been, says the celebrated American farmer, in every age and in every country, bad men who either hold or expect to hold certain advantages by fitting examples of servility to their countrymen, who, trained to the employment, or self-taught by a natural versatility of genius, serve as decoys for drawing the innocent and unwary into snares. It is not to be doubted but that such men will diligently bestir themselves, on this and every like occasion, to spread the infection of their meanness as far as they can. On the plans they have adopted, this is their course. This is the method to recommend themselves to their patrons. They act consistently in a bad cause. They run well in a mean race. From them we shall learn how pleasant and profitable a thing it is to be, for our submissive behavior, well spoken of at St. James or St. Stephen's, at Guildhall or the Royal Exchange. We cannot surely have forgot the accursed designs of a most detestable set of men to destroy the liberties of America as with one blow by the Stamp Act, nor the noble and successful efforts we then made to divert the impending stroke of ruin aimed at ourselves and our posterity. The Sons of Liberty, on the 14th of August, 1765, a day which ought to be forever remembered in America, animated with a zeal for their country, then upon the brink of destruction, and resolved at once to save her, or, like Samson, to perish in the ruins, exerted themselves with such distinguished vigor as made the house of Dogon to shake from its very foundation, and the hopes of the lords of the Philistines, even while their hearts were merry, and when they were anticipating the joy of plundering this continent, were at that very time buried in the pit they had digged. The people shouted, and their shout was heard to the distant end of this continent. In each colony they deliberated and resolved, and every stamp man trembled, and swore by his Maker that he would never execute a commission which he had so infamously received. We cannot have forgot that at the very time when the Stamp Act was repealed, another was made in which the Parliament of Great Britain declared that they had right and authority to make any laws whatever binding on His Majesty's subjects in America. How far this declaration can be consistent with the freedom of His Majesty's subjects in America, let anyone judge who pleases. In consequence of such right and authority claimed, the Commons of Great Britain very soon framed a bill, and sent it up to the Lords, wherein they prayed His Majesty to accept of their grant of such a part as they were then pleased, by virtue of the right and authority inherent in them to make, of the property of His Majesty's subjects in America, by a duty upon paper, glass, painters' colors, and tea. And although these duties are in part repealed, there remains enough to answer the purpose of administration, which was to fix the precedent. we remember the policy of Mr. Grenville, who would have been content for the present with a peppercorn established as a revenue in America. If, therefore, we are voluntarily silent while the single duty on tea is continued, or do any act, however innocent, simply considered, which may be construed by the tools of administration, some of whom appear to be fruitful in invention, as an acquiescence in the measure, we are in extreme hazard. If ever we are so distracted as to consent to it, we are undone. Nor can we ever forget the indignity and abuse with which America in general, and this province and town in particular, have been treated by the servants and officers of the Crown, for making a manly resistance to the arbitrary measures of administration, in the representations that have been made to the men in power at home, who have always been disposed to believe every word as infallible truth. For opposing a threatened tyranny, we have not only been called, but in effect adjudged, rebels and traitors to the best of kings, who has sworn to maintain and defend the rights and liberties of his subjects. We have been represented as inimical to our fellow subjects in Britain, because we have boldly asserted those rights and liberties wherewith they, as subjects, are made free. When we complained of this injurious treatment, when we petitioned and remonstrated our grievances, what was the consequence? Still further indignity, and finally a formal invasion of this town by a fleet and army in the memorable year 1768. Our masters, military and civil, have since that period been frequently changed, and possibly some of them, from principles merely political, may of late have looked down upon us with less sternness in their countenances than a Bernard or a... But while there has been no essential alteration of measures, no real redress of grievances, we have no reason to think, nay, we deceive ourselves if we indulge a thought, that their hearts are changed. We cannot entertain such an imagination while the revenue, or, as it is more justly styled, the tribute, is extorted from us, while our principal fortress within the environs of the town remains garrisoned by regular troops, and the harbor is invested by ships of war. The most zealous advocates for the measures of administration will not pretend to say that these troops and these ships are sent here to protect America, or to carry into execution any one plan formed for the honor or advantage of Great Britain. It would be some alleviation if we could be convinced that they were sent here with any other design than to insult us. How absurd, then, must the addresses which have been presented to some particular gentlemen, who have made us such friendly visits, appear in the eyes of men of sense abroad. Or, if any of them have been so far imposed upon as to be induced to believe that such addresses speak the language of the generality of the people, how ridiculous must the generality of the people appear! On the last supposition, would not a sensible reader of those addresses, upon comparing them with the noble resolutions which this town, this province, and this continent have made against slavery, and the just and warm resentment they have constantly shown against every man whatever who had a mind sordid and base enough, for the sake of lucre, or the preservation of a commission, or from any other consideration, to submit to be made even a remote instrument in bringing and entailing it upon a free and brave people, upon such a comparison would he not be ready to conclude that we had forgot the reasons which urged us with unexampled unanimity, a few years ago, that our zeal for the public good had worn out before the homespun clothes which it had caused us to have made, and that, by our present conduct, we condemned our own late successful example. Although this is altogether supposition, without any foundation in truth, yet so our enemies wish it may be in reality, and so they intend it shall be. To prevent it, let us adhere to first principles. Candidus. End of section 41.
Section 42 of The Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2, by Samuel Adams, Section 42. Boston Gazette, September 9th, 1771. Messieurs Eads and Gill. Perhaps there never was a people who discovered themselves more strongly attached to their natural and constitutional rights and liberties than the British colonists on this American continent. Their united and successful struggles against that slavery which they were threatened by the Stamp Act will undoubtedly be recorded by future historians to their immortal honor. The Assembly of Virginia, which indeed is the most ancient colony, claimed their preeminence at that important crisis by first asserting their rights, which were invaded by the act, and by their spirited resolution to ward off the impending stroke. As they were seconded by all the other colonies with such unanimity and invincible fortitude that those who, to their eternal disgrace and infamy, had accepted of commissions to oppress them, were made to shudder at the thought of rendering themselves still more odious to all posterity by executing their commissions, and publicly to abjure their detestable design of raising their fortunes upon the ruin of their country. Under the influence of the wisest administration which has ever appeared since the present reign began, the hateful act was at length repealed, to the joy of every friend to the rights of mankind in Britain and of all America, except the few who, either from the prospect of gain by it or from an inveterate envy which they had before and have ever since discovered of the general happiness of the people of America, were the promoters, if not the original framers of it. This restless faction could not bear to see the Americans restored to the possession of their rights and liberties and sitting once more in security under their own vines and their own fig trees. Unwearied in their endeavors to introduce an absolute tyranny into this country, to which they were instigated, some from the principles of ambition or a lust for power, and others from an inordinate love of money, which is the root of all evil, and which had before possessed the hearts of those who had undertaken to distribute the stamped papers, they met together in cabal and laid a new plan to render the people of this continent tributary to the mother country. Having finished their part of the plan, their indefatigable Randolph was dispatched to Great Britain to communicate it to the fraternity there, in order that it might be ripened and brought to perfection. But even before his embarkation, he could not help discovering his own weakness by giving a broad hint of the design. This parricide pretended that his intention in making a voyage to England at that time was to settle a private affair of his own, that he had nothing else in view, and that having settled that private affair, he should immediately return and, as he expressed it, lay his bones in his native country. Full of the appearance of love for his country, he expressed the greatest solicitude to do the best service he could for it while in England, but unluckily dropped a question, strange and inconsistent as it may appear to the reader. What do you think, sir, of a small duty upon divers articles of importation from Great Britain? End quote. No sooner had he arrived in London than the news was dispatched from the Friends of America there of a design to lay a duty upon paper, glass, painter's colors, and tea imported into America, with the sole purpose of raising a revenue, the lucrative commission which he obtained while in England, in consequence of the passing of the Act of Parliament, whereby he was appointed one of the principal managers of this very revenue, affords but little room to doubt what his intention was in his voyage to London, notwithstanding his warm professions of concern for his native country. It is not always a security against a man sacrificing a country that he was born and educated in it. The tyrants of Rome were natives of Rome. Such men indeed incur a guilt of much deeper dye than strangers who commit no such violation of duty and of feeling. There was another of the cabal who embarked about the same time, but he was called out of this life before he reached London, and de mortuis nil dico. Of the living I shall speak, as occasion shall call for it, with a becoming freedom. The whole continent was justly alarmed at the Parliament's resuming the measure of raising a revenue in America without their consent, which had so nearly operated the ruin of the whole British Empire but a few months before, and that this odious measure should be taken so soon after the happy coalition between Britain and the colonies, which the repeal of the Stamp Act had occasioned, for if one may judge by the most likely appearances, the affections of her colonists were upon this great event more strongly attached to the mother country, if possible, than ever they had been. But the great men there had been made to believe otherwise. Nay, the governor of this province had gone such a length as to assure them that the design of the Americans in their opposition to the Stamp Act was to bring the authority of Parliament into contempt. Many of his adherents privately wrote to the same purpose, all which had a tendency to break that harmony which, after the only interruption that had ever taken place, and that of short continuance, had been renewed, and doubtless would have been confirmed to mutual advantage for ages, had it not been for that pestilent few who, first to aggrandize themselves and their families, interrupted the harmony, and then to preserve their own importance took every step their malice could invent, with the advantage they had gained of a confidence with the ministry to prevent its ever being restored. Upon the fatal news, fatal I call it, for I very much fear it will prove so in its consequences, how remote I will not take upon me to predict. Upon the news of the passing of another Revenue Act, the colonies immediately took such measures as were dictated to them, not by passion and rude clamor, but by the voice of reason and a just regard to the safety of themselves and their posterity. The assembly of this province, being the first, I suppose, who had the opportunity of meeting, prepared and forwarded a humble, dutiful, and loyal petition to the king, and wrote letters to such of the British nobility and gentry as had before discovered themselves friends to the rights of America and of mankind, beseeching their interposition and influence on their behalf. At the same time, they wrote a circular letter to each of the other colonies, letting them know the steps they had taken and desiring their advice and joint assistance. This letter had its different effects. On the one hand, in the deep resentment of my Lord of Hillsborough, who was pleased to call it, quote, a measure of an inflammatory nature, evidently tending to create unwarrantable combinations, to excite an unjustifiable opposition to the constitutional authority of Parliament, and to revive unhappy divisions and distractions, end quote, etc. While on the other hand, the colonies, as appears by their respective polite answers, received it with the highest marks of approbation, as a token of sincere affection to them and a regard to the common safety, and they severally proceeded to take concurrent measures. No one step, I believe, united the colonies more than this letter, accepting his lordship's endeavors by his own circular letter to the colonies to give it a different turn, but however decent and loyal, however warrantable by, or rather conformable to the spirit and the written rules of the British Constitution, the petitions of right and other applications of the distressed Americans were, they shared the same fate which those of London, Westminster, Middlesex, and other great cities and counties have since met with. No redress of grievances ensued, not even the least disposition in administration to listen to our petitions, which is not so much to be wondered at when we consider the temper of the ministry, which was incessantly acted upon by Governor Bernard in such kind of language as this, quote, the authority of the king, the supremacy of Parliament, the superiority of government are the real objects of the attack, end quote. While nothing is more certain than that the House of Representatives of this province, in their petition to the king, and in all their letters, that in particular which was addressed to the other colonies, the sentiment of which was recognized by them, expressly declare, quote, that His Majesty's High Court of Parliament is the supreme legislative power over the whole empire in all cases which can consist with the fundamental rights of the Constitution, end quote, and that, quote, it was never questioned in this province, nor as they conceive in any other, end quote. They indeed in all their letters insist upon the right of granting their own money as a right founded in nature, the exercise of which no man ever relinquished to another and remained free, a right therefore which no power on earth, not even the acknowledged supreme legislative power over the whole empire, hath any authority to divest them of. Quote, the supreme power, says Mr. Locke, is not nor can possibly be absolutely arbitrary over the lives and fortunes of the people. The supreme power cannot take from any man any part of his prosperity without his own consent, for the preservation of property being the end of government, and that for which men enter into society, it necessarily supposes and requires that the people should have property, without which they must be supposed to lose that by entering into society, which was the end for which they entered into it. Men, therefore, in society having property, they have such a right to the goods which by the law of the community are theirs, that no body hath a right to take their substance or any part of it from them without their consent. Without this they have no property at all. For I have truly no property in that which another can by right take from me when he pleases against my consent. End quote. These are the principles upon which alone the Americans founded their opposition to the late Acts of Parliament. How then could Governor Bernard, with any color of truth, declare to a minister of state in general terms that, quote, the authority of the king, the supremacy of the parliament, the superiority of the government were the objects of the attack, end quote. Upon the principles of reason and nature, their opposition is justifiable. For by those acts the property of the colonists is taken from them without their consent. It is by no means sufficient to console us that the duty is reduced to the single article of tea, which, by the way, is not a fact, but if it should be admitted, it is because the Parliament for the present are pleased to demand no more of us. Should we acquiesce in their taking 3d only because they please, we at least tacitly consent that they should have the sovereign control of our purses, and when they please, they will claim an equal right, and perhaps plead a precedent for it, to take a shilling or a pound. At present we have the remedy in our own hands. We can easily avoid paying the tribute by abstaining from the use of those articles by which it is extorted from us. And further, we can look upon our haughty, imperious taskmasters, and all those who are sent here to aid and abet them, together with those sons of servility, who from very false notions of politeness can seek and court opportunities of cringing and fawning at their feet, of whom, through favor, there are but few among us. We may look down upon all these with that sovereign contempt and indignation with which those who feel their own dignity and freedom will forever view the men who would attempt to reduce them to the disgraceful state of slavery. I shall continue to send you an account of facts, as my leisure will admit. In the meantime, I am yours, Candidus. End of section 42.
Section 43 of the Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2, by Samuel Adams. Article signed Candidus, Boston Gazette, September 16, 1771. Messieurs Eads and Gill, I've already mentioned the circular letter written by the House of Representatives of this province to the other colonies, dated the 11th of February, 1768, and the very different treatment it met with from the Earl of Hillsborough and the respectable bodies to whom it was addressed, and also the circular letter which his lordship himself was pleased to send to those colonies, wherein he recommended to them to treat it with the contempt it deserved. But as the sentiments contained in the letter of the House were so exactly similar to those of the other colonies, and the subject of it was of equal importance to them all, it was not in the power of his lordship to efface the impressions it made, or to disturb that harmony which was the happy effect of it. Vis unites a fortior, that union of the colonies in their common danger, by which they became powerful was the occasion of the greatest perplexity to their enemies on both sides the Atlantic, and it has been ever since their constant endeavor by all manner of arts to destroy it. In this it must be confessed they have discovered an unanimity, zeal, and perseverance worthy to be imitated by those who are embarked in the cause of American freedom. It is by united counsels, a steady zeal, and a manly fortitude that this continent must expect to recover its violated rights and liberties. Such was the resentment which the circular letter enkindled in the breasts of administration, that it was immediately followed by a mandate from Lord Hillsborough to Governor Bernard to require the succeeding House to rescind the resolution which had given birth to it, upon pain of a dissolution of the Assembly in case of a refusal. Governor Bernard added to the severity of this mandate by assuring the House in a message to them that if he should be obliged to dissolve the General Court, he should not think himself at liberty to call another till he should receive his Majesty's command for that purpose. It appeared that administration had been greatly misinformed with regard to the circumstances of this resolution of the House, particularly in a representation that it was brought on when the members present were few, and at the end of the session, and that it was therefore a very unfair proceeding procured by surprise and contrary to the real sense of the House. But the House made it evident in their letter to his lordship afterwards, from their own minutes and journals, that it was the declared sense of a large majority when the House was full. It was the constant practice of Governor Bernard and his adherents to represent the opposition of the House to the pernicious designs of the enemies of the colonies, which generally consisted of full 3/4 of the members, and sometimes more, as the feeble efforts of an expiring faction. This direct and peremptory requisition of a new and strange constructure, and so strenuously urged by the governor, was taken into consideration by the House on the next day after it was laid before them, and, as is usual in all matters of importance, was then referred to a large committee, further to consider it and report their opinion of what was expedient to be done. As the governor had assured the House in his message that their resolution thereon would have the most important consequences to the province, the committee were the more deliberate in their consultations, very reasonably expecting that after such an assurance given to the House, the governor would indulge them with sufficient time thoroughly to digest it. However sanguine the expectation of Lord Hillsborough might be through the artful insinuation of Governor Bernard that the attempts of a desperate faction, as his lordship expressed it, would be discountenanced, and that the execution of the measure recommended would not meet with any difficulty, the governor himself, who was fully acquainted with the sentiments of the House, as well as of the generality of the people without doors, had no grounds to hope that the requisition would be complied with, and therefore, as a dissolution was to be the immediate consequence of a refusal, and as his lordship had directed the governor to transmit to him an account of their proceedings to be laid before his Majesty, to the end that his Majesty might, if he thought proper, lay the whole matter before his Parliament, it might have been well supposed that a longer time was necessary for them to state the reasons of their own conduct and to set the transactions of the former House, which had been grossly misrepresented, in a true point of light, in order to vindicate themselves when their whole proceedings should be laid before his Majesty and the Parliament. But before the committee were ready to make their report, the governor sent down a message to the House, signifying that it was full a week since he had laid his Majesty's requisition before them, and that he could not admit of a much longer delay, without considering it as an answer in the negative. Upon which the House, being desirous that the sense of the people concerning this important matter might be known as explicitly as possible, which would also have determined beyond all doubt their sense of the revenue acts and the opposition made to them by the American assemblies, requested a recess of the general court, that they might have the opportunity of taking the instructions of their constituents. But though his lordship in his letter to the governor expressed a satisfaction in that spirit of decency and love of order which has discovered itself in the conduct of the most considerable of the inhabitants of the province, and the governor himself in his speech at the close of the preceding assembly insinuated that matters had been conducted by a party in the House, and declared that the evils which threatened this injured country arose from the machinations of a few, very few, discontented men, false patriots who were sacrificing their country to the gratification of their own passions, and that it was by no means to be charged upon the generality of the people, yet he did not think it proper to comply with the request of the House for a recess, that the sentiment of the generality of this good people, as he calls them in this same speech, might be taken. Had he not the fairest opportunity upon this motion of the House, if there had been any grounds for his representations that the opposition to the revenue acts was confined to a few, very few discontented men, to have made it evident beyond all contradiction. But he dared not rest the matter upon this issue. He knew very well that it would put an end to his darling topic, and that the determination of the generality of the people would put it out of his power any longer to hold up an expiring faction to administration with success. A low piece of cunning, of which he was a perfect master, and which he had constantly practised to induce them to a perseverance in their measures. On the 30th June, 1768, the committee, having maturely considered the requisition made to the House in its nature and consequences, reported a letter to the Earl of Hillsborough, His Majesty's Secretary of State for the American Department, and laid it on the table, wherein they observe to his lordship that a requisition of such a nature to a British House of Commons had been very unusual, and perhaps altogether unprecedented since the Revolution; that some very aggravated representations must have been made to his Majesty of the resolution of the former House, to induce him to require this House to rescind it upon pain of forfeiting their existence; that the people in this province had attended with anxiety to the acts of the British Parliament for raising a revenue in America; that this concern was not limited within the circle of a few inconsiderate persons, the most respectable for fortune, rank, and station, as well as probity and understanding in the province, with very few exceptions, being alarmed with apprehensions of the fatal consequences of a power exercised in any part of the British Empire to command and apply the property of their fellow subjects at discretion; that, as all his Majesty's North American subjects were alike affected by those revenue acts, the former House very justly supposed that each of the assemblies on the continent would take such methods of obtaining redress as should be thought by them respectively to be regular and proper; and being desirous that the several applications should harmonize with each other, they resolved on their circular letter, wherein they only acquainted their sister colonies with the measures they had taken, without calling upon them to adopt those measures or any other; that this was perfectly consistent with the Constitution, and that so far from being criminal or a measure of an inflammatory nature, it had a natural tendency to compose his Majesty's subjects in the colonies till they should obtain relief, at a time when it seemed to be the evident design of a party, they might have said a faction, to prevent calm, deliberate, rational, and constitutional measures being pursued, or to stop the distresses of the people from reaching his Majesty's ear, and consequently to precipitate them into a state of desperation. They therefore leave it to his lordship's impartial judgment whether the representations that have been made of this resolution were not injurious to the House, and an affront to his Majesty himself; and after proceeding to give his lordship a full detail of all the circumstances relating to the resolution which gave birth to the circular letter, and which they were required to rescind, they add that they rely upon it, that to petition His Majesty will not be deemed by him to be inconsistent with the British Constitution, that to acquaint their fellow subjects involved in the same distress, even if they had invited the union of all America in one joint supplication, would not be discountenanced by His Majesty as a measure of an inflammatory nature, and that when his lordship shall in justice lay a true state of those matters before His Majesty, he will no longer consider them as tending to create unwarrantable combinations, or to excite an unjustifiable opposition to the constitutional authority of Parliament. This is the substance of the letter, which, being twice read in the House, was accepted by a large majority of 92 out of 105 members, and ordered to be transmitted by the Speaker to his lordship as soon as might be, after which it was immediately moved that the question be put, whether the House would rescind the resolution of the last House, which gave birth to the circular letter, and the question being accordingly put, it passed in the negative, there appearing on a division upon the question to be 17 yeas and 92 nays. Thus the House determined upon as extraordinary a mandate as perhaps was ever laid before a free assembly. It is to us, said the House in their message to the governor, altogether incomprehensible that we should be required, on the peril of a dissolution of the great and general court or assembly of this province, to rescind a resolution of a former House of Representatives, when it is evident that such resolution has no existence, but as a mere historical fact. Your Excellency must know that the resolution referred to is, to speak in the language of the common law, not now executory, but to all intents and purposes executed. The circular letter has been sent and answered by many of the colonies. These answers are now in the public papers. The public will judge of the proposals, purposes, and answers. We could as well rescind those letters as the resolves, and both would be equally fruitless if by rescinding, as the word properly imports, is meant a repeal and nullifying of the resolution referred to, but if, as is most probable, by the word rescinding is intended the passing a vote of this House in direct and express disapprobation of the measure above mentioned as illegal, inflammatory, and tending to promote unjustifiable combinations against His Majesty's peace, crown, and dignity, we take the liberty to testify and publicly to declare that it is the native, inherent, and indefeasible right of the subject, jointly or severally, to petition the King for the redress of grievances. And we are clearly and very firmly of opinion that the petition of the late dutiful and loyal House, and the other very orderly applications for the redress of grievances, have had the most desirable tendencies and effects. In another part they say, we cannot but express our deep concern that a measure of the late House, in all respects so innocent, in most so virtuous and laudable, as we conceive, so truly patriotic, should be represented to administration in the odious light of a party and factious measure. And finally they say that in refusing to comply with the requisition, they have been actuated by a conscientious and a clear and determined sense of duty to God, their King, their country, and their latest posterity. This determination of the House gave general satisfaction not only to the people of this province, but of the other colonies also, as well as the friends of liberty in Britain. It was spoken of by all except the disappointed few with great applause. Indeed, the essential rights of all were involved in the question. A different determination would therefore have been to the last degree infamous, and attended with fatal consequences, not only the right of the subjects jointly to petition for the redress of grievances which all alike suffer, but also that of communicating their sentiments freely to each other upon the subject of grievances, and the means of redress, which was the sole purport of the circular letter, would in effect have been given up. I've often thought that in this time of common distress it would be the wisdom of the colonists more frequently to correspond with and to be more attentive to the particular circumstances of each other. It seems of late to have been the policy of the enemies of America to point their artillery against one province only, and artfully to draw off the attention of the other colonies, and if possible to render that single province odious to them, while it is suffering ministerial vengeance for the sake of the common cause. But it is hoped that the colonies will be aware of this artifice. At this juncture an attempt to subdue one province to despotic power is justly to be considered as an attempt to enslave the whole. The colonies form one political body, of which each is a member. The liberties of the whole are invaded. It is therefore the interest of the whole to support each individual with all their weight and influence. When the legislature of the colony of New York was suspended, the House of Representatives of this province considered it as alarming to all the colonies, and bore their testimony against it in a letter to their agent, the sentiments of which they directed him to make known to His Majesty's ministers. That suspension, says the patriotic Pennsylvania farmer, is a parliamentary assertion of the supreme authority of the British legislature over these colonies in point of taxation, and is intended to compel New York into a submission to that authority. It seems, therefore, to me as much a violation of the liberty of the people of that province, and consequently of all these colonies, as if the Parliament had sent a number of regiments, which has since been the fate of this province, to be quartered upon them till they should comply. Whoever, says he, seriously considers the matter, must perceive that a dreadful stroke is aimed at the liberty of these colonies, for the cause of one is the cause of all. If the Parliament may lawfully deprive New York of any of its rights, it may deprive any or all the other colonies of their rights, and nothing can so much encourage such attempts as a mutual inattention to the interests of each other. To divide, and thus to destroy, is the first political maxim in attacking those who are powerful by their union. When Mr. Hampden's ship money cause for 3 shillings and 4 pence was tried, all the people of England with anxious expectation interested themselves in the important decision, and when the slightest point touching the freedom of a single colony is agitated, I earnestly wish that all the rest may with equal ardor support their sister. These are the generous sentiments of that celebrated writer, whom several have made feeble attempts to answer, but no one has yet done it. May the British American colonies be upon their guard, and take care lest by a mutual inattention to the interest of each other, they at length become supine and careless of the grand cause of American liberty, and finally fall a prey to the merciless hand of tyranny. I am yours, Candidus, Volume 1, page 219. End of section 43. Section 44 of the Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2, by Samuel Adams. Article signed Candidus, Boston Gazette, September 23rd, 1771. Messrs. Eads and Gill. The consequence of the determination of the House of Representatives not to rescind the resolution of the former House, of which I gave you a particular account in my last, was an immediate prorogation of the General Assembly, and the next day a dissolution, agreeable to the orders of a Minister of State. Governor Bernard, in a subsequent letter to Lord Hillsborough, pressed his lordship for further orders respecting the calling a new assembly, and acquainted him that, when the usual time should come, it would be quite necessary that the governor should be able to vouch positive orders for his not calling the assembly if he was not to do it. And he adds that, with regard to calling the new assembly in May, it would require much consideration. By the charter of this province, which is a compact between the Crown and the people, it is ordained that a general assembly shall be called on every last Wednesday in May yearly. Did Governor Bernard then think that his lordship, to whom in one instance at least he had surrendered the power of the governor of the province, could by another order rescind that effectual right of the charter? It would in truth require much consideration with one, even of his lordship's peculiar turn of mind, before he would assume an authority to put an end to the constitution of the province. He had gone far enough already, The charter further ordains that the assembly shall be held at all such other times as the governor shall think fit, not as Lord Hillsborough shall think fit, for he is not the governor. Could the governor think that the people were so stupid as to be satisfied with his vouching orders for neglecting that which it was his indispensable duty to do as governor of the province, and by neglecting which, either with or without his lordship's orders, there would be an end to the supreme legislative power, the establishing of which, as Mr. Locke says, is the first and fundamental positive law of the Commonwealth. The General Assembly is constituted by the charter, the legislative of the province, having full power and authority to make all such orders, laws, statutes, etc., not repugnant to the laws of England, as they shall judge to be for the good and welfare of the province. The first framers of the government, not being able by any foresight to prefix so just periods of return and duration to the assemblies of the legislative in all times to come, that might exactly answer all the emergencies of the Commonwealth, the best method that could be found was to trust this to the prudence of one who was always to be present, and whose business it should be to watch over the Commonwealth. Hence the charter provides that the governor, who is to reside in the province, and who being always present, must be acquainted with the state and exigences of the public affairs, shall have full power and authority to adjourn or dissolve the assembly, and call a new one from time to time, as he shall judge necessary. But our governors have of late given up this power of judging to a minister of state, residing at 1,000 leagues distance, and therefore utterly unable to determine, if it was lawful for him to do it, at what time the necessities of the state might require the immediate exertion of legislative power. This ministerial maneuver, to speak in modern language, which threatens the destruction of the Constitution, will, it is hoped, be the subject of national inquiry when the present confusion in Britain and America shall, as it must soon be, brought to a happy issue. The legislative is sacred and unalterable in the hands where the community has fixed it. In this province it is fixed by the community in the hands of the governor, council, and House of Representatives. In their hands, therefore, it ought to rest sacred and unalterable, to be sure as long as the express conditions of the compact are fulfilled. Lord Stafford, and many lords and great men before him, suffered death for attempting to overthrow the constitution of the state. Their crime was called, and I supposed justly called, treason. It surely could not have been treason, therefore, to have disturbed and resisted them in their mad attempts, even though they might have produced the orders of a king. What punishment awaits those who have manifestly attempted to overthrow the Constitution of the American colonies? The time which we hope for, and is hastening on, will determine. If the very being of the legislative of this province is for the future to depend upon the mere will and pleasure of an arbitrary minister, if he may take it upon him to dictate such measures as he pleases, and to dissolve them, or, which is the same thing, order an obsequious governor to do it, upon their non-compliance with his will and pleasure, surely we have little to boast of in such an assembly. The charter may be taken away in tarts, as well as in the whole, and it seems by some later ministerial mandates and measures as if there was a design to deprive us of our charter rights by degrees. An attempt upon the whole, by one stroke, would perhaps be thought too bold an undertaking. His lordship could not indeed have chosen a more effectual step to deprive us of the whole benefit of a free constitution than by attempting to control the debates and determinations of the House of Representatives, which ought forever to be free, and suspending the legislative power of the province, for their refusing to obey any mandate, especially when it is not only contrary to their judgments and consciences, but, as it appeared to them, absurd. It is a pitiful constitution indeed, which, so far from being fixed and permanent as it should be, sacred and unalterable in the hands of those where the community has placed it, depends entirely upon the breath of a minister or of any man. but it is to be feared from this as well as other more recent instances that there is a design to raise the foundations of the constitutions of these colonies and place them upon this precarious and sandy foundation. I have seen a letter from the agent of this province to the government here, dated so long ago as March the 7th, 1750, wherein he says, I am afraid there is at bottom, in the minds of some, a fixed design of getting a parliamentary sanction of some kind or other, if possible, to the king's instructions on this occasion, which was the redressing the inconveniencies proceeding from the paper bills. And in another letter of the 12th of April following, he writes, Since my last, I have found too great reason to confirm my apprehensions that some persons of consequence here are determined, if possible, to put the future use of the credit of the several governments of New England wholly under the power of an instruction, and what tendency that may have to introduce the king's instructions into the government of the other colonies in other instances, I need not observe. This design seems to be conducted with great art. The fears of that watchful agent there is reason to apprehend from the perfect good understanding that now exists between the ruling men in the American department on both sides the Atlantic, may very soon be far from appearing groundless. Instructions have of late been so frequent, and in every instance so punctiliously obeyed, that there is reason to fear, unless greater attention is had to them, they soon will be established as rules of administration, not only to governors as servants of the crown, but to legislatures. The enforcing them seems to be conducted with equal art on this side of the water at present, to that with which the original design of introducing them was conducted on the other side when that agent wrote. They may soon therefore be regarded as fixed laws in the colonies, even without the sanction or intervention of Parliament. Principiis obsta is a maxim worth regarding in politics as well as morals, and it is more especially to be observed when those who are the most assiduous in their endeavors to alter the civil constitution are not less so in persuading us to go to sleep and dream that we are in a state of perfect security. What benefit is it to us to have a governor residing in the province, invested with certain powers of judging, and acting according to his own judgment for the good of the people, if he submit to be made a man of wire, and for the sake of preserving the emolument of a governor, with the name only, is turned this way or that as the minister directs without any judgment of his own? And of what use can a legislative be to us without the free exercise of the powers of legislation, liable to be thrown out of existence for not acting in conformity to the will of another? Can there be any material difference between such a legislative and none at all? The original constitution of this province, the charter, required the convening of a new General Assembly in May. The public exigencies might have required it sooner, but Governor Bernard was determined in neither of these cases to convene an assembly, if he could but vouch the positive orders of the minister, who had no right or legal authority at all to interpose in the matter. The using of force upon the people without authority, and contrary to the trust reposed in him that does so, is a state of war with the people. This is the judgment of one of the greatest men that ever wrote. If the executive power, being possessed of the power of the Commonwealth, shall make use of that force to hinder the meeting and acting of the legislative, when the original constitution or the public exigencies shall require it, the people have a right to reinstate their legislative in the exercise of their power. For having erected a legislative with an intent, they should exercise the power of making laws, either at certain set times or when there is need of it, if they are hindered by any force from what is so necessary to the society, and wherein the safety and preservation of the people consists, they have a right to remove it by force. From this instance of the dissolution of the Assembly of this province, as well as that of the suspension of the legislature of New York for refusing to execute an act of Parliament, requiring them to give and grant away their own and their constituents' money for the support of a standing army, posterity will form a judgment of the temper of the British administration at that time. Whether a different disposition has since prevailed will appear from the measures they have taken in general, and particularly from the answers to the addresses, petitions, and remonstrances which we have lately seen. One would have thought that the American legislative assemblies had become too harmless bodies to have been the object of ministerial rage since the passing of acts of Parliament for the sole purpose of raising revenues at the expense of the colonists without their consent, and for appropriating those revenues as they should think proper. The most essential rights of American legislation are those of raising and applying their own moneys for the support of their own government and for their own defense. By the late revenue acts, these rights are in effect superseded, the Parliament having already granted such sums as they please out of the purses of the colonists for the same purposes. Thus the shadow of legislation only remains to them. Their importance is at an end. They may indeed, as the Pennsylvania farmer observes, whose works I wish every American would read over again, they may perhaps be allowed to make laws for yoking of hogs or pounding of stray cattle. Their influence will hardly be permitted to extend so high as the keeping roads in repair, as that business may more properly be executed by those who receive the public cash. Their substantial rights and powers, Lord Hillsborough himself should know, are as really annihilated by these acts as they would be if they were deprived of all existence. Upon what occasion, says that elegant writer, will the Crown ever call our assemblies together, when the charges of the administration of justice, the support of civil government, and the expenses of protecting, defending, and securing us are provided for by the Parliament? Some few of them may meet of their own accord by virtue of their several charters, but what will they have to do when they are met? To what shadows will they be reduced? The men whose deliberations heretofore had an influence on every matter relating to the liberty and happiness of themselves and their constituents, and whose authority in domestic affairs at least might well be compared to that of Roman senators, will find their determinations to be of no more consequence than that of constables. And this will not be the utmost extent of our misery and infamy. Candidus. End of section 44.
Section 45 of the Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2, by Samuel Adams. To Arthur Lee, Manuscript, Samuel Adams Papers, Lenox Library. A text with variations is in R. H. Lee, Life of Arthur Lee, Volume 2, pages 177 through 183. Boston, September 27, 1771. Sir, I am greatly indebted to you for your several letters of the 10th and 14th of June. To let you know that I am far from being inattentive to the favors you have done me, I enclose you a letter I wrote you some time past, but was prevented putting it in the bag by an accident. I have since been confined to my house by sickness, and by a late excursion into the country, I have fully recovered my health. I take particular notice of the reasons you assign for a whole session of Parliament being spent without one offensive measure to America. You account for our being flattered that all designs against the charter of the colony are laid aside in a manner perfectly corresponding with the sentiments I had preconceived of it. The opinion you have formed of the ruling men on both sides the Atlantic is exactly mine. And as I have the most unfavorable idea of the heads or the hearts of the present administration, I cannot hope for much good from the services of any man who can submit to be dependent on them. I was pleased with the petition and remonstrance of the City of London. But are not the ministry lost to all sensibility to the people's complaints, and like the Egyptian tyrant, do they not harden their hearts against their repeated demands for a redress of grievances? Does it not fully appear, not only that they neither fear God nor regard man, but that they are not even to be wearied, as one of their ancient predecessors was, by frequent applications? What do you conceive to be the step next to be taken by an abused people? For another must be taken, either by the ministry or the people, or, in my opinion, the nation will fall into that ruin of which they seem to me to be now at the very precipice. May God afford them that prudence, strength, and fortitude by which they may be animated to maintain their own liberties at all events. By your last letter, you appear to resolve well if ever the spirit of impeaching should rise in Britain. But how is it possible such a spirit should rise? In all former struggles, the House of Commons has naturally taken sides with the people against oppressing ministers and favorites. But whether that is the case at present or not is no secret to the world. We have indeed heard little of the business of impeaching since the Revolution. A corrupt ministerial influence has been gradually and too insensibly increasing from that aura, and is at length become so powerful, for which I think the nation is particularly beholden to Sir Robert Walpole, as to render it impracticable to have even one capital object of the people's just vengeance impeached. The proposals you were so kind as to favor me with, I cannot but highly approve of. I communicated them to 2 or 3 intimate and judicious friends, who equally approved of them. But they cannot be carried into execution till the present Parliament is at an end. And if it is not to be dissolved before the end of its septennial duration, is it not to be feared that before its expiration there will be an end of liberty? If I mistake not, there is an Act of Parliament whereby the seats of placemen and pensioners in the House of Commons, who were not such at the time of their election, shall be vacated, and their electors have a right to the choice of another if they see proper. Perhaps there never was a time when the advantages of this law were more apparent. Would it not then be doing the most important service to the cause of liberty if the gentlemen of the Bill of Rights, who I pray God may be united in their councils, would exert their utmost influence to prevail upon the constituents of such rotten members to claim that privilege and make a good use of it? If there is any virtue among the people, I should think this might easily be done. If it be impracticable, I fear another general election would only serve to convince all of what many are apprehensive, that there is a total depravation of principles and manners in the nation, or in other words, that it is already irrecoverably undone. We are in a state of perfect despotism. Our government is essentially altered. Instead of having a governor exercising authority within the rules and circumscription of the charter, which is the compact between the king and the people, and dependent upon the people for his support, we have a man with the name of a governor only. He is indeed commissioned by the king, but under the control of the minister, to whose instructions he yields an unlimited obedience, while he has subsisted with the money of that very people who are thus governed, by virtue of an assumed authority of the British Parliament to oblige them to grant him such an annual stipend as the king shall order. Can you tell me who is governor of this province? Surely not Hutchinson, for I cannot conceive that he exercises the power of judging vested in him by the Constitution, in one act of government which appears to him to be important. The government is shifted into the hands of the Earl of Hillsborough, whose sole counsellor is the Nettleham baronet. Upon this governor, aided by the advice of this counsellor, depends the time and place of the sitting of the Legislative Assembly, or whether it shall sit at all. If they are allowed to sit, they are to be dictated by this duumvirate through the instrumentality of a third, and may be thrown out of existence for failing in one point to conform to their sovereign pleasure, a legislative, to be sure, worthy to be boasted of by a free people. If our nominal governor, by all the arts of persuasion, can prevail upon us to be easy under such a mode of government, he will do a singular piece of service to his lordship, as it will save him the trouble of getting our charter vacated by the formal decision of Parliament and the tedious process of law. The grievances of Britain and the colonies, as you observe, spring from the same root of bitterness, and are of the same pernicious growth. The union of Britain and the colonies is therefore by all means to be cultivated. If in every colony societies should be formed out of the most respectable inhabitants, similar to that of the Bill of Rights, who should once in the year meet by their deputies and correspond with such a society in London, would it not effectually promote such an union, and if conducted with a proper spirit, would it not afford reason for the enemies of our common liberty, however great, to tremble? This is a sudden thought, and drops undigested from my pen. It would be an arduous task for any man to attempt to awaken a sufficient number in the colonies to so grand an undertaking. Nothing, however, should be despaired of. If it should ever become a practicable thing to impeach a corrupt administration, I hope the minister who advised to the introducing arbitrary power into America will not be overlooked. Such a victim, I imagine, will make a figure equal to Lord Strafford in the reign of Charles, or de la Pole and others in former times. The conduct of the judges touching juries appears to be alarming on both sides of the water, and ought to be strictly inquired into. And are they not establishing the civil law which Mr. Blackstone says is only permitted in England to the prejudice of the common law, and the consequences of which will prove fatal to the happy Constitution? I observe that one of your proposals is that a law may be made, quote, subjecting each candidate to an oath against having used bribery, end quote, to obtain his election. Would there not be a danger that a law by which a candidate may purge himself by his oath would exclude some other more certain evidence than the oath of one who has already prostituted his conscience for a seat than his own declaration of his innocence, even upon oath? I am of the opinion that he who can be so sordid as to gain an election by bribery or any other illegal means must be lost to all such feelings as those of honor or conscience or the obligation of an oath. With regard to the grievances of the Americans, it must be owned that the violation of the essential right of taxing themselves is a capital one. This right is founded in nature. It is unalienable, and therefore it belongs to us exclusively. The least infringement on it is sacrilege. But there are other methods taken by Lord Hillsborough and punctually put into execution by Governor Hutchinson, which, in my opinion, would give a mortal stab to our essential rights if the Parliament had not by their declaratory act claimed authority to make use of our money to establish a standing army over us and an host of pensioners and placemen, civil and ecclesiastical, which are as terrible as an army of soldiers. And if the commons of this province cannot impeach, we have nothing to rely upon but the interposition of our friends in Britain or the ultima ratio. Enclosed you have a copy of the protests of diverse patriotic clergymen in Virginia against an episcopate in America. It is part of the plan, the design of which is to secure a ministerial influence in America, which in all reason is full strong enough without the aid of the clergy. The junction of the canon and the feudal law, you know, has been fatal to the liberties of mankind. The design of the first settlers of New England in particular was to settle a plan of government upon the true principles of liberty, in which the clergy should have no authority. It is no wonder, then, that we should be alarmed at the designs of establishing such a power. It is a singular pleasure to us that the colony of Virginia, though Episcopalian, should appear against it, as you will see by the vote of thanks of the House of Burgesses to the protesting gentlemen. They declare their protest to be a wise and well-timed opposition. I wish it could be published in London. I had the pleasure of knowing Mr. Hewitt, who was in this town about 2 years ago, in company with Mr. Eyre of Northampton County in Virginia, who is a member of the House of Burgesses. I did not then know that Mr. Hewitt was a clergyman. I fear I have tired your patience, and conclude by assuring you that I am in strict truth, sir, your friend and humble servant. P.S. The bearer hereof is William Story, Esquire, formerly of this town, but now of Ipswich, a town about 30 miles east. He was deputy register in the Court of Vice Admiralty before and at the time of the Stamp Act, and would then have given up the place, as he declared, but his friends advised him against it. He suffered the resentment of the people on the 26th of August, 1765, together with Lieutenant-Governor Hutchinson and others, for which he was recompensed by the General Assembly, as he declares, in part only. He tells me that his design in going home is to settle an affair of his own relating to the Admiralty Court, in which the commissioners of the customs, as he says, declare it is out of their power to do him justice. One would think it was never in their power or inclination to do any man justice. Mr. Story has always professed himself a friend to liberty for many years past. I tell him that I make no doubt but you will befriend him as far as shall be in your power in obtaining justice, in which you will very much oblige. End of section 45. Recording by Carrie Adams, your book voice, at Mesa, Arizona. Section 46 of the Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Writings of Samuel Adams, Volume 2, by Samuel Adams. Section 46. Article signed Candidus, Boston Gazette, September 30th, 1771. Messrs. Eddies and Gill. A General Assembly, when actuated with a becoming spirit of public liberty against the attacks of arbitrary and despotic ministers, appeared to be as disgustful to Governor Bernard as parliaments were to James I, with whom it was even an aphorism that the Lords and Commons were two bad co-partners with a monarch. Having got rid of such a troublesome assembly, at least for 1 year, he was more at leisure, in conjunction with the commissioners of the customs and his other confederates, to attend to the plan which their hearts had been long set upon, of introducing into the province a military power for their aid. Accordingly, every little occurrence which a man of sense, who had no political designs in view, would not have thought worth his notice, such as frequently happen in the most orderly cities, was gathered up with uncommon industry, and made the subject of representation to the ministry. He even descended so low as to give Lord Hillsborough a detail of the diversion of a few boys in the street with a drum, which at no time is unusual in populous places, and pictured it to his lordship, who, it seems, gave it its full weight, as a prelude to a designed insurrection in which persons of all kinds, sexes, and ages were to bear their part. The common amusements of children were construed rebellion, and his lordship had minute accounts of them sent to him by this busy journalist, as grounds upon which he might form measures of administration. But his letters, together with those of General Gage and Commodore Hood, and the memorials, etc., of the commissioners of the customs, have already been sufficiently animadverted upon. No one, says the town of Boston, in a pamphlet entitled An Appeal to the World, quote, can read them without being astonished at seeing a person in so important a department as Governor Bernard sustained, descending in his letters to a minister of state to such trifling circumstances and such slanderous chit-chat. boasting as he does in one of them of his overreaching those with whom he was transacting public business, and in order to prejudice the most respectable bodies, meanly filching from individuals belonging to those bodies what had been dropped in the course of business or debate, journalizing every idle report brought to him, and in short, acting the part of a pimp rather than a governor. End quote. Sufficient, however, were they finally to prevail upon administration, which had before been full ready enough to employ the military force in England, to order 4 regiments and part of a 5th for the preservation of the peace in the town of Boston. The only disorders in the town that could give any coloring to measures so severe, and not more severe than unjustifiable by the Constitution, happened on the 18th of March and 10th of June, 1768. The first was nothing more than the parading of the lower sort of people through the streets at the close of an anniversary festivity, when no injury was offered to any person whatever, no harm was done, nor did even Governor Bernard himself pretend that any was intended. General Gage, in a letter to Lord Hillsborough, mentioned this disorder as trifling. The other was occasioned by the unprecedented and unlawful manner of seizing a vessel by the collector and comptroller. His Majesty's Council, after full inquiry into this disorder and the cause of it, declared that it, quote, was occasioned by the making a seizure in a manner unprecedented in the town of Boston on the 10th of June, a little before sunset, when a vessel was seized by the officers of the customs, and immediately after, upon a signal given by one of said officers, in consequence of a preconcerted plan, several armed boats from the Romney man-of-war took possession of her. End quote. The officers who made the seizure were insulted. Some of the windows of their dwelling houses were broke, and other disorders were committed. But the council further declared that it was, quote, highly probable that no such disorders would have been committed if the vessel had not been with an armed force and with many circumstances of insults and threats carried away from the wharf. End quote. They also say that the disorder, quote, seemed to spring wholly from the persons who complained of it, and that it was probable that an uproar was hoped for and intended to be occasioned by the manner of proceeding in making the seizure. End quote. This representation of the matter was made by those very gentlemen of whom Governor Bernard, not above 3 or 4 months before, had given this ample testimony to Lord Hillsborough, that, quote, they had shown great attention to the support of government, and upon many occasions a resolution and steadiness in promoting His Majesty's service, which would have done honor to His Majesty's appointment if they had held their places under it. End quote. And to whom he about the same time very warmly returned his thanks, quote, for their steady, uniform, and patriotic conduct, which had shown them impressed with a full sense of their duty both to their king and their country. End quote. A representation of matters of fact, made by gentlemen whom Governor Bernard had so highly applauded for their attention to the support of government, and resolution and steadiness in promoting His Majesty's service, must surely meet with full credit with the friends of government, and induce a conclusion, even in their minds, that if there was a necessity of troops in the town of Boston to keep the peace, it arose not from the madness of the people, a decent expression of General Gage, but altogether from the extravagance of the servants of the crown, who, after a preconcerted plan, according to the account given by the council, hoped for and intended that an uproar should be occasioned by the manner of their proceeding with an armed force and many circumstances of insult and threats in making a seizure. This disturbance, after a few hours, wholly subsided, through the interposition of the inhabitants of the town, and no great mischief was done. Yet the most aggravated accounts were given of it by the cabal, to answer their own purposes. The Romney, ship of war, had before been ordered by Commodore Hood to this place, in consequence of information sent to him of a factious and turbulent spirit among the people. The captain thought it his duty to acquaint the Commodore of this fresh disturbance, and the Beaver sloop, being then in the harbor, and preparing for her station at Philadelphia, was remanded back to Halifax for that purpose, and with such speed as to be obliged to leave part of her provisions behind. Large packets were sent by this vessel to the Commodore and others for England, where it was proposed by the cabal she should be immediately dispatched from Halifax. The Comptroller of the Customs embarked on board the same sloop very privately, by whom letters in abundance were sent to London. In these letters a number of gentlemen, who were called the leaders of the faction, were proscribed. Some of the cabal could not conceal their designs, for it was even then given out by them that troops would probably soon arrive from Halifax, and that 2 regiments of Irish troops were to be sent to this town, all which accordingly took place in about 4 months afterwards, being the time in which they might have been expected by orders of the ministry in consequence of these letters. Indeed, we have since been made certain by a publication of their own letters that they had earnestly solicited the sending of troops about this time. The Commissioners of the Customs, in a letter to the Lords of the Treasury, acquainted that board, quote, that there had been a long concerted and extensive plan of resistance to the authority of Great Britain, and that the seizure had hastened the people to the commission of actual violence sooner than was intended, and further, that nothing but the exertion of military power would prevent an open revolt in this town, which would probably spread throughout the provinces. End quote. The Collector and Comptroller, in their letters upon this occasion to the Commissioners, which was laid before administration, tell their honours, quote, that it appeared evident to them that a plan of insurrection of a very dangerous and extensive nature had long been in agitation, and now brought nearly to a crisis. End quote. But it is needless to repeat the many exaggerated accounts given by the governor and his confederates of this occurrence, which on the part of the people was altogether unexpected, and, as the council observed, quote, seemed to have sprang wholly from the persons who complained of it. End quote. To crown all, the commissioners pretended that, quote, they had reason to expect further violences, end quote, and fled, Bernard says in a letter to Lord Hillsborough, were driven to Castle William, where they represented to the Lords of the Treasury that the, quote, protection afforded them by Commodore Hood, namely the Romney, and 1 or 2 sloops of war, was the most seasonable, as without it they should not have considered themselves even there in safety, nor his Majesty's castle secured from falling into the hands of the people, and that it was impossible for them to set foot in Boston until there were 2 or 3 regiments in the town to restore and support government. End quote. However true it may be that the commissioners had rendered themselves the objects of the public resentment, which their letters and memorials have had no tendency to abate, they never had been, to use an expression of Governor Bernard, the objects of popular fury. Not the least injury had ever been offered to their persons or property. They had landed without opposition, and had lived in the town many months, if despised and hated, yet unmolested. For this we have the testimony of his Majesty's council. Quote, they were not, say they, obliged to quit the town. It was a voluntary act of their own. There never had been any insult offered them, and when they were at the castle, there was no occasion for men of war to protect them. End quote. And even after their voluntary flight, they often made excursions upon the main for the purpose of amusement and recreation, for which, having quitted the severe exercises of their employment in the town, they now had sufficient leisure. There they might easily have been insulted if there had been any such disposition in the people. It has long been evident that all this pretended apprehension of danger, and their flight first to the Romney ship of war, and then to the castle for protection, was intended to cooperate with and confirm the letters and memorials sent home, and to facilitate the prosecution of their design. Such were the methods used by a restless set of men to hold up this town and province to the nation and to the world in a false and odious light. It was therefore peculiarly incumbent upon all, and those persons especially, who were entrusted by the public, to be vigilant for it, at a time when they who were seeking its ruin were remarkably attentive to and active in prosecuting their plans. And can anyone say there is reason to think that a minister of the temper of Lord Hillsborough, perpetually acted upon by the implacable hatred of Bernard, has yet abandoned, or is likely to abandon, his favorite system, while there is one left on this side the water who is ready to put it in execution? No. The disputes with the court of Spain and the city of London during the late session of Parliament may have proved so embarrassing to A—N as to have caused a suspension of the execution of it for a while, but to trust that it is therefore wholly laid aside is a degree of credulity and infatuation which I hope will never be imposed by any man on this country. Great pains, we know, are taken to persuade and assure us that as long as we continue quiet, nothing will be done to our prejudice. But let us beware of these soothing arts. Has anything been done for our relief? Has any one grievance which we have complained of been redressed? On the contrary, are not our just causes of complaint and remonstrance daily increasing, at a time when we were flattered that a change of men would produce a change of measures? Have our petitions for the redress of grievances ever been answered, or even listened to? If not, what can be intended by all the fair promises made to us by tools and sycophants, but to lull us into that quietude and sleep by which slavery is always preceded? While treachery and imposition is the forte of any man, let us remember there is always most danger when his professions are warmest. Candidus. End of section 46. Recording by Kerry Adams, your book voice, at Mesa, Arizona.